step, all the happy saints go marching in. If a saint
You bitch! You bitch! You bitch! JC, get the fuck back here! I swear to God! I swear to God! Don't you take this from me! I will eat your unborn son. Come here, come here, come here! Come here, bitch! Come here! We're good? No! Yes! Oh, my God!
Thank you.
if I'm late.
Despite such intense squabbling.
Well, it looks pretty happy in the end, at least. Maybe the secret to living a happy life is sharing your feelings, even when they're sort of mean and weird.
If you adopt such a strategy, I may leave for groceries one day and never return.
Okay. Fucking hell, mate.
Own it. Why are you ever gonna play it? It's terrible solo, right?
Huh?
Huh? Cosmo said, under your stream, I'm seeing comments from the last video I watched before coming to you live. This is an error. Oh, must be a new YouTube error. So you're
the timing on that.
different video on the stream? That's not good.
Motherfucker.
Watch, I'll be dead. Promise. Oh, fuck. Oh well.
Okay, it does block them.
I always do that.
Alright. I'll see y'all later on. Y'all take it easy. Boom, 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 boom. Da, 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 da.
What the hell? You malfunctioned. I got it.
Fuck you, bitch.
Shoot up for a second.
Fuck you.
Okay.
Jump him. I can't jump him anymore. Oh, there you go. Footstooling him.
You're considering watching my recent New Vegas playthrough? It was a good one. We did all the DLCs. We had a lot of fun with that playthrough. It was super good. So come on.
It's not the first time Dante's fought hellhounds.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Sorry to be tardy to the party. I was out getting ice cream. Now let's see if this was really worth breaking this game out of Wii U jail. Look, if this game turns out to be good, you don't have no reason to, like, you know, have a Wii U anymore. You can finally sell it for scrap to some guy who's probably gonna soft mod it. Alright, what are we doing? Ow. Big ups to the dingus dongas and swollen underscore ones who are here existing it now. And big ups to all the dingus dongas and swollen underscore ones sure to be existing in the immediate and far-flung future. Like Pop-Tart and Mr. Pun, and Snow and Golem and Alpha Elite TV. And Rebby and Rent Check and everybody else. Yeah, I've heard some of the memes that this game is associated with, some of the themes. There's supposed to be new music as well. But you know me, we gotta do it Dave style. What's all this? What do we do? I gotta check all the settings. I don't know what any of this is. Updates? I do want updates. Just fucking spam me with notifications. It's not a Xenoblade game. It's not a Xenoblade situation if there's not a gazillion fucking things on the UI, you know? I like the music so far. Wow, I can't even turn the motion blur off. Just kidding, it's a Switch game. Alright, it's fast, because I assume these motherfuckers are gonna talk real slowly. Whoa, Rumble. Of course I want Rumble. I'm all about that Rumble shit. Give the mission acceptance prompts. Oh, okay, I get it. Choose behavior for jumping when the flight module is equipped. Ah, yes, okay. Alright, I guess we're doing it. I like the presentation so far, but that doesn't really mean much. Hidden 60 frames mode, which people think this is meant for Switch 2. 1000 Year Door Remake has that too. Actually, I think for 1000 Year Door it was the 4K mode or something. It was data mined. Nintendo. Whoa. Are we gonna get the title drop immediately? That's not how Nintendo does it. Some bad shit is supposed to happen first and then we get the title drop. Remember people were hating on this one back in the day because it had nothing to do with one? Like, and then we got like 2 announced, so this got like considered like a spin-off situation in retrospect. Monolith Soft. Now, it does have new story content, which obviously, given the current day modern style success with franchise, is supposed to weave it in to the overarching narrative of the other 3 games and their 3 associated expansions. It's very different in a good way. Favorite one, it's on the Wii U. Well, yeah, it is. Look, people were lamenting before this got announced. People were lamenting that this was still trapped on the Wii U. There was demand for it, unlike some of the other Wii U games that got ported to Switch. Xenoblade Chronicles X, definitive edition. What's with the centering there? Why was the definitive edition that was off-centered? Oh, that's on purpose. That's part of the story. It's gonna be weird feeling seeing this as a second game in a series. Yeah. Because, like, the narrative doesn't the narrative just go, like, a completely different way with 2 and 3? 3 and its DLC is the one that tries to tie 1 and 2 together. But, like, how does X tie in, then? Look, I get the premise, right? Earth is destroyed, and we gotta, like, rebuild it, and I'm like a scavenger guy or something. There's no main character. The main character is my avatar, which is kind of disappointing.
2054 AD.
What the fuck is this, Sothis?
The Earth was caught in a great battle between unknown alien forces.
Hey, 2054 is coming closer than you think.
Their weapons were terrifying and powerful beyond human reckoning.
They were alien styles.
Its surface reduced to ash and rubble in the blink of an eye.
They self-felted themselves. Jokes VA? Well, I haven't played 1, but maybe I'll recognize them from playing the 3 DLC.
In response, they prepared the Earth-Life Colonization Project, Project Exodus. Interstellar arcs were launched all across the planet, from every major city on Earth. Bravely, we leapt from our cradle, our home for the last 4.5 billion years. But most of the arcs never even made it out of the atmosphere. Only a small handful managed to escape.
Look at me laughing at genocide.
Among them was our ship, the White Whale.
What? The Jinn? Where? Whale tail?
After leaving Earth behind, we spent 2 years wandering in space, searching.
Wally?
We thought of ourselves as the lucky ones, the pioneers who would settle a new world.
Oh my god, it's Wally. Alright, now you got me hooked.
Caught up with us.
Literally. Everyone in there is fat as cat.
If not for the efforts of a lone hero, we would never have survived.
Elma. That's Elma, right? It's gonna be Elma.
Took heavy damage. We lost control.
Wally PS2? That's a licensed Disney game I didn't play.
Man, dog, how you doing, dude?
Big ups, Chrono. I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. We're in a story segment. The daily lock-in bonus. Gotcha. Ah, yes. Wait, gender? Male and female in 2025? Based, 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 all caps, based. Nintendo? 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 Basado, basado. Fuck body type 1 and 2. I don't want to sound like synthetic man. We're not at that part of the stream yet. Big ups Holtep Yoshi and King Triple D Ook and D Scythe and UNF and everybody else popping on in. Swollen Chuds, we won. We fucking won. Now, do I want to be a lady or do I want to be a dude? I don't know. Oh, I can change the background? What the fuck does that matter? I like the music. It sounds like something you would hear in Ratchet Deadlocked. Alright, we'll be a chud. I guess we got some bases. All right, start thinking of some names. While I'm fucking around, start thinking of some names. It's got to be dick related because remember, Swollen Dingus, Expand Dog. When we played the detective game, I was Dick Coon Wolf. Hey, Beater Biscuit. Chud Army Expand. See, these are the old geezers. Yeah, I'm drinking some sweet tea Aqua Saber. He's black! Why would you want to play as an old fella? This guy looks like he should be a bandit straight out of Fire Emblem. Oh, this guy's got he's got like the Beatles hair. He's got a Ringo situation. All right, well, I don't want to be an old fella. Half the stream is gonna be character creation. It's like part 1 of a DSP playthrough. They should have. This is why you can't give me games where I make my own character. I, like everybody else, spend the whole stream just making my character. Where's my diverse body types, you guys? All right, you know, we'll go with the Ringo look. All right, you said they took out the boobs. Well, that's okay, because I don't have any. We can fuck with his height, though. So at 57? We can make him a manlet. How much of this affects gameplay? We want to make him tall? Wait, we go 64. No, 69. We're very hilarious over here. Character creation fun! Xenoblade Chronicles X begins! Part 1. Alright, we can go with 69 for now. Eye color? What's the dingus eye color? Oh my god. Wait, no, skin color. He's orange! Why would you want to make yourself yellow? Oh, homie! You gotta go pick up Lisa from school! What? This makes me look like the Concord dude. What's his name? Nobody cares about him. Shrek? Trump? We can't... We gotta make this somewhat grounded in reality, fellas. What if I'm Asian? Urban style colors, Shrek dingus. What color was the Concord dude? He was yellow, right? Hold up. Concord guy. He should pop up. Yeah, there he is. He's the first image. Yeah, okay. So Concord guy... He was a real pale, nasty yellow. This yellow, he was... This yellow, this is Concord yellow. There was one identifiable guy in Concord, and he was that guy. So we could do Concord Man. We could do Shrek or Trump. Would this be Trump? I think that's a bit too orange to be Trump. Gotta be within reason here. Actually, this yellow is a bit more fitting to Mr. Concord Man. He's not Asian, by the way. Dehydrated piss. Why would you type that? Why would you type that? Is this like, I can change this later, right? If I just want to fuck around. Like, this is not the only time I get to fuck around with my dude. Because what if I want to change my mind? Right, we'll go back to skin color. I can have freckles? I have to zoom in. Barely see those freckles. Hey, John. Apparently I heard very, very good things about this running well on Switch compared to Wii U. Wii U, he had to download like a data pack, right? Okay, black market, plastic surgeon. Well, just like in real life. We want to go with freckles, we'll go with freckles. Wait, hollowed out cheeks? Oh my god, that makes him look like he's got problems. Probably, you know, my cheeks aren't that hollowed out. I am pretty sullen in reality, though. Gaunt, ghoulish monster? So you just want me to make me? Oh my god. People on Twitter and Tumblr. People still go to Tumblr and Blue Sky. They're all about scars for some reason. Do we want to give Dingus scars? Yeah, art imitating life. What scar looks the most Kino? What's the Kino scar? We gotta sell the vision here, the anime vision. Like I need to sell the idea. I'm the one that's Earth's hero. I'm gonna save all of you. Me. I'm the guy. Making him look like the Joker. You wanna know how I got these scars? Okay, see, lip scar. I want to say the eye scar is pretty cool, but my hair covers it up. This one's a bit too much. 2 scars, it's like crazy. It's like I got the Luffy scar on my face. Moles! We want to do a mole. I got a few moles. Oh, look, okay, this is clownish. Who would pick this? Can't even see this one because of the hair. Yeah, not these ones. I would either go with this one or like these are realistic. Moles under the eye. Anything else just seems a bit obnoxious. Survived the fight and kept your eye. That is pretty Kino. We can do a mole. There we go. It's all coming together. Or I asked for skin. I am pretty pale in reality. Okay, we're gonna make me look like a cancer patient. Alright, we gotta keep it to the left side. I feel like that's too much. That's too sick. Like I'm sickly, but not that sickly. Maybe like between these two. These two are too tough. DSP skin tone. I think that one's okay. This is my epic anime OC, guys. He's just like me, fur. Dingus erectus for the name. Now I do have a bit of facial hair. I wouldn't say this much though. I do some trimming. I do some grooming. Not that kind of grooming, but I do keep the facial hair more controlled than this. I don't think you guys can accept that I have facial hair though. The way that I come across on these streams, I don't think you guys would even believe me if I said I had facial hair. Do we wanna, what is this? What is this toggle? Whether I have more hair or not? That's it? The more hair button? Sure. Now, I do like that base hair. What else do we got? This is the, what do they call it? The bancho hair? Your delinquent hairstyle? You know what? Oh man, these are the Kino ones. If we're going literally me fur anime OC do not steal, it would have to be between these two. What do we want? Do you want scraggly hair or bowl cut? What's his behind look like? See, he screams Shonen MC. Oh, I can fuck with the tips? Oh, give me all the tips, man. Alright, you know what? We'll do that one. We'll swap out the hair. This is stupid. Who would have purple roots in reality? Alright, what hair color are we thinking?
Pounding the peaches with my DDD asshole.
Pick up Peaches and King. I'm making my anime OC. I'm ready to hop into a robot and start causing some trouble. Oh, I think the blue adds a good contrast. I'm thinking blue. I'm thinking blue. Maybe some green? Blue-green? Is a good marriage of colors there. Yeah, I'm thinking that darker blue looked pretty good on the model. Imagine not making a girl. Well, what are you? I'm self-inserting, sir. Okay, we might in fact go with the blue. Gonna be looking at his ass for 250 hours, Dong. Think about it. I mean, I've heard that cope before. That's cope. Just transition already, Peaches. Like, come on. Okay, it's down to these shades here. These shades are kind of Kino. The Azul Dong, exactly. 25 hours until you can get mechs. Are you accounting for my streamer bonus? Okay, it's down to... I'll go with that one. And then the tips. Tips, of course. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? Oh yeah, Peaches, what are your thoughts on the game saying male and female and not body type 1 and body type 2? Based. Massive W. I haven't seen anyone complain about it either. You think I would have already seen that on like the various websites known for complaining about things? I think we're looking at I think these three are some good complementing blues. I'm ready to roll, brother. If all the Xenos put 50 hours in, not finished, this was a poor choice on my part. Ooh. It's okay, we get it. You didn't want to boot up the Wii U every time. What is I got, like, mechanical bits in my eyes? I barely see this shit. How much does this matter? I got, like, blood eyes? I got problems? Like the MMO-ish combat right now. I've heard good things about the combat. Yeah, I saw Phil playing Assassin's Creed Shadows. I also saw him try his best to enjoy it. Do you want to put dragon eyes on me? We're gonna go full Shonen MC. I'm gonna have like dragon ancestry with these fucking lizard eyes. The eyes feel like they don't even matter. Like, when am I ever gonna see my eyes? We'll give him lizard eyes. Darciac eyes? No! In reality, I got some darker eyes. I don't got blue eyes or nothing. But we can fuck around. What's a good eye color? Drifters and chills glazing, like you don't have to like a mid-game to own the shud. Own the chuds. It's not like Xenoblade 3 where there's an eye mechanic. True! I want Assassin's Creed Shadows to do adequately well so that the chuds seethe and the grifters are defeated. See, King Diddy Duke said purple. Thinking maybe a laughter, like a periwinkle situation. Look at him. He's already up to no good. And this affects... Oh man, this really makes him look fucked up. Do I even want to fuck with this? I look like the demon spawn. Eyeshadow. What am I, some kind of fruitcake? Maybe I am. If you buy Ubisoft day one, you're a dummy. Yeah, DSP was gonna do he was gonna do the Ubisoft Plus thing with it. It was like a fairy tale character. Shit, what the fuck is his name? Jalal? Are we making Jalal? I finished Fairy Tale, but I never watched the sequel series they put out. I don't know, I'm looking pretty zesty, Peaches. What do you think? Steam Peak is 41k players. This morning it was at 26k. So is that, I mean, it's improved. People are picking up the game. You never finished the manga? I like the ending well enough. It ain't no masterpiece by any means. Alright, we gotta make them zesty. We gotta make them zesty. Lips. Not that zesty. No. No, you know what they say about blue lips? Absolutely repulsive. No. You know what? No, we don't fuck with lips. Face paint? Do we even want to give him face paint? Pick up Scapathic. If Phil really wants to talk wrestling, I need the Ralph mail right now. I am aware. Ralph has announced he will, in fact, after all the speculation, he will, in fact, be on Smart Guys March 27. Phil tricked the audience into thinking that Ralph would make a cameo appearance tonight so that 20 more people, maximum, tune into the show. And they're probably already gone. Any legit speculation to who the other two are yet? Mersh and Cog. There you go. Maybe, for sure, Mersh, less so Cog, but it's funny to, like, toss Cog in there. If not Cog, then... I don't know, someone from their camp. As if it isn't patently obvious what Phil is trying to do. I love how that's like the first thing Review Tech called him out on. Oh, we trying to make the Joker here? But I love how Review Tech, like, look, say what you want about Review Tech. He's bad, he sucks, he's the worst father ever. He is. It's true! But I gotta give the W's where they're due. I gotta kneel when it's due. That could have went so much worse. They could have glazed each other for hours. They could have just talked about each other's asses and talked about their nipples and shit. And RTU was resistant the whole way through. And I was like, I gotta kneel. I'm kneeling, Rich. Only for today, I'm kneeling. Let me just settle for the, where was it? I'm fucking tired of your shit. We're gonna give him the big old bags. I don't know, I do look real sick. Because I'm a sick, gaunt goblin motherfucker. Oh, it actually tells you who the VA is. That's kind of based. Just got a class in this game with a big-ass gun. This is Xeno. It's a good day to be a delisted in the sector. You get your DSP interview if you want. Now, Ralph is already acting as like it's just a test run, which DSP has confirmed tonight. I saw a bit of the stream that Tevin was reshooting in between interruptions of Locale Live, which is much funnier than Smart Guys anyway. But it's just a test run. Ralph is not the permanent co-host. It's going to be a rotation of co-hosts going from Ralph to likely Mersh to likely Cog or whoever the fuck the third person is going to be. I know Ralph and Mersh are 100% locked in because they did a whole stream where they were talking about what they were going to do if they were able to do a show with Phil. So for sure, Mersh and Ralph are two of the three. I don't know who the third is. It might be Cog, it might not. No, we're not a goblin short stack. We don't even have green skin. Yeah, Adam Howden was Shulk. He was given the classic. I know all of these other VAs except, I guess, Dan, but I've probably heard his voice somewhere.
Victory is ours.
This is Marp's VA, but you probably know him better as Spider-Man.
All right,
I'm the guy.
Hey there.
You know what? He's also Sasuke and Ben 10. And this is Kirito from Sword Art Online. Oh, an Attack on Titan guy.
Rock and roll. Yo. No. Rock and roll. Hey.
nice to be wanted. Hey there. I've been staggered.
Man, Robbie, Ben are like, and even Bryce and Yuri. I mean, keep, like, all of these characters are in Fire Emblem.
Hey.
There's no substitute for real combat.
This is the only voice that fits if you pick the older build characters. That's a shame. There's not a lot of variety here.
They staggered me. Cheers. Huh? Shall we?
All right, we gotta go with Shulk, right? Like, there's no way we can't go with Shulk. All right, here's our situation. Can Phil even stream his wrestling show on Kick if Ralph is there? So Ralph has been on COG stream already, which is streamed on YouTube. So it's probably either YouTube doesn't care or only Ralph's show, the kill stream, was banned, but not Ralph as a person. Kind of like how Destiny does it. And how Keemstar does it. Keemstar is banned, but not his brand. Whereas it's the opposite for Ralph. Ralph's brand is banned, but not Ralph.
Disengaging stasis in 10 seconds. 7.
It's still not a good idea for Phil to bring Ralph on.
4, 3, 2.
You're not going to Phil to Casino. You're in fact going to give the Casino months of content. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's fucking go. Big ups Pim Pam. I had to make my OC Donut Steel self-insert. Come on. Yeah, funny ideas felt good ideas. What am I doing? Am I in an egg?
Releasing hatch. Please stand clear.
See, Phil, that was like 10 minutes of character creation. You don't have to spend an hour on it.
Looks like you're all in one piece.
I saw comparisons between this version and the Wii U version. They really did a good job with the character models. They all fit in within the consistency of the models used for the Switch games. Oh my god, I look so clowny.
Just take it nice and slow, okay? Your senses will need time to reactivate.
What did you put me in the rice cooker for?
Your pod is the only one around that landed intact.
Oh great, everybody else
Good thing
died.
I found you. My name's Elma.
Hello, babe.
You want to tell me yours?
Take your top off, honey. I truly am the special somebody if I'm the only one that survived.
Must be the stasis hangover. That's not good. Just try and focus, all right?
Oh shit, I forgot. We had some names. Well, it has to be something Dong. Shun, Expansion, Dong, Dingus, Shun, Expand? Wait, we make it like a real name. We make it like a real name. So that's a real first name, Shun. And then Expand. Okay, I will now read the chat for feedback. Azul Dong, Dinky, Xeno Dong, Mecha Dong, Ryu Dong, Cross Dong. It's 10 characters. It's 10 characters. All these male protag haters. Yeah, it's the same mentality when you play a Pokemon game. But if you play a Pokemon game to look at the female character, you should probably go to jail. I don't think they're older than 18. Unless you play X and Y. In X and Y, they are 18. Guys, your names are like longer than 10 characters. Is Phil yelling? Phil is spurting out. I can hear it through my headset. No, he's okay. Dong Chan. I'm not much of a Pokemon person, but I'll just say if they're all underage, please need to be called for Marnie's sake. There are a lot of characters they over-obsess with over there. Usually they, when it comes to fan art that's, you know, sussy, I think they age them up at least, but it's like, okay, sir, like, I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to skirt around it. At least you're not Shadman. Big Ding is the best. I don't know, I'm not really liking any of these things. I almost just want to go with Shun Expand. Hino Dong. Shun has a good fashy aesthetic, too bad he's a legit psycho. I've only seen a couple pictures of him, but he's usually all dolled up. Go with your gut. My gut says Shun Expand. Too bad I can't fit the D. Got like a first name and a last name. I'm trying to hit that same energy that we did with Dick Kun Wolf when we played the detective game.
Good, there we go. What else you remember? It'll come. In the meantime, I'll get you up to speed here as best I can.
This VA's familiar too. Who is she?
Can you move?
Show your body is working fine. Oh, illusion of choice. What do we do? Nod or shake your head? Is this for the tutorial? Let me look up who this lady's VA is. I swear, like, it's gonna bite me in the ass. I'm gonna be thinking about it. Xenoblade Wiki. Elma. Who is your voice actor? It's Caitlin Glass. There it is, Caitlin Glass. That's where I recognize it from. I've heard her from. She's been in a lot of Funimation dubs. Not that they exist anymore, but like back in the day. Oh, Triple D, you got it. All right, I'm goated.
We'll take it easy
I'm existing.
While you shake the stasis out of your system. One step at a time, all right? First things first. You'll be needing a weapon.
There's only like 12 American VAs. Oh, that's not true.
There you go.
That was true like a decade ago.
Let's get going.
Now, sure, it's still a nepotistic molehill of people who try to keep the. They try to gatekeep and gatekeep their community, but they're getting some new blood pumped in there. Prologue: Fire Emblem Awakening. Alright, if you're ever stumped about where to go next, be sure to check any nearby places marked with an exclamation mark. Doing so should reveal the way forward. Though an occasional excursion off the beaten path never hurts. You know what they say about all work and no play after all. Primordia, alright. That's how you know it's a Xenoblade game, because you always discover locations. Obviously. Constant pop-up. Wait, so we got the sprint, we got the jump. Wait, I didn't see what that last thing was. Holy shit! I jumped like I'm on the moon. Gotta accept YouTube and Twitch people as new blood. So yeah, you got your Yongays. Some are better than most. That Amelie lady started off as like a YouTuber singing like anime openings and endings, and then she got accepted as like a regular voice actor. So like you got like highlights, diamonds in the rough, if you will, for every Yong-yeah that you come across. There's also that Sungwon dude who does all the annoying YouTube shorts, that fat guy. He was talking about like you should only ever cast like the race of the character should match the voice actor, and then they started only casting him as Asian characters, and he started seething. Why am I only ever cast as Asian styles? He's a tard. I don't know much about him, but he certainly looks like one, so I'll take your word for it. But bum bum bum. Yeah, but I kind of see it as like the people you got used to like a decade and some change ago, like they're in their 50s, 60s, some even, I'm kissing 70s now. So they have to look for new people.
Most of the White Whale's life pods didn't survive the crash. Like this one.
And unfortunately, in this current modern style era. The people who make names for themselves are like influencers and the like.
Right. You don't even remember the white whale, do you?
I remember his tail and the gin.
The L002? The ship we escaped Earth on?
The LWO?
You remember Earth, right?
What?
Planet Earth. Your homeworld.
Yeah, Big Lasagna still looks pretty alright.
Rather, it used to be anyway. Unfortunately, it was caught in a battle between two alien forces. And destroyed.
I don't know. This is gonna be a cringe take, maybe, but it's easy to dismiss dubs as like they're all bad. But objectively, I would say the ceiling has risen for the quality since the 2000s. I think that's fair to say, right? Even if the voices are sometimes all the same, to the point that you can play like you can name the voice, right?
It's been following me for a while now. I didn't want to alarm.
The problem is all the drama and controversies. Like, now all of them don't even want to work because of AI and shit.
I won't work anymore unless you sign my contract. Saying that you won't use my voice in AI.
It's like, even if they did use AI, the fans wouldn't let them get away with it. New people are gonna skinwalk the old people. The old people are insane. Monica Rial, Amanda Windley. There's some based ones that are a little up there in years that haven't kowtowed to the insanity. Hey, initiate combat by targeting the enemy and drawing your weapon. Now, what do you say? We give it a whirl.
All right.
Be here to back you up, so feel free to experiment. Okay. If you draw the weapon with A, you automatically attack your opponent with a certain... What is this music? I wasn't hearing shit like this in Xeno 3. Alright, automatic attacks, but only if they're within range. Ah, yes, and who could forget the arts? Alright, 8 arts. After you use an art, be on a cooldown, taking time to use it. Okay. So not too different from the previous games. I'm the one. Okay, Xeno 1 didn't have guns, right? How did it feel going from Xeno 1? You play this, and the motherfuckers, he pulls out a gun. This is silly. Alright, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, bud. Oh yeah, there was a sniper in one. English beers are also why I like,
We're not half bad. There's plenty of work back in the city for someone who knows how to handle a weapon, you know.
English BAs are also why I like Square. They don't get the usual suspects. They're Dragon Quest people straight from Great Britain English. Namco does the same thing when it comes to Dark Souls. They all come from the UK, and they're all usually theater people. So they bring like a different flair than the people over here who are more accustomed to like anime dubs and shit. Alright, show interest in finding work. I thought this was a game. I'm supposed to be playing the game, not working the game.
I might have just the job for you. But anyway, we can talk more details later. For now, let's keep moving.
Didn't we get this as a late port? This came out today, Bearded Biscuit. Alright, Shun Expand. We got the loot. It's the advanced iron blades. Soul voice prompts or instructions, suggestions, or requests that your party members call out in the heat of battle. What do we really have to? Why can't we just call that like prompts? We gotta give it like a name. Ah, yes, the soul voice of your party members. Their hearts are resonating with yours. They're calling out to you, brother. Like something, it's like a term straight out of Kingdom Hearts. So successfully responding to them triggers various useful buttons. When an ally uses soul voice prompt, art on your palette which matches the prompt's color will be highlighted. Makes sense. If you use an art that's highlighted, you will succeed in the prompt. You and the prompt's issuer will regain some HP. Receive a beneficial effect. Your affinity, that ally will improve. The heart of the party, dingus. Oh, I got the, They zoom the camera in and out. And the auto camera. Whoa. Just like in other game, I can zoom out the camera. I'm looting the dead pods. Shameful. I'm a novice collector. That's fair. We got some enemies coming up.
This will be good practice.
Be ready for anything. Shadow strike.
I'm shooting at flies with a gun.
This is bad.
I should heal first.
Oh yeah, I'll get used to this. I'm a new player, man. You want to just swipe it. Swipe it. Stab the bug.
No. Or never.
I died! I died! It's over! This is how you dong play. At least it wasn't on the first enemy. This is why the title is what it is. This is fake Xenoblade fan. Oh, this is a neat feature. Oh, I bet on the Wii U this was with the gamepad. Ah, that's fair, that's fair. Using guns on a fly. Probably what I should have been doing. You know what, the problem was he was level 3. I should have started with the level 1 flies. That's why I lost.
No need to get too close. Attack
Target inside. Shadow strike. Nice. Move in and do some damage.
I've been waiting to lash out. Shoot now.
Scream edge.
I need to be even stronger.
Oh yeah, we're leveling up, we're leveling up. No shit! I looked away. I was looking at chat. He keeps challenging me. Why is she so mean?
Got it. Now take us. Sorry, but it was you or us.
We got him. Let's move.
Never seen this game before. Very Fantasy Star Online like. I've heard detractors refer to it as an offline MMO. The detractors.
Everyone with me.
Now it's my turn.
Flame grenade. No messing around.
Now it's my turn. We got him.
Look, I just keep leveling up. The fly drop guns? What, do your flies not drop guns in real life?
Right, let's do this.
Let's see what you've got.
Assault
Shadow
hammer.
strike.
Flame grenade.
Scream edge.
That's like a free boost every time. Why wouldn't I do that?
We got him. Let's move.
Wii U. It asks you if you want easy mode if you die on a story boss 3 times in a row, but only on story bosses. So we're in for some trouble if I die to the fly 3 times then, because it's not a story boss.
Let's see what you've got.
Assault hammer.
I can't move.
Flame grenade.
She dead? Oh no, she's fine. I was gonna say, she's level 5, she's stronger than me. Alright, give us the free boost. I'm the guy. What's going on? Smoke bomb? Did it fucking fart or something?
I can't move.
dude, I'm ranking up like nobody's business. They made this game look too good, dude. I guess I'm playing again, but I'm making a female style character this time. How does this look compared to Wii U? Like, how much is different? I assume it runs astronomically better. Because on Wii U, they made you download like a data pack, because the Wii U's got like no fucking anything.
Let's do this. Let's see what you've got.
Wasn't it like it was like 4 gigabytes of RAM, of which half is allocated to the UI of the console? Something like that. It's entirely different, mamma mia. You know, usually Wii U remasters are pretty lazy, right? The absolute power of Monolith Soft. Data pack was supposed to... Oh, Data pack was supposed to help with loading, which it kind of didn't. I think it's the only first-party game that required you to do that. No, that's good to hear. It's good that there's, like, fucking effort here. Right. Oh yeah, that was a close one. There's the reason people keep saying, Monolith Soft, please do the next Pokemon. They shouldn't. They should focus on Xenoblade. Game Freak needs to fix its problems from the inside. That's unfortunate, though. It means that they probably won't.
Lay down some fire for me.
Watch out for the level 3 enemy guys. Big fucking warning, red text. Watch out, you guys.
I've been waiting to lash out. That did the trick. Now close in and clean up. What's happening? Oh yeah, I'm really feeling it.
He said it! He said the thing from Smash!
Oh my god, the character who I only know from Smash! He said the thing!
Nice work.
Yeah, no, a lot of people don't know this, but Monolith Soft is fully owned by Nintendo. And they carry them when it comes to horsepower. So they've worked on Zelda Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, all the Splatoon games, and even Animal Crossing. There's a reason why, you know, people asking for them to be involved with Pokemon makes sense, given that history. But priorities, I think I would rather have them working on anything else. It's over here. It's a whatchamacallit. Kind of wild considering they came from, you know, getting tossed around from Namco and Square Enix. Those guys didn't know what they had. Now they're basically, I mean, you said it, the workhorse behind Nintendo's output these days.
No need to get too close. Attack the range. Target assault hammer. Shoot now. Overwhelm them.
Yeah, Namco still has the rights to Xeno Saga, so whenever they use Cosmos, like in Xenoblade 2, they have to credit Namco. Same thing with Square Enix, so if they ever wanted to do anything with Xenogears, they still own the rights to Xenogears. So it would have to be, like Square Enix would have to be involved. Now, I'm not saying that's impossible, given Sora in Smash Brothers and Super Mario RPG getting remade, but, you know, Square is gonna square.
Let's do this. Let's see what you've got.
Remember, no Square Enix characters are in Astro Bot except for fucking Gex. And for Smash Ultimate, they originally wanted Cloud to be DLC again. And then when Cloud did come in, he had like no music until Sephiroth came in. And he didn't have unique art either. They just reused his Smash art for his spirit. I don't know why Square has to be like that. Square never plays ball. It was really glaring in Astrobot. Very conspicuous. He had like Sega characters, Namco characters, Koei Tecmo characters, Capcom characters. Capcom is supposed to be the bitch. You had even Konami. Capcom and Konami were more willing to play ball than Square Enix. That's crazy, given the past fucking 10 years of gaming.
Everyone with me. Now it's my turn. Assault hammer. Left edge. Got it. Now take the shot and topple them.
Yeah, Sega is more. Sega is one of the friendliest of the companies out there. The third party big boys. And they even included their Atlas IPs within Astrobot. So yeah, I'm pretty sure more Atlas characters appear than like this Sonic the Hedgehog guy. Sonic's not even an Astrobot. I don't know. Most people wouldn't associate Sonic with PlayStation anyway. Definitely you would associate like Persona with PlayStation. It's just wild because like Cloud defined that early PlayStation era, especially when it came to JRPGs. Then you had Final Fantasy X on PS2, one of the greatest games of all time. Never mind Kingdom Hearts, to not have Sora there, no Sora, no Cloud, and Astrobot, is just like, what are you doing, Square? I know people don't like Final Fantasy 13, but you know that got a lot of attention on PS3. No, even the what was it, 15? The one with the boy band one, as the DSP like to call it. You like that one though. But yeah, that was a memorable game, sorta, for people in the modern era. The people that currently dedicate their lives to Final Fantasy 14, like 15. The female gaze styles. Flicks taunt to draw the target's attacks. Might be useful when I'm not level 3 and weak as shit. World of Final Fantasy was kind of cool. That's the chibi one, right? Sora appeared in that one. Yeah, Soul Bad Guy showing up. That's Guilty Gear Man, right? Guilty Gear Man appearing before Final Fantasy Man.
We got him. Let's move.
Alice was a localization studio for random JP stuff. I do remember that in PlayStation 1 era. Like, for example, I'm pretty sure they did Tail Concerto, right? Nintendo didn't make a Star Fox game this gen. Suppa! We could get a cross-gen Star Fox. That would kind of count. Alright. Well, while I get to the next story area, I do have a video. So, it's finally out. The guy put out his big damn video. We have Synthetic Man reviewing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. It is a 4-hour diatribe, and I haven't heard any of it. I've been waiting to listen to it on stream. I've seen what some people have said about the video. The guy on Twitter, the developer that people were arguing with, he said the video... Okay, I gotta preface this. So someone added the developer that was spurring out, allegedly. And they were like, hey, any thoughts on Synthetic Man's video? And the dev responded by saying, no thoughts. Dingus was a synth. I'm not sucking his cock or nothing, Kapatic. I mean, he says things that most people would agree with. My problem is, it's like, he goes too far with it to the point that I feel like it's embellished on purpose for the theatrical purposes of it being a YouTube video, to the point where it's like, I question whether he even believes what he's saying, or if he's trying to rile up Reddit. 2, he spurgs out too much. He engages with and invites the tantrums that come from the Redditors. Like, he engages and invites the Redditors to fuck with them. He's probably better off ignoring them. And 3, sometimes he says, like, I agree with it, but like, you shove it down my throat so much, it's like I don't even want to hear it anymore. Like, okay, I get it. Woke is bad. Yeah, I didn't like his Tears of the Kingdom video.
Overall, it is safer in our country. Nobody will waylay you on your journey. And we treat women with greater respect and set great store by learning. I've traveled the world over, but there were never people so
Pick up some DK music.
pale, limited. Your medicine, physics, and astronomy.
There
burn
he is.
together
It's
with
the
love.
guy. He's
In
getting
short,
triggered in real
We
time.
are barbarians.
Look at his eyebrows.
Kind-hearted barbarians.
There it is. There it is. Mali is more advanced than fucking Bohemia. That's historical accuracy for sure. They would never lie about that.
I never went back to Mecca. Why not? I would rather not talk about this, my friend. All I can say is that there are a few rich men and their beautiful wives who I do not want to meet again.
Not woke? Not woke. They're literally doing the black to meme.
Big ups on the banjo music.
You feeling emasculated there, bud?
Really, in the 15th century, a woman killed a guard.
I don't know, that was kind of funny. It was unexpected, you guys.
Put their filthy heads on my most loyal sister-in-arms. What a
sister in arms. We should have millions of women on the front lines, I think, in modern warfare, because they're just as good as us, right? Equality. This is not woke, by the way. Yeah, you're right. It's not woke that a woman saved the 3 men from the dungeon. That's not woke. In the 15th century, in a supposedly historically accurate game. No, this is Fantasyland now. Where are the dragons? Where's the magic?
Yeah,
Come
yeah,
on.
get ready.
Why
4 hours.
why stop here?
3 hours,
You
53
lost?
minutes, technically.
Or what would a goy want here?
Goy?
You probably know that my people face outbreaks of hatred
Oi,
from time to
Gavol.
time.
For no reason.
Houses plundered, people beaten up, sometimes murdered.
Yeah, like 109 times? That does seem like a lot.
Rumors that we eat Christian babies or poison wells.
They do eat
I guess
babies,
it's only
though.
their foreskins. Look at these options. Angry debtors are to blame. So yeah, definitely not the banker's fault. No, no. I haven't heard that before. Or stay silent. Player choice?
Wouldn't they be suspicious? Why? Their kind usually
Or
are not
Gavol,
too
it's the
bright.
debtors who are in the wrong
Their
there, bud.
kind is not too bright.
Do not Christians set out to kill our people? Innocent and often defenseless. Ransack their houses and
For no reason at all.
all that with the king's blessing.
One day for no reason at all.
There are many abandoned mine shafts under the town.
Yep.
One of them-
Tunnels. Yeah. You guys dug tunnels under the town? Huh. I thought that was a conspiracy. You telling me it's real? What else is real? Is real? Now, I would love to hear some people's arguments as to how none of the content I just showed you in that
6
intro
million.
is woke. Kingdom
That's
Come
an interesting
Deliverance
number.
2 has to be one of the most challenging games to review that I've ever had to do in my 5 years of making content on this channel. And
I
that's
believe
for a
it.
number of reasons.
It's been hyping up this video for
it's
weeks.
a critically acclaimed game, though that's obviously never stopped me before. 2, it's a somewhat audience acclaimed game as well, with this.
Now, he had a similar issue with Baldur's Gate 3, and I'm sure he'll bring it up. Now, you're probably wondering, Dingus, every game he reviews, he calls woke and he doesn't like it. Not true. When it came to Baldur's Gate 3, he enjoyed it despite conceding that the game is woke. Whether you like it or not, it is a woke game by his definition. I know the definition of woke changes depending on what day it is, but according to him, it is a woke game, but he liked it regardless. Because Pancake
Steam
makes the praise that
reviews
son.
being positive, a lot of content creators
Angry
praising
Joe.
the game.
Ted,
Now, of course, there
that
are a
guy.
few notable controversies, which I will cover in detail in this video, but I'd say, in general, people like this game and they think it is a good sequel. Now, the first problem I have with that is the majority of
Angry
people
Joe
who
gained
played
weight.
this game
He's
didn't
fat.
play the first game, and that is very obvious just by the nature of the discussion around this game. Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 was a fairly niche game funded by
It's
a
pissed off
very
Pablo.
specific crowd of people who wanted to play.
Whoa, what?
I will open a path.
Hold up. Big ups, William the Alchemist, for the raid, for the party of 8. Let's give him a shout out here. I saw you were doing a hand cam stream. We're playing Xenoblade X, and I'm watching Synthetic Man's Big Damn Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 video.
Otherwise, he wins.
Caught you off guard.
What? It's a Will re-up? Big ups Will for the re-up. Tier 1, 3 months at 13 months. Thank you, Will. And welcome in, Cyber. I'm playing the latest and greatest Nintendo classic that Dave skipped.
I think you should count
to
down how
play
many times he
Ubisoft.
checks it, because when he does it, it goes backwards.
The potion nipples? I didn't even notice it like that. He's got some fucked up nipples. First of all, they're potion bottles. Second of all, they're not placed anywhere near where his nipples should actually be.
And we drive home with the shotgun too.
Is this the game where the congratulations dingus emote comes from?
All right, that's it, guys.
It is. Tevin made this. Look at this. Congrats, dingus.
Now it's time for
I gotta remember that exists. There's so many useful instances in which that emote can be used. Thank you again, Will. The guy. That guy, the Alchemist, for the cool raid and the Ria. What are you doing? What are you doing? I hope you had a good night. If you need to go get a bite, or go walk Rocky, or go get a drink, or go attend to your upset stomach, you may go do so. I mean, you don't need to listen to me. I'm not your dad. But thank you.
A highly authentic historical fiction game, something that leaned heavily on realism to really sell the setting, and I think it did a really good job of that. Now, I didn't end up playing the game until roughly a year ago, and even then I ended up quitting about 6 hours in, but I thought it would be necessary for the review if I came back and finished it, which I did so less than a week before the sequel released. And
alright, I was about to say, if making to criticize people who didn't play the first game and then to have only played 6 hours of the first game, or at least he went back and finished it.
On a second try, I ended up enjoying the game quite a bit. Yes, I have a number of problems with it that if you've seen my videos, you can probably already predict. Namely that it is very slow. The realism gets...
Big ups to UNFW, 20 stream streak. I missed last night's verdict on Atelier Yumiya. I think I went to like 4 in the morning. I like the combat. The combat feels like Xenoblade combat, which we got a good comparison right now because it's exactly what I'm playing. It feels like Xenoblade combat with a Teleyumia. Problem is, yeah, you don't have that free reign. Instead, you're locked to like ring movement. Is this an elephant? Okay, I didn't look at the full creature. It's some kind of rhino. Okay, it's Xenoblade combat without the full free reign. Instead, you're locked to like a ring and go in the ring and out the ring. So I like that, but it feels pretty limiting. And it's got that same kind of concept of like mixing and matching the arts to make like you get like an ebb and flow with the rhythm going, and then you get like increased damage. So I like that, but it feels very, I don't know, like a turn your brain off kind of JRPG. I felt like most of the stream I was just running around gathering things because I like to explore. I felt like I didn't get too far when it came to the story, but I did enjoy what I played. I would say wait until a sale. Graphically, I would say less impressive than this game, and this game's from like 2015, but the art style was appealing. Sorry to raid and dip, but I'm sleepy. Have a great stream, dingus. That's okay, Will. Thank you, William the Alchemist. Thank you again for the raid and the positivity. The raid and the re-up. Rush before the release of its second game after knowing the controversy, is it much better? Oh, you're talking about Kingdom Come. Let's see, what other... The only other major critique I had was like running around. It didn't feel as though... I guess this is a symptom of the Xenoblade games too. It didn't feel as though the character was really interacting with the environment. Like, it was just kind of like jank movement. And that kind of took me out of it. Took me out of the immersion. Like, it's kind of like how it works here in Xenoblade, but not really. So, when you turn around your character in Atelier Yumiya, it's like instant, like snap on the heel. Whereas look how the character turns around in this game. It's not instant. Look, it says, look, he okay, that's great. He stops and then pivots. Check that out. They don't do that in Atelier. She just instantly, on a dime, does instant 180. That kind of took me out of it. I didn't feel like I was controlling a real style human. Hey, Beer Joe.
It's in the way of the fun quite a lot. The open world is mostly empty, with there being very little reason to explore outside of going to wherever side quest tells you to go.
Playthrough of Yumiya? I liked it enough that I feel like I'll go back to it,
that was
but
very easily
consistently.
exploitable with a single button. That said, Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 has something that most modern games heavily struggle with, something that is arguably unquantifiable, but you know it exactly when you experience it, that being soul. There was a lot of heart, there was a lot of passion poured into the first game, and it was very rough around the edges, but you could tell that the developers really cared to portray their country in the 15th century in the most realistic fashion, for better or worse, and it told a fairly compelling story despite being very simple and fairly low stakes. It was just a simple, relatable revenge story with some political intrigue, and while I'd argue the ending was highly unsatisfying, it at least set up a very good sequel hook, which brings us to today, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Now, obviously, I don't have to facetiously ask you the question if the sequel lives up to the first one and improves on everything as any good sequel should. No, it doesn't. It's not even a side grade to the original game. In many ways, it's a downgrade. In fact, it reminds me a lot of Dragon's Dogma 2, where we get a long-anticipated sequel. And not only is it far too similar to the previous game, but in many ways it lost the soul that made fans like the original in the first place. And many of the changes made in the sequel are to cater to the casual fan base of video games, the normies, whatever you want to call them. We have long, slow, drawn-out walking simulator sections. We've got millennial-style writing with some of the worst humor you've ever heard. There's excessive swearing. Even the dialect sounds fake. It no longer sounds like a 15th century period piece. It now sounds like a Renaissance fair. You and your buddies just dressing up and pretending to be a medieval
like a high school
peasant
field
or
trip.
some shit.
It's actually very
I don't even
educational
have to talk
and
about
fun.
the political propaganda. Obviously, I will. It's going to be a huge focus of this review. This is not going to be like my normal game reviews where I end up spending like 20 to 30 minutes talking about gameplay, because the gameplay is so similar to the first one, and honestly, it's not even really the point of this review.
Gameplay review that doesn't talk about the gameplay?
This is going to be a different type of video, one that I've never really earnestly attempted before. This is essentially what the Cyberpunk video I promised years back was going to be. I'm going to thoroughly dismantle this game from start to finish and try and cover every
Cyberpunk had a redemption arc. Don't you know everybody loves Cyberpunk now?
So while yes, I'm absolutely going to cover the core gameplay loop and the combat, it's not going to be a major focus of this video, because I think much like Elder Scrolls games,
review
the
that
audience
covers
has already
gameplay?
accepted that the combat kind of sucks ass. But I definitely would have preferred if they'd at least fixed
I thought he was
the
supposed
major
to go
flaws of the
against
first game
IGN,
instead
not
of
be
arguably
IGN.
making them even worse in this one. But if the combat was exactly the same, and even if there was no political propaganda, this game would still have a lot of other problems. This is yet another video game that wishes it was a movie instead of an interactive experience. There's several hours of cutscenes now, whereas the first one, probably due to its limited budget, could only afford to have 1 to 2 minute cutscenes most of the time, which made sure that the pacing didn't slow to a crawl.
The success of the first
Even though
one
this
made
game
the second
is
game have more
approximately
cutscenes.
50% longer than the original, so much of that time feels completely wasted on stuff that's not even remotely interesting. Even the side quests feel like just busy work, glorified chores. And I wish I could say it was just the side quest, but there's several times in the main quest where the game forces you to do manual labor at a realistic pace, as if we are an actual peasant living in the 15th century. But the
So
first
it's
game
accurate to the
knew
time, then.
that it shouldn't literally force you to move sacks around several times.
Oh,
because that's
I
not
watched
fun.
Tevin play this. This is like
Doesn't
the first
matter
thing you
if
do in the
maybe it's
game, right?
realistic.
He didn't
And
play
look,
it. He didn't finish
I'm
it.
going to be talking about a lot of conspiracy-related stuff in this video, but a lot of this comes across as a humiliation ritual, hence the title. Between the manual labor, several women shitting on you in the game for no reason, having to taste a corpse, listening to Musa lecture you
Is that
about
really
how
woke
worldly
libtard
he
shit,
is
eating
and
corpses?
how Bohemians are all savages and you can't even counter anything he says. Henry doesn't even defend himself or Christianity or his culture, having to save our greatest allies with no player choice in that mission whatsoever. Yeah, it's a humiliation ritual, period. It's not a fucking conspiracy, it's just a fact. There's also a lot of weird lies surrounding this game, especially from somebody I used to respect, and I think most of you already know who I'm talking about. But no, the Hans romance is not even slightly hidden. You only have to pick 4 dialogue options throughout the game, and 2 out of those 4 are in mandatory conversations.
That Hans guy was very zesty when I watched Tevin play the game.
To romance in the game, unless you're counting flings like with Clara.
It makes
Not
sense
to
that he's
mention,
flaming,
no, there
if
is
you ask
no
me.
punishment for sleeping with a man during this time period, and there are 2 gay romances available in the game. And there were some other lies too that I will cover later in this video, but I did just want to make that clear again as someone who
Hans is
actually finished
underage.
the game, unlike a lot
I remember they updated the game recently to fix that in his bio.
of other people.
I
Knowing that
haven't
this
played
game
it.
has likely twice, if not 3 times the budget of the original, you would think they'd take that extra money and time to make a game that fixed all of the problems with the first one. But truth be told, I don't think it fixes any of them. People have claimed that the combat feels more smooth than the first, but as someone who went directly from the first to the second game, that's not even true. All the time, your sword swings will just pass right through an enemy. Sometimes your sword combos won't work for no reason. And now,
we're watching some
on
guy
top of enemies
destroy
being able to
Kingdom
master
Come
strike
Deliverance
you, they can
2.
also perfect block and parry you, meaning that it's even more difficult just to hit an enemy with a basic.
Cheer. We have Tevin asking, I hate to ask, but are you actually going to watch all 4 hours of this? Considering that tomorrow my mind's mental real estate is going to be consumed by Kino Casino, I kind of have no choice. So, yes, I will attempt to. We're only 11 minutes in. And Synthetic Man talks so fast that if I put it on 1.25, I fear you will no longer be able to understand him. It works with PvP and Warski because they always talk so slow.
Let's move.
Alright, but I think we're coming up to a cutscene. That checks out then. Whoa, cinematic mode turning on. At least it's not Arlo. Arlo would love Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, though. Title drop right here. Title drop.
The rain's starting to let up. Just in time for sunrise.
I thought it would rain for the whole prologue.
Follow me. I promise you're gonna love this.
The review said I would. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. Ooh, what the fuck do we got? What is this music? Da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh my god. Holy cannoli. Kino! The rain clears up. And then you see it. The horizon beyond. Whoa, Todd Howard moment. I can really go over there? I can actually climb that looming precipice? You see that thing? You can fight it. Oh my lord. It just works. Hey, Exile. They really punch us up. Does it really look that much better? I totally believe you, but god damn, that really goes to show how based Monolith is. Like, customize a guy for this? I did. I made my anime OC self-insert. The other Xenoblade games all have like a main guy you control, but in this one you gotta make a guy. There he is! I made him a fairy tale character. Or something.
Indigenous, as far as we can tell. We need to
Yeah, this is their planet. We're gonna colonize it.
Coexist together.
Looks tired? Yeah, just like me. Fur, it's supposed to be me. That's me. Like, punching my GameStop pre-order code? Yeah, I did. Wait, these enemies were... those enemies are in 2 or 3. I recognize them. That's fine, J Frosty. I understand. Synthetic Man is a very divisive character. Mira!
Find it on any star chart.
Was that Spanish?
But it's our new home.
Ah, yes. Mira esto. Hello, Cerulean 86.
Recognize the habitat unit? That's where we're headed. Watch
Mira means
yourself.
family?
That first step's a doozy.
I thought it was Ohana. No one gets left
You
behind?
can jump if you like. You could handle the fall. But the indigents down there are another story. Some big, some mean, all nasty.
Wouldn't mumble rapper Zuda DSP
Given our
exist?
options, the high road here would be the safer way to go, relatively speaking.
So don't drop down and die.
That said,
Got it.
whichever way you want to go, I'll follow your lead. You decide.
In 3, I was dropping down all over the place and getting insta-deaths. Certain enemies you find on Mirror will attack you as soon as they detect you. You can tell an enemy's detection type by the icon next to their name. Enemies with a level much lower than yours will not attack unprovoked. Okay, non-aggressive, no icon, will not attack unless you attack it. Visual will react when you enter its field of vision. Auditory will react when you wander too close to it. Interesting. If we want to reach the habitat before sundown, we'll need to pick up the pace and start sprinting. Sprinting is good for times where you need to get somewhere in a hurry, or we need to break out of an especially hairy situation. Dingus here is the worst condition for the Dingus sub. DSP gets banned from Kick for having Ralph on. The win condition? Oh, the win condition for the Dingus sub. DSP gets banned from Ralph. So, Ralph has been on YouTube before. I said it earlier. Ralph's been on YouTube before after he got banned. Because he's been on Cog's show, and Cog's show is on YouTube. And Cog didn't get banned for having Ralph on. So I think it's Ralph's brand, as in his show. The kill stream is banned, but not Ralph as a person. Kind of like the opposite of Keemstar. Or like Keemstar is banned, but not his brand. Or it could just be that YouTube doesn't care, no matter how many reports they get in. Otherwise, DSP would have been banned from apparent racism years ago. All right, let me progress positively till the next story segment.
Attack, at least until you become over leveled like 10 to 15 hours in, and everything's a fucking joke from that point forward. I have so many complaints with this game that people who have only played the sequel will not understand. Things that have absolutely nothing to do with the obvious political propaganda that was shoved into this game. And the sad thing is, a lot of that propaganda appears so late in the game that people will never see it. Only 11% of people on Steam finished the first game, and it's probably going to be even lower for this one. And the worst of said propaganda, whatever you want to call it, appears over 30 hours in.
Yeah, imagine giving Ralph money.
Let me tell you,
it's almost as whack as giving DSP money.
The first and the second game, if you haven't experienced any of these fucking quests, then you don't have an opinion. You can't argue with the facts I've showed on the screen, though I doubt
he was streaming Assassin's Creed today, so he's definitely making a video.
Anyway, just know that this is one of the greatest video game betrayals of all time. You could probably call it one of the most disappointing sequels of all time, but I wasn't exactly hyped for it, not being the biggest fan of the first game, but I can acknowledge the first game's quality at least. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is the worst kind of sequel. It's the type of sequel that tries to chase.
He's complained about how the boss looks in streams. I've heard him complain about how the boss looks now. He also said he dislikes the boss even in the original. Like he was like, you guys don't want to accept it, but the boss was always woke. Even though this guy was like 10 when MGS3 first dropped. Not even 10. I think he was less than 10.
a larger audience, and unfortunately, it succeeded.
Why is your mom
Even if it
buying you
means
rated M
wiping
games?
away all the soul from the first game, sanding down the edges so that the average person can enjoy it. So again, I just know for a fact that people are gonna try to boil down this review to me complaining about Hans being a romance option, or there being an African character, or you being forced to save the Jews. But the truth is,
Hello,
I
Joe.
have many problems with this game. This is one of the
I'm sure you
most
do.
boring games I have ever played in my
Ugh,
life.
I'm so
and I know-
bored. DSP Jr. I'm so bored. I'm just so fucking bored. Like, I don't even know why I'm playing this. I'm so bored, guys. I'm just so bored. I'm not mad because the game is woke. It's just so boring, guys.
I've said that many times over the past 5 years, but it continues to be true. This game does not respect
Hey,
your time.
Kamui.
It is not a good
The game does not-
RPG.
Oh my
It's not a good story.
DSP Jr. doesn't respect your time.
It's not even that historically accurate anymore. It
It's
honestly
not
comes
factually
across
accurate.
as nationalistic fan fiction and just straight up rewrites history in multiple significant ways. But I realize I basically
Wait.
stepped into the line.
All right, what's this epic meme? Oh, wait, what is this, Assassin's Creed Shadow? Oh, okay. AC Shadows, based on real historical sources. Most people consider it woke. I'd agree with that. No historical sources for whoever the guy on the right is. Not woke? Well,
and
perhaps there's like there's an innate bias to consider the left game woke because it comes from Ubisoft, AAA style.
Significant ways. But I realize I basically stepped into the lion's den because nobody's in my corner
I'm stepping
anymore.
into the lion's den,
Leftists
man.
hate me. The so-called group of anti-woke centrist libertarians don't like me either because they don't want the pendulum to shift too far to the right
Ricada
for
style?
completely bullshit reasons like censorship. But they're completely okay with censoring things like
Okay, shut up. Rephrase that. What specific brand of conservative does not like you?
group of anti-woke centrist
Anti-woke. Okay, I didn't even see this part. Though as it turns out, Endymion agrees with me. Great.
libertarians don't like me either because they don't want the pendulum to shift too far to the right for completely bullshit reasons like censorship. But they're completely okay with censoring things like pronouns. No, that's too far. Not underage gay sex, but pronouns. I'm glad we have our priorities straight. But at the end of the day, I don't care. I started this channel because I wanted to
I don't get the whole thing about Assassin's Creed need to be historically accurate. Where was the outcry for the other AC games? I kind of look at it as like, okay, back in the day, Gamergate style. White SJWs were made fun of by the people on this aisle because they were getting offended or even pretending to get offended on behalf of minority styles, urban styles, and people made fun of them for that. But now in the current era, today, the present day, you have the grifter chud conservative styles pretending to get offended on behalf of Asians who don't even care about the game because it's a Western Ubisoft game.
share my opinion on
It's
video
hypocrisy.
games, and that's never going to change until the day I get banned.
Hey,
So
Sarkar.
without further ado, here's Kingdom Come Deliverance
But yeah, like
2,
AC is not trying to be a history lesson.
glorified humiliation
Pretty disingenuous,
ritual.
I think.
Now,
I heard Japan was suing or something. No, a politician said, fuck it, like, what are you doing? Like, a politician waxed poetic about it at, like, a hearing or something. Basically, he said he'll have to attempt to enact action if, the feature where you destroy shrines. If the shrines destroyed in a game are real style shrines that you can visit in reality. He was saying something like, "Oh, this can encourage people to destroy those actual shrines in real life." No, I don't gel with that. It's the same argument. It's the same school shooter argument. Oh, video games made them do it.
like I said in the intro, this is a completely different style of video that I've never really made before. I've attempted it multiple times in the past and didn't really like the results. So I'll apologize in advance if this is one of the least entertaining videos I've ever done. But for those of you who enjoy my
sorry if the video sucks, guys.
well, I think this is about as much synthetic man bitching as you could possibly ask for. So what this video is basically a breakdown of my experience playing this game from start to finish. So that means some of my criticisms will be even more subjective than usual, but genuinely I just believe all reviews are subjective anyway. Even if you try to base as many of your critiques on objectivity as possible, at the end of the day, what you think of said criticisms is still subjective. And many people don't agree on what actually is a flaw with a video game. That said, there are many problems with the story of Kingdom Come 2.
I did see the scene of him swap and spit with that gay dude in the bamboo forest, and the funny face he made that's become like a reaction image. So I saw that. I only saw screen caps of him with like a female style romance, so that probably is the one that you're referring to.
That I definitely think are
I've
not
also
just
seen
a
the bad
matter
voice
of
acting.
opinion.
And I've
So
heard it
most
too.
of this review is breaking down every single plot point of the story, and I cover the gameplay and the sandbox when necessary in like little interludes. And of course, I talk about the wokeness intermittently when it comes up. So feel free to use the chapter feature to just skip to the parts you want to hear about. Trust me, you're not going to offend me or anything. I realize what I'm doing here is no better than the modern video essayist YouTubers, where they make a several-hour-long video just breaking down every fucking aspect of a game to maximize watch time and thus get the most amount of money possible. So yes, I feel like a little bit of a hypocrite right now because I've insulted those people a bunch of times in the past. The reason I'm doing that with this video is not just because I haven't made a video in over a month, it's also because I needed to be very thorough here so that you understand that this is a deeply flawed game. It is incredibly annoying to me that people who don't even watch my videos like to boil them down to just mindless contrarian complaining about modern video games. You know, the whole
he's calling you
old,
out.
good, new, bad meme. Although I do believe that meme is mostly true. No, there's a lot of stuff.
No, I think he's referring to 4chan's V-board with this, I think. Which tells me that he does read those threads. Despite basically embodying the board, he sieves because the board doesn't like him. I guess they don't like staring into a mirror.
In complaining about modern video games, you know, the whole old good, new bad meme. Although,
but that's true, old good, new bad.
I do believe that meme is mostly true. No, there's a lot of stuff to genuinely critique with this game, and I'm afraid that no one else is going to do it until at least 6 months from now, once the recency bias is worn off. But as I've always proved with this channel, I don't care what the public perception of a game is. I'll crap all over it anyway. But I'm also going to try and give the game credit where it's due when it comes up. There's definitely
he's gonna be fair?
a few
Holy
key
shit.
story moments in this game
I thought he was just gonna
that
lie
were
about the game the whole
legitimately
video.
good and at least as good as the best parts of the first. But I think to understand why this game's story is such a massive downgrade, I need to give you a quick synopsis of the first game's story.
History lesson.
Basically, it's a simple revenge tale. Henry is the son of a blacksmith living in the small village of Skalitz in Bohemia. And in the intro of the game, you get to see a small slice of life of what the average peasant lived like during the 15th century. And then suddenly, his village is attacked and slaughtered by the Cumans, who are a bunch of Hungarian barbarians led by Markvart von Aulitz, the leader of Prague's militia. And he is serving under King Sigismund, the King of Hungary, and has declared himself King of Bohemia as well, taking the throne from his brother Wenceslas. Henry is supposed to deliver his father's last work, a sword for Sir Radzig, the local baron, but instead of hiding in the castle, he runs after his parents to try and help them and watches them get brutally murdered in front of him by the Cumans.
It's an RPG. The parents have to die. They either die or don't exist.
Continuing on, Henry has to escape Skalitz. He can optionally save Teresa, who later becomes his main love interest. And as he flees from Skalitz, he ends up taking an arrow in the leg and just barely makes it to Talmberg, being saved by Sir Robard, the captain of the garrison, and Sir Divish, who is the lord of this castle. But Henry can't rest until he's buried his parents, so he returns to Skalitz, befriends the butcher's dog who's guarding the body of his former master, and in the process he ends up pissing off one of the former residents of Skalitz, who then brings over a pack of bandits led by a man named Runt, who beats Henry within an inch of his life and then steals his father's sword. And right before Runt deals the finishing blow, Teresa shows up and actually saves the day, but not in a girl boss way. She just stalls.
I was about to say, like, how is this okay? This is the first game, right? How is he okay with this?
shows up.
I mean, look, she's even doing the pose. It's not a girl boss though. It's from the game I like, so it's all right.
And actually saves the day, but not in a girl boss way.
All
She
right,
just
explain it
stalls
to me.
time for Sir Robard's men to arrive and rescue Henry.
It's okay when the game I
Henry
like does it.
finally wakes up out of his coma, now living inside the miller's house with his soon-to-be sweetheart Teresa.
Yeah, he doesn't even explain why it's not girl. She literally did the girl boss hands on hips pose, and he does not explain how it's not a girl boss moment. I didn't play this shit.
This is where the game truly begins.
I'm not convinced.
To basically sum up the rest of the story, Henry ends up serving under Sir Radzig, and the big plot twist later is that Sir Radzig is his real biological father, whereas Martin raised him as a favor to Sir Radzig because Henry is a bastard child. Radzig had slept with the peasant woman that was Henry's mom. And so along the course of your journey, you end up befriending Sir Hans Capon, the young lord who will one day inherit Ratai and all of its castles and estates. And yes, a major plot point of the first game is that Hans is underage. That's why Sir Hanush, his uncle, was grooming him essentially to become a real lord later. So I've heard both grifters and Daniel Vavra
Yeah, wait a minute. He loves the game where your dad gets cocked? He's gay!
a real lord later. So I've heard both grifters and Daniel Vavra himself.
Oh yeah, Daniel Vavra is the guy who commented on this video. He's the dev that's been like talking about it on Twitter. He's the guy. He's the guy, the main one. Someone sent him the video and was like, "Any thoughts on it?" And he replied, "The video has no thoughts."
Saying that Hans' birth date was not truly known,
hey,
even though it is literally a plot
I gotta
point
listen to it today
because
Kino Casino is tomorrow.
That Hans is in fact underage. I just wanted to make that clear since there's been, again, a lot of misinformation around Hans' age in the second game, and just so you know, the second game only takes place like a few weeks after the first. So yes, Hans is in fact underage in the second game, and so is Henry for that matter. Yeah, that actually takes a lot of people by surprise, given that the actors that play both of them look 30 or even older, depending on who you ask. But yes, both Henry and...
Yeah, I didn't get that impression when I watched Tevin watching it, when I watched Tevin played it, that they were that young.
And Hans are teenagers in these games. But
they don't look. They whoever they used for like what do you call it? The modeling. What the fuck? What is it called? The motion capture model, and the voice actors don't even sound that young.
Anyway, continuing on with the story synopsis, Henry ends up saving
I had a
Hans
brain
when
fart.
they're on like a hunting trip. Hans gets captured by humans, Henry kills them and frees them, and they basically become best friends ever since, and they go on a series of sometimes perverted adventures. In fact, there's a DLC for the first game that if you own it, you have to complete to beat the game, and it's all about Hans attempting to romance a woman, and Henry is his wingman slash errand boy. So yes, Hans
I guess that
was
shit's not
incredibly
canon in the
straight
second game.
in the first game, and while there were tiny, maybe fruity hints, you could say that Fujoshi types would certainly flick their beans too.
Gorva! Fuck my ass!
Whoa, don't say that. The signs are there. It certainly
I like
wasn't
that.
nearly as flamboyant as the second game gets, that I will hopefully provide some examples in this video. But anyway, over the course...
That is definitely a female gaze style moment.
That I will hopefully provide some examples in this video. But anyway, over the course of the story, Henry ends
Well, I was told it's only gay if you go to the bar with your best friend.
up investigating murders, bandit attacks, taking down an entire camp with Radzig's help, and defeating Runt in a 1v1 fight. Very satisfying, both narratively and gameplay wise, because I whooped his ass. You're a pussy, you know my shield is too strong. Yeah, unbeatable strategy. Just wait till they attack and rescue. Bonk. Oh, that fucking easy. The mace is undefeated. He also investigates that the silver mines and scallots were being used to
You're gonna
forge
turn it off with a
counterfeit
mod.
coin.
What?
And even at one point, you end up having to become a monk in a monastery. Christianity
Oh,
was
that
a
ain't true,
huge part of
Goki.
the first
He
game, which
collabs
is
all
why
the
I
time
found it
with
so
his
interesting
pals.
that Daniel Vavra
He does a
said the
podcast
second
with a
game is
friend.
not, in fact, a Christian game. But again, we'll cover that a little bit more later.
Oh, what does he say there?
The second game is...
Glad to see you came out and embraced being gay. Explains why you made it mandatory in a medieval Christian game. This is Daniel Vavra, the developer. It's not mandatory, and it's not a Christian game, grifter bot.
Not, in fact, a Christian game, but
It's
again,
not
we'll
Christian.
cover that a little bit more later. And by the end of Henry's investigation, he ends up having
let
to
me change
infiltrate
weapons.
the main bandit camp where their small army is being organized, and he unfortunately discovers it's being led by Istvan Toth. Toth is essentially a mercenary or war profiteer who organized a bunch of these bandits that serve under King Sigismund. He not so coincidentally shows up at the beginning of the game right before the Cumans attack, and so he ends up recognizing Henry from Skalitz. So, as you would expect, Henry is once again captured and beaten within an inch of his life, but he manages
Like
to
you
escape by
self-belted
jumping
yourself.
on a pile of shit. And he ends up rallying together both Sir Hanush and Sir Divish's men, and they make a huge assault on the bandit camp and slaughter everyone inside.
Bro, when you say Christian game, I think of like Super Noah's Ark 3D.
Unfortunately, Istvan Toth predicted this would happen and escaped with a bunch of his men beforehand and ended up taking over Talmberg, since Sir Divish basically took almost all of his men, and his worthless wife ended up letting in Istvan Toth since he pretended to be injured. This might be a bad time to tell you this, Sir Divish, but
Come out and fight like a man!
I slept with her, so just let her
I
go.
don't think so. I like it better right.
She's a hoe. Just let her die. And so now the climax of the game is basically a huge castle siege, which unfortunately sounds a lot more exciting than it actually is in gameplay. The third act of the original game is dragged out far too long, and guess what? They didn't fix that in the sequel either. But it was very cool conceptually. You get to see a trebuchet launch a huge boulder, and you get to kill a bunch of guys as you would expect. But there is no huge confrontation between two armies in this game, which was a complaint by some people. And guess what? That wasn't fixed in the sequel either. There is not a single battle in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 that involves more than 20 people on screen at the same time. And unfortunately, the ending is wholly unsatisfying. It essentially ends with Henry not even getting his revenge on Istvan Toth or his father's sword. Instead, it ends with a prisoner exchange, because you find out earlier that one of the commanders of the bandit army, Eric, is Istvan Toth's lover, and we find out even more disturbing information about him in the sequel, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. So yes, when you read the tweet that Daniel Vavra said that homosexual characters existed in the first game, they were literally the villains, and one of them is a pedo, okay? So not exactly the best LGBT representation. There's a reason why leftists hate the first game, and it wasn't just because there were no black characters. I hate this revisionist history that people are pretending that the first game wasn't inherently right-wing. It was a game that put historical accuracy above everything else. It told a compelling, down-to-earth story with basically all-white cast. It portrayed Christianity respectfully, and the villains were gay. You want to tell me that's not good enough to be considered a right-wing game? And so the game concludes with Istvan Toth actually successfully getting away with Henry's sword, no less. And so Henry has a chat with his biological father, Sir Radzig, obviously disappointed he couldn't get his revenge and also couldn't deliver the sword. And so Radzig gives him a little inspiring speech, a bit of a life lesson as well. And then that night, Henry has a dream of talking to his father one last time, or so he thinks. Of course, he shows up again in the sequel for more dream sequences.
We're watching
then there's an epilogue sequence.
Synthetic Man go to town on Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. It's a very long video, so we're going to be here for a while. but I gotta watch it now, or I'll never get another chance.
Where you meet with Margrave Jobst. Jobst is King Sigismund and Wenceslas's cousin, and he supports Wenceslas as the true king of the throne. And so he plans to team up with the Lords of Lipa, meaning Hanush and Radzig, to try and sway the League of Lords to their side so that they can free Wenceslas from his captivity. And so Henry and Hans are tasked with delivering a letter to von Bergov, which is exactly where the second game begins. So for those of you who played the first recently, or...
So when I was watching Tevin play the game, the second game opens up, they have the letter, they go deliver it to the guy. Instead, they like toss shit on him, and then they go to town, and then they like you gotta carry flour and shit, which he's already complained about. So we're gonna get to that.
I've played it multiple times. So the story. Sorry for that little recap, but I thought it was necessary so that people understand that the first game story was very simple, very effective. It felt like a really well-written, concise 90-minute movie plot, but stretched into like a 30-hour video game in a good way, though. It doesn't really feel overly padded out. The cutscenes are limited only to the most important scenes, and everything else is handled in like a standard RPG dialogue system or through gameplay itself. And although the game is quite boring in certain ways, there's a reason why it only has an 11% completion percentage. It is a very well-made game. It has a lot of heart and soul, and the story is pretty damn well written. Again, it doesn't really do anything that you haven't seen before, but it is executed very well. It's not confusing. I don't think there's any point in the game where I genuinely wondered like what the fuck we were doing or why, which I know doesn't really sound like high praise, but well, I think you could probably guess why I'm bringing up that point as we get to the sequels plot. So yes, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2's story. I don't even know where to begin with this one. The story is a fucking mess, dude. If you're still in the region of Trotsky, you probably have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about, because, you know, if I'm being honest, the first half of the story is fine. I thought it was handled fairly well, other than the 3-hour-long intro sequence, which just feels like fucking modern Sony movie game slop shoved into an open-world RPG. I mean, if you compare Kingdom Come 2 to something like fucking Skyrim. In Skyrim, you can be out in the open world in like 15 to 20 minutes. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has a mandatory 3-hour-long tutorial, with about 80% of that being cutscenes and dialogue, not even gameplay. In Kingdom Come 1, in about 10 minutes, you are allowed to explore Skalitz and do minor little side objectives, or you could choose to shotgun the main story to get to the real game, but still, you are given a small amount of player freedom right at the beginning. You can call this a conspiracy theory or whatever, but I seriously believe the intro to Kingdom Come 2 is more than 2 hours just so that you can't refund this shit on Steam, because they know the psychology of the average gamer. Nobody's gonna refund the game before they actually get to the game part. But I'm going off on another tangent. Let's get through the beginning of the story of Kingdom Come 2 first. Now, the first 10 minutes of the story are admittedly fairly strong, as it begins in media res, aka in the middle of things. Except, as it turns out, this is not the middle, this is actually the very end of the game that we're seeing here. And we get to play as Godwin. He's the alcoholic warrior priest character who became a fan favorite because his main quest was easily one of the most memorable. Basically, you go out drinking with him and end up sleeping with a couple women just so you can get a confession of one of the bandits that was at Neuhof, right? And he also had a couple side quests dedicated to him as well that were pretty good. Unfortunately, now that he has a much larger role in the second game, he has become somewhat flanderized. I won't say he's a complete one-note character, but I have to say I pretty much despised almost every single time that you're forced to play as him in this game, because every single one of those segments felt like complete padding. There is basically no reason that you have to play as him,
can't really start
because
stories
he has
or end
his own
stories.
predetermined stats, you don't gain anything from playing as him either. And during this intro sequence, basically you get to
In terms of,
experience
like,
a
me writing.
siege of a castle from the other side. Instead of
Big ups to
attacking, you're now
Zizzle C.
defending, and it looks like our heroes have already lost. And of course, we're wondering this whole time, where the hell is Henry? And again, as I said, I'm going to try to compliment the game where it deserves it. I think this intro is actually a really good tutorial. Well, if only it was the actual tutorial. In reality, this is more like a 5-minute bite-sized gameplay segment where you get to try out crossbows, since that's a new weapon type in this game, and you get into a tiny bit of sword fighting, but that's pretty much it. But still, pretty effective opening. I actually had a little bit of hope for this game after I played this part on stream. And just before our heroes are about to be defeated, we are now taken back a few weeks into the past, with this scene taking place almost directly after the epilogue of the first game. The reason why I point that out is once again to emphasize that, yes, both Henry and Hans are underage. The only time that has passed between the games is essentially however many days it took to ride on horseback from Ratai to the Trotsky region. And it's here in some of the very first dialogue outside of the opening scene that I already have a problem. We're introduced to the motto of this game.
Audentes fortuna juvat. Fortune favors the brave.
And my problem with this is not the message or anything, it's just the fact that they say it like 8 fucking times over the course of the game, and this is not the only repetitive line of dialogue. Once Zhishka gets introduced to the story, he says, "to the task," like 20 fucking times over the course of the game. Oh, and I almost forgot the last repetitive phrase, which is actually the
What,
true
you hate
theme
when
of
they
the
got
game.
mottos? It's
War
supposed to
is
be
a nasty
inspirational.
business. So just war is bad, as if we haven't
War
already
is
heard
about
that
who's
lesson
right,
about
guys.
100
It's about
fucking
who's
times. And trust me, this is no Spec Ops The Line. The way it's handled in game is pretty clumsy and a little forced. Also, revenge is bad is a theme in this game too, just like everyone's favorite game, The Last of Us 2. And look, you can say I'm having a bit of a teasmo moment here, and that's fine, but not only do I not like repetitive dialogue, but I just think this shows the laziness of the writers. They're trying too hard to create a meme out of this game. And I have some other big complaints with the dialogue, namely that characters swear every 5 minutes, which is another trope of millennial writing. There has to be at least twice as many curses as the first game. And I have to remind you that 15th century Bohemia...
I do dislike that. It's just, it seems like a crutch.
It was absolutely a very Christian nation. So while I'm no historian, I can't imagine it was very common to say fuck, shit, curva, etc., in every sentence. These people swear more than I do. But anyway, to get back to the story, eventually Hans and Henry meet up with Captain Thomas, who is the captain of Trotsky Castle's guard. After a somewhat tense confrontation, essentially, Henry and Hans explain their mission. He agrees to let them into the castle the next day, and so you have to rest for the night. And here we're introduced to a bunch of jobbers who are waving death flags so obvious that I'm sure a child could predict what's about to come next. We're then given a very basic combat tutorial, and I'm not going to talk about my issues with the combat quite yet, but I think even from this very first fight, the problems become obvious. And so, after Henry and Hans have a little friendly duel, they then go bathing shirtless in the lake, and it just so happens there's also some women there. And so Hans is supposed to be straight and a hornball at this point, so of course he wants to sneak in and get a good look at the women. And
What
as
is
you
this,
might
Persona?
guess, this is just a basic stealth tutorial. In this game, they've added the ability to throw rocks just like Far Cry, and also just like Far Cry, throwing rocks more or less trivializes any challenge from the stealth. Unless, of course, you don't get the tutorial for how stealth kills work and fuck them up for the first few hours of the game like I did, but, you know, that's more of a me problem than a game problem. Well, anyway, while Henry and Hans are off on their little adventure, of course, the bandits that Captain Thomas mentioned in the last conversation show up and slaughter all of our friends that we were literally just introduced to. None of those characters existed in the first game, and they act like, oh, we're all buddy-buddy with them just so that we would actually care when they get slaughtered in like 2 seconds.
The one in the blue dress is who you meet again
Henry,
later on.
being a simp, decides to expose both himself and Hans to try and save Catherine, the MILF love interest in this game. And we also see a little tease for Zhishka, showing that, maybe he's got a heart of gold deep down inside as he kills one of his own men to save Catherine from being violated. Now, of course, as it turns out later, Catherine was working with Zhishka the whole time as a spy.
No
and
love interest. How can this game be woke, guys?
Knew that, but knowing this plot twist later, this seems like all one huge coincidence, because I don't see how washing clothes with some women in a lake helps her maintain her position as a spy, and just so happens that she's there when Zhishka shows up. I don't fucking know. I know this sounds like nitpicking, but again, in hindsight, this scene doesn't really make sense. In any case, because Henry exposed himself, him and Hans have to quickly swim across the lake, and as you'll know from the first game, Henry doesn't know how to swim, and so he gets shot in the back with an arrow, and when they reach the other side of the lake, Hans, being an absolute fucking retard, just rips the arrow out and doesn't even bandage the wound or clean it or anything. Henry should know better than this. I know that gameplay, especially in RPGs, isn't exactly strictly canon, but Henry absolutely should have some medicine skills at this point and know better than to let Hans just do this
factually
and for him to walk around with a gaping fucking wound. And now you're gravely injured and have to do a forced stealth segment, the first of many in this game, by the way.
I don't know, it's a good excuse for a
stealth
situation.
That forced stealth is bad, especially in games that are not dedicated stealth games. Yet, as you'll see, the game forces you into a very specific play style a bunch of times, and even when you become so powerful that you could basically take on a small army by yourself, the game finds new ways to force you to do stealth by making it so your allies can get killed. But I'm getting ahead of myself. After sneaking around in the woods for a while, eventually Henry gets attacked by a lone merc and is too weak to defend himself, but right before he's about to be dealt a lethal blow, Mutt saves him. Unfortunately, in the tussle, both him and the merc go tumbling off of a cliff, and Henry has a near-death experience speaking to his father once again. We also get one of many flashback sequences that explains the story of the first game. It is very evident that the beginning of this game was designed in such a way that they knew a shit ton of new people would be buying this game, so they basically recapped the entire story of the first game across a series of flashbacks in the first half. And as someone who had very recently completed the first game when I played this, I found that incredibly obnoxious. I think if you're going to recap the first game, you should just have subtle dialogue hints, and then, like some other sequels have done, you just have an optional, basically mini movie that you can select on the title screen. I've seen some other games do that. I think that's a great idea. It'll be just a quick refresher for both people who haven't played the first one years and people who
Seems
never
like this
did
is like a
play
self-inflicted
it, forcing
critique.
us to watch probably another 15 minutes at least of cutscenes just to remind us of knowledge that we should already know is just even more padding on top of a game that has hours and hours of padding. But anyway, Martin encourages us and says we have to keep fighting until our work is done, and so Henry survives and Hans carries him to a local herb woman where he's attacked by one more merc who he defeats, but he's also injured in the process. Another important thing to note here is the explanation for why Henry has now reverted from like level 15 to level 5 is because of his near-death experience, which actually I'm kind of okay with, at least part of it. If you compare it to something like God of War Ragnarok, which I'm sort of infamous for complaining about in my review of that game, this one at least makes a lot more sense. Henry would likely have some broken bones, his shoulders fucked up from the arrow, he nearly died, so all of his physical abilities being reduced is completely fine from a narrative perspective. It's even sort of explained as his body sort of remembering how to fight is the reason why you gain power so fast in this game. Now, what doesn't make sense is why all of your mental abilities are reduced as well. All of Henry's knowledge that he gained from the first game is completely lost, and there is no line about him having amnesia. But I'm not going to spend a portion of this review complaining about something that video games have been doing ever since sequels existed. I'll just say that I'm slightly disappointed that we have to more or less start over from level 1 again, because trust me, level 5 is treated
It's just the issue with sequels.
like level 1 in this game. And here we are given yet another tutorial, this time for alchemy. Now, alchemy was a feature that I despised from the first game, and it is pretty much the same in this one. I think on paper the minigame is cool because it's fairly complex and probably simulates in a somewhat realistic way how you would accurately make medicine in the time period, but I still think it's a bit too clunky and slow, and past a certain point it is ultimately completely pointless because you're throwing so much money that there's no reason you would ever have to make your own medicine. Especially because the biggest benefit of alchemy in the first game was the ability to make savior schnapps, the save potion, because yes, the only way to manually save is to either make an exit save or to save using one of these potions. Oh, and of course when you sleep in a bed that you own or rented as well. But in Kingdom Come 2, they reduced the price of savior schnapps to something like a third of what it was in the first game. It used to cost over 100 groschen, now it's just like 40. Oh, and there's a lot more auto-saves now, too. I believe the only times the first game auto-saved is whenever you started a quest or completed one. Now, in this game, every time you complete a major objective in a quest, it saves. Which, trust me, no matter what the tryhards say, that's not a bad thing. That's definitely good. And the fact that alchemy was basically completely optional in the first game, I don't think any of the main quests required you to make a potion, but maybe I'm remembering wrong. And now it's a mandatory part of the already absurdly long tutorial, just kind of built upon the misery I was experiencing for the first few hours of this game. So as Henry starts to recover, he helps out the herb woman by burying the body that Hans had killed last night. And as he comes back, two of the mercs from the band show up threatening the woman. Now, I'm sure you can talk them down, but by this point, I wanted to fight some enemies, so we had a combat encounter. Now, here's where I'm going to talk about some of the issues with the combat that weren't fixed from the last game. For some reason, the hit detection, hitboxes, whatever, are completely fucked in this game. Something that you'll no doubt notice as soon as you get a hold of a proper weapon is that if you attack an enemy outside of combat, they can be standing directly in front of you. You can be practically touching tips, so to speak. You'll swing directly at them and fucking miss. What I got into the habit of doing was aiming slightly to the left of the enemy just so that the sword swing would actually hit them. I don't know how the fuck the devs messed this up. Did they really think the player would never try to attack an enemy outside of combat? Did they really only think we would stealth kill or choke out enemies? We would never just swing our fucking sword or club or spear? But it doesn't stop there. The actual hit detection in combat is fucked as well. If you and the enemy are not standing on the same elevation, half of your attacks are gonna miss. And guess what? That only goes one way. Somehow the enemy attacks will still hit you, even if they're using a weapon with less reach. In fact, I would argue reach is completely meaningless in this game. You would think the entire appeal of using a spear would be that you could attack an enemy outside of their attack range. Well, guess what? They added fucking sliding to enemy attacks. I'm not joking. I tested this comically while riding on a horse. Dude, how many air... Whoa! 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 And even when both you and the enemy are facing each other, you're locked on, you're swinging at them, sometimes you will miss for no conceivable reason, and this is obviously going to interrupt your combo. And speaking of combos, combos are fucked too. Now, this is a problem the first game also had, but it's even worse in this one. But basically, combos are exactly how they sound, right? You just attack in this guy? His shield specific directions, and your final hit is unblockable and hits them in a specific place, right?
Come on.
In the first game, I would just spam whatever combo hit the enemy in the face, but I think the devs knew that that's the only combo people would ever use, so you actually have to unlock that one in this game. But the problem was, if an enemy master strikes you, which is essentially an unblockable counterattack, then it interrupts your combo and you take damage. This turned the first game's combat incredibly defensive, because if your opponent had higher stats than you, then they had a very high chance to counter every single attack that you would do against them, making the fight borderline unwinnable. Of course, until you unlocked Master Strikes, and then all you had to do was wait for the opponent to attack and press the counter button as soon as the perfect block shield shows up. And then you'd win every single fight in the entire game. Even group fights weren't actually that difficult as long as you swap targets quickly enough. Now, somehow in the sequel, Henry has forgotten how to do Master Strikes, so you do have to unlock it, but thankfully you can get it very early on if you know where to learn it. But instead of Master Strikes being sort of like the default counter system, now we have perfect blocks into riposts. And you might think at first, oh, that's kind of cool, I guess. You know, you block an opponent's attack and then you just strike them back. Well, there's a huge fucking problem with this that every single person who has played this game will agree with this if they're being honest. And that's the fact that riposts can be perfect blocked, and then you can riposte off of a perfect block to riposte. You literally get into a perfect block war with your opponent where you block their attack, strike back. They block that, they strike back.
You know what I'm not blocking? The raid from Ann Lee. Ann, 1337. That guy. Massive raid. Party of 23. Big ups, welcome in. I'm reading the dictionary in Xenoblade Chronicles X while I listen to Synthetic Man rant and destroy Kingdom Come in my ass Deliverance 2 because it's woke and gay. Thank you for the raid. Don't listen to how I pronounced the title of that game. It was a joke. The joke, guys, promise. Trust.
Club Clussy. Let's fucking go. It totally worked out.
This City Skylines. The one time Ann played that game on stream.
That comics.
You can tell the streams from 2022.
I just realized that. There you go, Club Clussy. You ask and ye shall receive. And a man of the people. Yeah, send Rydrake that, dude. Tell Rydrake, tell Rydrake if he wants, can come over to Club C. It's got all his Clussy needs.
Does it have his casting couch?
Oh man. In Metropolis. I know all the good shit going on.
Oh shit, what is this Crash remix? I think Tevin used to play this song. Thank you again for the raid.
That strike back and then attack until both of you run out of stamina.
Yeah, we're speeds,
the thing is, enemies never fucking seem to run out of stamina in this game, so I had to get into the habit of just blocking the final hit and waiting for my stamina to recharge. And so there are only a few fundamental counters to this system, one of which doesn't even work most of the time. And we'll cover that one first, which is essentially that your enemy has a smaller percent chance of perfect blocking as long as you don't attack from the same direction that they're pointing their weapon in. And the problem with this is once you start fighting enemies who can master strike you, if you're pointing your weapon in the opposite direction as theirs and you attack, then they can master strike you, which means you have to hold your weapon perpendicular to theirs to hopefully get a better chance of hitting in. But it's just that, it's only a chance. So what does this leave us with? Two options. One, feinting, which feints were already sort of the only counter to master striking the first game that honestly didn't work a lot of the time, but essentially how it works is you just change your attack direction as you're swinging the sword. And there's even a perk in this game that gives you a far higher percent chance that your enemy will not block a feint. And then of course the final solution is master strikes once you learn them, but we'll come back to that a little bit later. So ultimately this supposedly realistic combat system just boils down to you flailing wildly, and that actually works better than timing your strikes or pointing in any direction that makes sense or trying to do combos, because you'll never fucking have a chance.
I don't think he will,
because the enemy will just fucking perfect block every single one of your swings for like the first 10 to 15 hours of the game. I know there's gonna be somebody pretending this combat system's any good, but it's just not. So anyway, to get back to the story, after you help the herb woman and rest for the night, you meet her daughter Pavlena, and it seems like they're setting up for her to be a romantic interest. And don't worry, we'll cover her side quest, but spoilers, no, you can't sleep with this woman, even though it definitely seems like at some point in development you were supposed to be able to. Maybe I'm reading into
subverting
the
gamer's expectations.
Some kind of spark going on here. And so
no
finally,
peasant daughter
Henry
romance.
and Hans are ready to leave and make their way to Trotsky Castle castle to meet von Berghoff. And then
Alright,
we
they
get
toss
the
some
first
shit on
of
him,
many, many
Humiliation ritual?
rituals
There you go.
in this game.
I thought it was funny.
I bear an urgent message
Check it
to
out.
your liege lord.
At least it's Hans and not your character.
Hear me! Open the gate! I am a messenger from Sahanash of Lipa!
Felted.
Fucking shit! You fucking cunts! You
I didn't know we traveled to India in this one. So it's been a while since I've had a counter on screen, but yeah, I think humiliations is going to be the counter for this video. And for no—
But like, isn't that within reason? Because they come up there looking like peasant bums.
particular reason at all, I'm going to represent this with this smiling individual from the Fallout TV show. Again, I know the disingenuous Redditor types are just going to say some of this is supposed to be purely for comedy's sake, but the sheer amount of times that Henry or Hans are humiliated and the player is forced to endure this is unreal.
He's going to argue it's because they're white.
Times to purely be for padding or for comedy. No, this is very deliberate. So even if you disagree with the reasoning
it's the
behind
chamber
half of
pot.
these
Come on.
examples, you'll still get to see firsthand how many times.
Now wait a minute. Is he gonna say this is a humiliation ritual? But it also happens in his favorite game, Silent Hill 2.
Behind half of these examples, you'll still get to see firsthand.
Is literally what happens in Silent Hill 2. Come on, remember James in a toilet, and then they make fun of it in Silent Hill 3? How is this humiliation ritual?
How many times that we are made to do bitch work or we're shit on in some fashion? It is truly unbelievable.
Big ups Ann Lee and 1337. I got too salty at Everhood 2. That's amusing because I was watching you play it, and I don't know. I guess I dipped out before you got too mad at it.
Especially with the first game freshly in my mind, when every single time that Henry is treated like a peasant, it's for good reason and it is justified in the story. So after being thoroughly humiliated, the Master Chamberlain explains they found the corpse of Hans Capon by the river, killed by bandits. Now I have no idea if they were given some kind of description of what Hans looks like. I can only assume the mercenaries maybe dressed up one of the corpses in his clothes and put the letter on him or something. I have no idea. They never actually explain this plot point, but of course Henry tries to explain that they escaped
for the slime girl
and
with
that
big fat
Captain
titties.
Thomas can verify their identity. But of course, conveniently, Captain Thomas was also attacked by the mercenary band and is now delirious from his injuries.
For the hand check?
So now our heroes have no choice but to retreat to Troskowitz and try and come up with a plan. I guess the corpses of the multiple mercs that Hans and Henry killed on the way here didn't have enough coin on them for them to afford some basic meals. And so now they're forced to do manual labor for this bitchy innkeeper woman who is an essential NPC, by the way. If you were like me and tired of this now 3-hour-long tutorial and just wanted to play the goddamn game, and
I just want to play the
maybe
fucking
wanted
game.
some revenge on the people who mistreated you, no, this innkeeper is an essential NPC even after the intro. And she's not the only one. Conveniently, Catherine shows up to the inn, and Henry tries to speak to her since she's the only one now who can verify their identities, but she's not willing to do it because she's a spy. So instead, she tells Henry that he's going to have to find a way into the Samine wedding so that he can get a chance to talk to von Berghoff. After this conversation, the innkeeper says it's time to pay our debts, and you know what that means?
Fun
It
wasn't
means
there for
carrying
Anne. Many such
sacks
cases.
slowly from point A to point B. And of course, Hans is a little prissy bitch noble, so he can't help us because he's too good for that, which I guess actually is pretty in character based on how it was like in the first game. Though now that I know he's gay for Henry, it seems like every single line out of his mouth is an innuendo.
Kiss my ass. And by the way...
Well, don't say it!
How about stretching our...
Don't say that.
After that long journey.
You can't say that. No, you can't say swordplay either.
Lug sacks? Are you yanking my noble pizzle?
I'm serious.
I'm sure you wish I was.
Bear in mind that I'm still your master. Enough of your insolence and start accepting.
I don't like that word either.
In short, be so kind as to get to work.
Reputation loss. No.
Don't say that. God damn it, dude. Every line in the game is gay now. And so after this forced Sony movie game segment, we see Hans getting into a manufactured conflict with a guard. I guess we haven't been through enough just yet. Also, listen to how bad some of this dialogue writing is.
A weed like you surviving a fight against bandits even von Berghoff himself has trouble with?
Believe what you like, but I'm telling the truth. And in fact, I'm willing to overlook all your insults if you apologize right now.
Apologize. Send me an
and
email.
Invite me to that wedding.
Oh, you want to come to the wedding, do you?
This is fucking dialogue, dude.
I am Sir Hans Capon, Lord of Perkstein, and I demand your immediate apology.
I am Sir Hans Capon,
Add one to the
Lord
counter.
of Perkstein. Sir Hans Capon, Lord of Perkstein. La, 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 la.
Dude, what the f— And so you end up joining in this massive fist fight at the inn. Both you and Hans get arrested and have to serve some time on the pillory as you're humiliated once
This is
again.
when I,
And finally, the
this is,
climax
when
to
I fell
this
asleep.
3-hour-long intro is Henry and Hans getting in a prolonged fight
like
where
4 in the morning
Henry
or something.
finally lets out all of his frustration, which I'll admit
I don't know what happens after this
doesn't
part.
really feel earned. At least in my experience in the first game, the characters got along pretty well after you saved Hans from the Cumans. Yes, Henry was basically his glorified errand boy, but it didn't really seem like they had a bad relationship. But for the sake of the plot, our heroes need to split up. So they have this fight. Hans is released first, so he just wanders off into the wilderness, and now, finally, we get to play the game. Now, if you watched my first stream of this game, you'll know that my next 3 hours of gameplay were an absolute disaster, but I have to admit a lot of that was my own fault. So I'm not going to hold that stuff against the game. I'll just give you a very brief summary of what happened. Basically, the first thing I tried to do was get some good gear, because you start off with absolutely fucking nothing. I mean, it's even less than the first game after the intro. You're literally shirtless and don't have a penny on you. And so, I think the intended order of gameplay is you're supposed to do some basic bitch side quest chores to get a little bit of money, and then buy some basic equipment so that you can kill bandits or maybe steal some stuff from the houses, and that's supposed to get you by until you can truly actually play the game. Another theory is that you're supposed to directly head to the next main quest, which is either helping out a local blacksmith or the local miller to try and find a way to get inside the wedding. I chose the miller, and based on the quests he had assigned, you didn't need any particular skills to do them, so that seems pretty likely as well. The only problem is both the blacksmith and the miller are a pretty long walk from Troskowitz, and you would think that the developers know you've just been released onto the sandbox.
You know, he would hate the intro to Kingdom Hearts 2. The entire opening.
Glorified movie game segment that you'd want to, you know, fuck around with the sandbox for a bit. So you'd think that they would put some interesting quests, or maybe just a main quest inside that starting village, but no. In fact, you have several disadvantages, not even just the fact that you have no gear or money, but also that you have a low starting reputation in this town. And they adjusted the crime system a bit from the first game, and I would say they're all negative changes. They don't add anything of value. Now, I think the premise is fine, which is that if you commit too many crimes in a village, then they're gonna figure out it was you, even if nobody saw you do it. But in reality, I don't even think that's true. A lot of people have been reporting that they basically broke into and robbed everything out of everyone's homes, and there's basically no consequences. Whereas on the flip side of things, what I did in my playthrough was murder people, and it seems like as soon as you kill someone, the guards are gonna fucking figure it out one way or another. Now, it's certainly possible to kill someone, get away with it, but it's definitely more difficult than the last game if you're not willing to literally hide the corpse outside of the village. Not to mention that factions will actually recognize if you're wearing their gear and immediately try to arrest you. Another problem with being at low reputation is that certain guards will search you when you pass by them, taking away all the items you just stole, even if they have no way of knowing if it's stolen. Like fucking Groshin. Do you think people mark their goddamn coins? That makes no sense. And I know some people are going to be like, well, how the hell is this different from the first game or really any other open world RPG? Well, believe it or not, I murdered a shit ton of people in the first game. I started calling my character Black Henry, named after Black Peter, which is a guy who tries to kill you with a poison sword after you beat him in a tourney in Ratai. And at one point in the game, I literally, in broad daylight, choked out a prostitute, carried her about 100 feet away, and then curb stomped her fucking neck, and there were 0 consequences.
Old whore. She's just called old whore.
What? Just like stomp on her neck? Much later in the second game, on a whim, I decided to test out the line of sight system because I was trying to shoot a guy with a crossbow who was programmed to never leave his seat during that quest, which I'm not even gonna get into, but that's just incredibly lazy how that was handled. And it turns out that if I shot at him and missed, or shot at him and didn't kill him, the guards would investigate, but they couldn't see me. But when I loaded a save from literally that exact same spot, I shot him and killed him, I was immediately spotted. So I'm not going to spend an eternity explaining why I despise this system, but let me just tell you, it is very much a downgrade from the last game. It's just annoying as fuck to murder a bunch of people. In fact, in the gypsy camp, I ended up soft locking the game, but we'll get to that a little bit later. The other thing that happened that wasted a bunch of my time in the first stream is that I got food poisoning because I wasn't paying attention to the state of some chicken that I've been carrying around for a while.
He's talking about real life or the game?
I soft-locked myself from food poisoning because I didn't have time to run to a nearby village and buy a digestive potion. I didn't have...
Yeah, technically I had plenty of time, I just didn't realize the food poisoning would kill me until it was too late. My last save was like an hour before this point. This seems like another self-inflicted situation.
Time to run to a nearby village and buy a digestive potion. I didn't have the materials to make a digestive potion either, so I had to scramble together the herbs for a marigold concoction and make that quickly, and I just barely survived. But again, I don't hold that against the game. That was a me problem. To get back to the overall sandbox experience, Troskowitz is a terrible starting town. There's not really anything of value worth doing there except for a pre-order or gold edition quest, whatever it was, I didn't really check, where you get to find some armor, and I never even ended up completing it. But there's only actually a couple other quests you accept in town. There are quests outside of town that take you back into it, but you would think that the town you start in would have some basic bitch tasks for you to complete to maybe get some basic equipment or some money to buy it. But no, Troskowitz is weirdly barren, except for one quest, which is pretty interesting, but I think it's interesting for the wrong reasons. And this is a quest where we actually get the bad kind of player choice, because believe it or not, I don't actually think player choice is always a good thing, especially if it's to the detriment of the characterization of the person
Totally
you're
unrelated
playing
footage.
as.
What?
Henry is not a blank slate. He has so much dialogue in this game that has no player input whatsoever. In fact, there's not really any way for Henry to express the play style that I played in this game, which is
Reminds me of how I see Fire Emblem avatars. They're not player slates. They are their own characters that you control.
Being basically a murderous heathen barbarian
too much
who
personality
hates
that you
humans.
cannot influence.
Despite the fact that you can murder so many innocent people in-game, Henry never addresses this in dialogue. In fact, there's a main quest a little over 2/3 of the way through the game where Henry is actually horrified that one of the mercenary band that you recruit later wants to torch an innocent village, when at that point I'd probably killed just as many innocents as the Dry Devil. And I don't even want to get into the lack of dialogue choices involving Musa, or your non-blood related brother who's part of less than 2% of the population. There's many times in this game where the role-playing experience clearly stops and you are just railroaded into what Henry's character is supposed to be. And the reason I even bring this up at all is because so many people have praised this game for its player choice, when the main quest is easily one of the most railroaded I've ever experienced in an RPG. RPG, or a Western one anyway. It's almost closer to a JRPG in that sense, but instead of going through a glorified visual novel, this is a 40-hour-long movie if you're skipping like all the side quests. And even the side quests honestly aren't that impressive when it comes to player choice either. I'd say probably about half the quests in the game don't even have an alternative way of completing them, and they're more like a standard kill bandits here, or steal this thing from this house, or maybe do a speech check of some kind to convince somebody of something. And look, I'm not even going to pretend that's a huge problem with these quests. Something like Fallout New Vegas is incredibly rare, where you have a quest that not only has multiple different ways to complete it, but also has multiple different conclusions depending on which faction you're working with. No, my ultimate problem is that much of the player choice in this game is ultimately meaningless, and I hope to convince you of that by the time we reach the end of the story. But anyway, to get back to this cumin quest, so essentially the innkeeper wants to get rid of these cumins because, well, they're cumins. They're Hungarian barbarian savages. They pillaged, they've raped, they refuse to learn Czech.
What's wrong with that?
Do you need any other reasons to hate them? And Henry has an extremely strong character motivation to be racist against them. And yet, what can you do in this quest? You can fucking be...
I thought you said you couldn't relate to this character because you couldn't influence him.
Friend against them. Has an extremely strong character motivation to be racist against them. And yet, what can you do in this quest? You can fucking befriend them. And holy fuck, it's actually worse than I thought.
It. Diversity.
You're not just befriending any cumins. These people were literally at Skalitz. Imagine befriending the group of people who killed your parents in front of you. This is just straight up character assassination. There's no good argument for player choice in this case. Especially given how limited your character choices are in the main story anyway. This is just straight up racial cuckoldry. You could very easily replace cumin with any ethnicity of people, we'll put it at that, and holy fuck, this is truly disgusting. I don't want to be banned from YouTube, but goddamn, this pisses me off. And I was tempted to try and explore this option, but as it turns out, the quest completely bugged out and the cumins never spawned. So I failed the first objective. And so now I was given the option to kill them, which I'm glad that we can do that at least. But let me just tell you, for better or worse, this was single-handedly the most challenging part of the game for me. But first, I think I need to set the stage for how it ended up being so difficult. Basically, all I had accomplished at this point in the game, not counting my various deaths I mentioned previously, was kill 3 bandits and take their equipment and money, do the basic combat tutorial with Tomcat, which, quick aside about him, by the way, if you'll remember, your teacher for the combat system in the first game was Captain Bernard, the leader of the Ratai Guards, so obviously he would be a very experienced swordsman. Made sense. He was kind of an interesting character. I liked him. Your first sword teacher in this game is a fucking circus strongman gypsy. I'm not even making this shit up.
Whoa, don't tell me.
This is the first of many more subtle propaganda aspects of this game, but the gypsies are painted as these completely oppressed people who didn't do nothing. Their leader, the wise man of the camp, is a fucking South Asian or Middle Eastern looking motherfucker. He's the only guy with this phenotype in the entire game. I have no idea where he's actually supposed to be from. I didn't end up doing his side quest where you try and find his daughter. No, spoilers, I killed him later, but I'm not going to get into that now. But yeah, the game subtly pushes the message that the gypsies are being hounded for no reason at all. They definitely don't steal and cheat people or kill people or any of that shit. No. Hell, they're even allowed to be here. They have a charter from King Sigismund to just fucking camp out in the woods in von Berghoff's backyard. I have no idea if that's historically accurate, and I honestly don't care, but I digress. The reason I bring this up is because I tried to learn Master Strikes from Tomcat, but because I had such weak equipment, he instantly defeated me in like 2 hits. And so, having nowhere to sleep in the gypsy camp, I returned to Troskowitz, hanging on to life by a thread, and I'm immediately arrested because in this save, I tried to kill the guard from the intro and found out, of course, that he's an essential NPC. Well, he woke up and reported my crimes, of course. I couldn't afford to pay them, so I got fucking flogged.
That's what I thought, having watched Hunchback of Notre Dame, Rinchek. How many times is this dude gonna get arrested?
And because the innkeeper hates me at this point in the game, I wasn't even allowed to sleep in her inn. No, I had to sleep in the fucking dirt to heal off my injuries. And so after all this, I was truly fed up with the game and just wanted some shit to happen. So I found out that the humans were hiding in the gypsy camp. I went there and slowly tried to hatch a plan to kill them. At first, I tried to play it smart by poisoning their food. Well, as it turns out, they don't actually fucking eat their food. I'm not joking. The humans are programmed to leave Troskowitz and just sit at their camp all day and all night, and they never eat the food. I don't know if this is a bug or not. I'm gonna just go ahead and assume that it is, but that plan didn't.
Look, they're humans, not humans. Therefore, they don't need to eat. They're not like us.
So my next plan was to just shoot them with a bow until I could kill them, because the AI is kind of ass. And we'll take a second to talk about the ranged combat in this game, because it's probably the only significant upgrade over the first game. In Kingdom Come 1, the ranged combat feels like it was designed by aliens, because instead of aiming down the middle of the screen, you have to just look at the center and guess where the arrow is gonna go based on where it's pointing. Anybody who's shot a bow in the first game knows how unbelievably frustrating it is. It doesn't help that one of the first times you ever use a bow, you're hunting rabbits, so you're gonna miss almost every fucking shot. Now, by the end of the game, I actually started becoming pretty good at just kind of gauging where I'm supposed to shoot. So in a weird way, it was actually kind of satisfying just because of how inherently difficult it was. But obviously, Warhorse got some common sense and just made the range combat work like any shooter in this game. So not only did it take like 4 arrows to kill a single human, but I was also doing this in broad daylight, because as it turns out, the humans also don't turn on any lights at night, and the night in Kingdom Come is a lot like Dragon's Dogma. It's fucking pitch black. You can't see shit. And even still, they would eventually find me, and then I would get in a fight with them on the cliff, and then I would end up falling off the cliff. Haha. Thank God. Oh, fuck. So my next plan was to just ambush them one by one and take them out as they were traveling from Troskowitz to the gypsy camp. Honestly, a pretty good plan. Only one problem. The humans have such higher stats and better equipment at this point that I could just barely take them on in a 1v1. And it took so long that another human would just catch up and then be a 2v1 and I lose instantly. Or eventually I just fuck it up because I get tired after like 5 straight minutes of fighting a guy and then he just hits me and kills me. And the sad thing is, if I had waited just enough time until I could beat Tomcat in a duel, I don't think I would have ever struggled, because Master Strikes are just as broken as the first game. So after probably over an hour and a half of attempting to kill the humans, I put a pin in that first stream and came back to it on the next one. I spent a bunch of my unspent perk points, which I'm not going to delve into great detail how the level up system works in this game. Basically, it's exactly like Elder Scrolls. You use a skill and you get better at that skill. I don't have a single problem with that. I think it works out great. I wouldn't even say the array of skills are interesting enough to talk about on their own, because your basic stats like strength or agility or vitality are just going to go up naturally as you're playing. And while some of the skills are a little outlandish for what you're probably used to with open world RPGs like drinking or scholarship, houndmaster, horsemanship, you can completely ignore all of those skills and it's not going to affect your experience playing this game pretty much at all. So there's not really much of a point in going into detail about them. As for the perks though, the only main difference between this one and the first is that they removed most of the perks that have a downside to them. Now pretty much all the ones in this game are good, which unfortunately kind of removes a little bit more player choice, especially in how you want to build your Henry, because like I said at the beginning, by the end of the game, Henry's just good at everything. But I'm not going to complain about the perks themselves. They have fairly powerful effects that make a major difference in combat. The other thing I did is that once I assassinated the first human, I took his keys and found there's a chest in one of their tents, which had much better gear than what I had on top of the human I just killed. And so I smartly made a save at this point, and after a couple more failed attempts, I eventually just tried to cheese the stealth system in the dumbest way imaginable, and I basically just hid behind a bush just 50 feet away from them and just drew them out one by one by just shooting one. He goes to investigate, I kill him. I shoot the next one, he goes to investigate, I kill him. The last one was sleeping in a bed in broad daylight for some reason, and so I finally killed the final human, and I succeeded with the quest. Now you may be wondering, why the hell did I derail this review for probably 10 plus minutes at this point? Just to give you a little anecdote of my personal gameplay experience. Well, believe it or not, despite all the bitching I've done, I think this is one of the best side quests in the game. And let me explain why. Even though I have always been a huge advocate of saying hard does not equal good, this game becomes stupid easy by a certain point. I'd say probably by the time you get to the Kutenberg region, you can pretty much handle any single 1v1 in the game, and even most group fights are not that difficult because the enemy AI is clearly less aggressive than the first game. But this one point here, I accepted this quest clearly a little bit too early, even though it is in the very starting town, so that doesn't really make sense from a game design perspective. But I guess you're supposed to make peace with the humans or maybe threaten them to leave. You're not expected to be able to kill them, but you can. This is true player choice in the sense that not only does the quest have multiple different ways to complete it, but it also has one option that is significantly more challenging than the other ones, but is still very doable. And so even though I struggled, I suffered, I'd been through so much boredom during that first stream, it was incredibly satisfying when I finally beat this quest because I actually had to use my brain. And while ultimately all I did was break the shitty AI, it was still kind of fun. This is the quest that probably reminded me of the first game the most because infamously, if you've played Kingdom Come 1, the first half of that game is very rough. You can get ambushed while fast traveling and just get killed in 2 seconds by a pack of fucking peasants with axes and clubs. That was part of the experience, and yes, it sucked that you died and then you had to load a save because there were even less autosaves in the first game, so there was a very good chance that you'd lose 30 minutes or more of progress whenever you died. But that was part of the experience. That is part of what made the first game unique, and unfortunately, they sanded off a lot of those edges with this one. Let's talk about fast travel in this game really quick. In the first game, there were very few random events that could happen while you're traveling. Over half of them were simply you get attacked by enemies. There were a few that were sort of like mini quests, but for the most part it legitimately was just humans attack or bandits attack. In Kingdom Come 2, there's quite a few like goofy random events, and a lot of them are just kind of ass and feel like a waste of time. Like there's one where you have to beat a dude's ass so that he can explain to his lord how he lost a letter. There's another one where there's like this famous boxer who's roaming around, and guess what? That event is completely bugged. I killed him twice before accepting the boxing match much later in the game. Of course, there's still bandit attacks, and now you can be attacked by wolves as well, which are the worst enemy type in the game. They're just buggy as hell to fight. Half your swings miss for no reason, and they're not even challenging at that, so I'm not even get into that, but yeah, the wolf enemy type sucks ass. The only time I had an interesting fast travel experience in this entire game is when I got roped into a side quest about a demon living in a mine shaft. My point is, fast travel in the first game was supposed to feel dangerous, like it was a real risk to incentivize you to actually have to ride on your horse from point A to point B. Now, you know me, I hate wasting time, so I actually didn't really like that, honestly, but I can't deny that there's something incredibly satisfying about reaching the point in the first game where you feel like you can take anyone. Fast travel is no longer dangerous, even like a 4 or 5v1 fight, as long as you time your master strikes correctly. You just cut these fuckers down in like one hit each, and you feel like such a badass. In this game, that still happens, but it doesn't feel nearly as earned. And I think part of that is due to the reduced player choice, as I mentioned earlier, because in the first game, I believe, and I'll double check this in editing, that you actually only are forced to kill one person throughout the entire game. Whereas in Kingdom Come 2, there's many mandatory story sections where you fight a bunch of people, and while I'm sure some of these you can get away with the AI just killing people for you, it seems like the AI is kind of incompetent because there were multiple group fights where they got their ass beat and then I end up having to fight 4 or 5 people. So because there's so much more fighting in this game, the progression is also a lot faster too, and that includes gear as well, since you're probably looting every body that you're killing and comparing the stats. So outside of the first like 5 to 10 hours of the game, it doesn't really feel like there's any moment where you've overcome the early game and become a true warrior. So yeah, I guess that's just a really long-winded way of saying I actually thought this was a really good quest, even if maybe they gave it to the player a little bit too early. And it's unfortunate that I never had an experience like this again. Maybe
so it's all downhill from here, but at least he likes something.
Player levels and a bunch of perks and stuff
two quests he's
off of this quest alone. But I've also heard other players experience saying that the game becomes way too easy after a certain point, so it can't be just that. Now, before we get back to the main story, there's a couple more side quests I want to address in this section of the game. First, starting off with the Herb Woman's quest. As it turns out, Pavlena has gone missing, and so it's your job to investigate what happened to her. Just like the first game, there's quite a few quests that are kind of like Witcher 3 quests, where you have to investigate a crime scene or interrogate some people to find out what happens, and this is no different. So to keep it brief, you end up asking around, including talking to my retarded twin.
Disavow.
What? That must be Roman. There ain't no other
Jade. It's me.
Hugo. I heard Hux. I take them to the woods to forage for 8.
My name's Hugo. I heard your pink. I didn't kill him, I swear. And you eventually find the dead body of Pavlena's boyfriend. Yeah, I think you can see why she isn't a romance option now. Then you track down one of the 2 men who killed him, and you find out that the reason that they jumped Pavlena and her boyfriend is because Pavlena's mother was the midwife for this landowner Yakish guy, but during childbirth, both the wife and the child died, and since the kid died unbaptized, his soul is doomed to hell forever or whatever. So his 2 lackeys decided to jump Pavlena, and they just ended up killing the boyfriend in the crossfire. So you end up getting this guy arrested, and he tells you where Pavlena is likely being held hostage. When you arrive, there's a guard dog in your way, which I literally ran past. Keep that in mind. We see that Pavlena is being held with a sword.
What, are you gonna kill the dog?
And we try to talk the guy down.
How would you do that? He's a little puppy.
Speech check in this conversation, which doesn't lead to him killing Pavlena, and there's no option to just tell him I walked past the dog. No, there's an intimidate check saying that you scared him off, which is not even what happened, and of course I failed it. So I failed 2 speech checks at this point. I told him I arrested his brother, which he clearly didn't like, and yet he still hasn't slit Pavlena's throat. But thankfully I passed the 3rd check, and he decides to let her go. And then this happens.
I'm letting her go.
Die!
Look.
Die! Die!
Goodman!
You bastard!
But the herb woman needs one last thing from you. You have to kill this landowner dude.
I never failed the mission.
I already did. Ironically, on the way to go rescue Pavlena, I needed to steal a horse, and that guy was a witness. So I killed him, took the horse, and I'd already completed this next objective. So all you do is get whatever meager reward I'll show on screen here, and that's it. There's no romance with Pavlena. You just get a little bit of money, and I guess the woman's problems are solved. That's fucking it. I think this quest perfectly encapsulates some of the major problems with quest design in this game. I'm not going to shit talk the investigation part of the quest too much, even though I do think it's cliche and kind of played out. We've seen it in so many other games before, going all the way back to like Batman Arkham Asylum, just scanning the environment and hitting E to get some information. And I don't have any problems with passing a speech check to maybe skip a small part of the quest or make it easier, but the problems lie in this final part of the quest where I failed 3 checks, one of which wasn't even a speech check. It was just kind of like the default failure state.
Might be time to go back to speech school.
Refused to kill Pavlena. What the hell is even the point of investing in the charisma skills if you don't even need them to succeed in the quest? The worst part is persuasion checks in the early game feel completely random because you have to invest in the scholarship skill to unlock the ability to see how hard individual different persuasion checks are. And I'm not going to delve into this too deeply, but just know that there's different factors that affect your intimidate, your persuade, your charisma, etc., etc. I tried to invest in intimidate as much as I could throughout the game to fit my play style, one of those ways being constantly drenched in blood, and yet I still ended up failing over half of my intimidate checks.
Yes, Sardguard. He would like he would like to romance the peasant woman. He thinks it should be possible given that her boyfriend dies as part of the quest line. Is upset that it's not an ultimate. It is not an option. It is ultimately not an option
throughout the game. And part of the problem is because these are percent chances to succeed. This is not like Fallout New Vegas where you reach an arbitrary number and then you succeed every time. No, it's more like Fallout 3 where your stat has to be significantly higher than the opponent's to have a 100% chance. And because I never bothered reading books because it felt like a complete waste of time, especially because most of the perks in the scholarship tree are just EXP bonuses, I didn't end up having this skill that let me see the difficulty of speech checks until like 3/4 of the way through the game. I know the disingenuous are just going to say that I'm cherry picking bad examples, but I want to give you another quest that perfectly exemplifies the problems with some of this game's quest design. This is in the second half of the game in Kuttenberg. You meet a man called Casper Rudolph who immediately announces he's a cuckold to a stranger.
An idiot whose wife is cuckolding him, whose children can't stand him, and even the dog pisses in his boots every morning.
And this man is aspiring to be a wine seller, but his wine tastes like shit. And so you need to discover the monastery's secret, because apparently the monks have the best wine ever. And to find out this secret, you're going to have to learn it from the local innkeeper Havel by disguising yourself as a sommelier, a wine expert.
You want me to be sommelier? I don't see how that could make a good impression on him.
And so, because I pretty much hadn't been drinking this entire game, I had a pretty low drinking skill. So Casper offered me to read one of his books to learn all about wine. Unfortunately, he let a female friend borrow it from him. But after this girl had ridden the cock carousel, her parents arranged a marriage for her and locked her in her room. Fortunately, as I arrived, she was just in the courtyard, only guarded by her brother, which we just pass a very simple blacksmith check to have him go away. And we easily convinced the roasty to give up the book with some simple love poetry. And this is where one of the most jank moments in the entire game happened. As I started to leave the garden, there were just 5 guards standing outside with their bows drawn. Obviously, I get what's going on here. If I had failed the checks, they were gonna kill me. But they don't even have any dialogue when you leave. They're just staring in one direction, doing nothing. I'm not gonna lie, this was genuinely uncanny. I was a little bit creeped out by this. But anyway, moving on to the next part of the quest. So we've read the wine book. We're ready to pose as a sommelier. And this is probably the conversation where I realized the speech checks are goddamn meaningless in this game. Since my drinking skill was like 9, and at this point in the game, if any of your skills are below 15, you're probably not going to succeed at a check. I ended up failing 3 out of 5, and the dude still completely believed that I was a wino. I knew everything. If the fucking conversation is this easy, is this even count as player choice? I'm sure it's possible to fail if you fail every single dialogue or something, but what do you even get out of this conversation anyway? The dude doesn't tell you the secret. You still end up having to go sneak into the monastery's vineyard to find out the secret. So who the hell knows? This part felt like a waste of time. So anyway, we do a little mini stealth segment, which by this point in the game was fairly easy. And we discovered that the mysterious incense that the innkeeper was referring to earlier is sulfur candle wicks that they're using to flavor the wine. And so you deliver the sulfur candles to Casper, and your reward is a little over 400 bucks, which, as I cover later in this review, is not much money by the late game. Now, the reason I bring up this quest is because it's just yet another example that your dialogue choices don't actually mean anything. They don't change any aspect of the quest. I mean, sure, I'd probably have to fight off those guards if I'd pissed off the hoe, but if I had failed all of the drinking checks when I was pretending to be the wine expert, it would change literally nothing. You still have to go to the winery either way. Do you legitimately think that that's player choice? Look, I could certainly dig up more examples from my footage if you're still not convinced, but the whole point of this is that true RPG player choice from a gameplay perspective means that you can use whatever build that you've chosen to succeed at the quest. In this quest, you're just forced to use different aspects of Henry's jack-of-all-trades build, and if you fail, you just move on to the next objective. It doesn't make a fucking difference. Yes, sometimes when you fail, the entire quest fails, but then you just load a save and do something else. That's not player choice, as I'm going to keep driving into your skull over the rest of this insanely long, stupid review that I've made for no goddamn reason. You can tell I'm in the middle of editing as I'm recording this part. Now, before I cover the rest of the story in the Trotsky section of the game, there is one more side quest I need to cover just to be in good faith for this review, and that is the quest to get Mutt, your dog, back. Now, once again, I'm going to set the stage here a little bit. There were two major things I accomplished before I started doing this quest, the first of which being that I learned Master Strikes, and when I got a rematch against Tomcat, I whooped his ass. Though actually getting to do the rematch was in and of itself quite a challenge, because at this point, I had basically butchered the entire Gypsy village. Again, out of the sheer frustration and rage of this game constantly cucking me out of a satisfying gameplay experience. After I defeated the Cumans, I just went full bloodbath mode and killed basically every single one of them, except thankfully
GPM raid. Thank you, GPM, for the massive raid. Welcome in, welcome in. Dingus got a big D. Exactly. I agree. Why would I ever disagree with that? I'm playing the new, flashy Xenoblade X at typical Dingus speed while listening to Synthetic Man whine about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, while also wishing that I had more sweet tea. I should really get some more. Big ups GPM for the raid. Big ups Juzzy51. Anybody else coming in? Yeah, let me put the stream on my phone while I go get a refill. I'm really engrossed in Synthetic Man's stellar commentary here. Very passionate about this game. He kind of has to be, because the first game was so... the first game... We'll say it was like based coded. There was a lot of controversy with it in terms of its depiction of like history and shit. Got a lot of shit for not having black people. And now 2 is getting all the shit for... it's woke! Does the game run smoothly like butter? It does. There's not been no drop-downs whatsoever. Drop-downs, slowdowns. There shouldn't be any slowdowns in the fucking Wii U game. Oh my god, GPM. I haven't even unlocked the mechs yet. The mechs have not been unlocked. We've been playing Yasuke Simulator and do the story shit, but at least the competent multiplayer is one. Well, that's good to hear. It's one of those open world AAA turn off your brain kind of games. We all know you would skip story anyway. GPM don't give a shit about no story. It's gonna take me 50 hours. It's like a 2-parter, dude. Golem's not unlocked the mechs either. He's 5 hours in. No slowdown so far, but I'm noticing some frame drops occasionally. It's still the Switch, you know? Oh, right there, right there. Right there as I move the camera. There, he drops some frames right there. Objectively still an improvement from its the preceding version.
And
right, real
an
quick,
NPC
I'm gonna get some
I would
tea
need
and then come
later
back.
for the main quest. Now here's the thing, I don't want to shoot too many jabs at a certain YouTuber during this review, but another sort of lie that was told is that you're able to slay entire villages in this game. Ignoring the fact that that is actually just a straight up lie, because there's at least one essential NPC in every village, with the Gypsy village it being the horse merchant, whatever you want to call it, the guy that lets you saddle up stolen horses. You can't kill him, but shockingly you actually can kill pretty much everybody everybody else. But here's a point I'm gonna posit to the audience here. Does it matter if you can kill everyone if all of the nameless NPCs just get replaced in like a day? And I'm not even exaggerating. I came back to the Gypsy camp probably 5 more times after this point, and every time I arrived, there were more nameless NPCs to replace the ones I just killed. Again, that's exactly how Starfield works. So why are we pretending that this is like real player freedom? The only freedom here is the ability to fail optional side quests. Is that really what people want when we're talking about player choice? But because I was wanted in the Gypsy Village, unlike normal towns that have guards where people will arrest you, these guards just attack you on sight, and maybe I could have surrendered to them. But I'll be honest, again, I didn't want to. I wanted to kill these people. I was tired of this bullshit. The problem is, being wanted in the Gypsy camp breaks a lot of stuff in this game. The most obvious one being that you can't interact with any of the services here because the people run away from you on sight. Now, there is an exploit to deal with this problem, which is that you approach them at the edge of their peripheral vision, where you can interact with them, but technically they haven't seen you yet. And that's how I ended up challenging Tomcat again and beating his ass pretty much instantly, learning the Master Strike and trivializing the combat for almost the rest of the game. Now, how Master Strikes work in Kingdom Come 2 is that instead of just pressing the counter button as soon as possible, instead you now have to point your sword in the opposite direction of where your enemy is about to strike, and then instead of pressing the block button, you attack. Now notice how I said sword. It only works on swords in this game. This is single-handedly the worst gameplay change between the two games, bar none, because it makes the sword category of weapon objectively better than the other types. It's really sad because during the first game, I loved role-playing as Black Henry and just using a mace and clubbing everyone that I came across. But there was legitimately no reason to do that in this game. I'd be putting myself at a blatant disadvantage. So instead, I ended up using a longsword for pretty much the entire rest of the game from this point forward. And for the first half of the game, I'd say the new Master Strike system feels pretty good because it does definitely take a little bit more skill than just pressing the block button at the right time. But the major problem with this new system starts to show its ugly head in the second half of the game. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. So after gaining the ability to Master Strike, my chat told me that Pebbles, our trusty ugly ass mare from the first game, is being held at the Samine stables. And so I headed over there, ended up wasting an hour of my time because I kept trying to steal her instead of just passing a speech check to get her. Again, my fault, not the game's. But yeah, after just passing one check, lo and behold, we finally have our horse back. Now, something I want to point out is they actually changed Pebbles' gender in between games. Captain Bernard clearly calls Pebbles a boy.
Against all better judgment, they've decided to keep you your own horse. The dappled gray beside my stallion is yours. Make sure you take good care of it.
And now everyone calls Pebbles a girl. Now, yes, everyone in my chat was making jokes how they trooned out our horse, but honestly, I don't actually give a fuck about this, but it is an interesting little change between games.
I got back to the mic just in time with my full glass of sweet tea. God damn it. I don't got nothing to say about it. Thank you for the raid, Almighty_Tevin, the guy with the raid with the party of 147 viewers, and also forcing me to actually play the game, and the Ethan Ralph update of the now. Big ups. What do we got? What am I looking at? What are these sounds? My voice, and the game. The crickets in the game. But big ups, Higher God, Jackal, Euresia, Trevor Trove, Bambi Whip, Goon, GPM, Grim Galaxy, Dr. Bear. How come I never played Xenoblade 1? I'll tell you what, I actually have the definitive edition for Xenoblade 1. I just simply never got around to playing it. Simple as. I do want to play it though. Like this shit out of order. We are listening to Synthetic Man, the very controversial divisive style YouTuber, go all in on Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. We're only an hour and 32 minutes into what is actually a 3 hour and 54 minute video. Let's see. Tevin wants an Ethan Ralph update. One thing is to do Xenoblade month, it's gonna be 50 bans. 50 bans. We aren't beating Xenoblade games in a month. Look, you guys already know what's happening. I don't gotta lecture you about it. But this is a collab of the century, baby! DSP plus Reeth and Ralph! Smart Guys live a week from now, whatever time that is. Don't miss it live on YouTube. I can't believe it. The collab of the century. I'll reiterate what I said yesterday, but it doesn't even feel real. I feel like I'm gonna wake up. Any moment now, I'll just wake up and none of this will be real. Yeah, who could have thought? Who could have thought if I told you this time last year that this would happen? You wouldn't believe me. I am feasting, as they say, bigly from this. This arc was specifically made for me. Maybe some other people. But yeah, they're actually going to interact. The roads are crossing. It's got nothing to do with. It's not nothing at all to do with the fallout from the Kino Casino arc. No. Ralph just genuinely wants to do a wrestling show. It's got nothing to do with PvP, or the fact that he hates Triple P, or the fact that he constantly says he's 800 pounds. You know, he's called Phil's wife fat too. Wonder if that'll come out later. That should come up later during the show. So glad I already know who everyone is that DSP interacts with somehow. I was watching WPIG earlier, and there were some people confused on who Ralph was. Alt didn't even know enough about Ralph to give an adequate summation of who the gun is. I figure there may be a lot more people like that in this sector who don't know what exactly Phil is going to get himself into. He's going to whip out the F words and the N words? Probably. I'll say this. Here's my prediction. You want my actual prediction? You want me to actually give you a sufficient prediction for this little summary redeem? I think to Felt the Casino, specifically PvP, Ralph will be sober. Flip this. Ralph will be sober and on his best behavior for Smart Guys. The first episode they do. Just the first one. That's you can put me down. Write my name next to this prediction. Don't even want to attempt to touch this until there's a censored version out. I will say this. When it was requested of Ralph to censor himself when he was doing a attempted collab with Keemstar, you know, a boxing match with Worski, Keemstar requested Ralph to stop using the N-word for a period of time to make things a little less harder on him in case people went into researching the guys that he was, you know, working with, as in Ethan Ralph. You know, to lessen the possibility for controversy. He asked Ralph to not use the N-word. This was all Keemstar asked, and this was enough for Ralph to use that as a front to not want to collab with Worski, because it would be cucking himself to censor himself. So he cucked the content because he did not want to cuck himself, censor himself. Well, if Phil requests that he be sober for the streams, would it not make sense for Phil to then request him to not have a potty mouth for the collab? Will Ralph cuck and censor himself for Phil the King? This is the big question. And if Ralph just ends up not caring, it'll be straight up hypocrisy. But it kind of is anyway, because this dude was going after Phil for like a month. He cut like 4 promos on him. They're both puffing their lips. Does DSP even know the extent of his ability to spew nonsense? Let's be fair. They had a whole Kino Casino where they attempted to show Phil Ralph lore, so he has seen Ralph's more embarrassing moments. And when he's on Ralph getting kicked in like 5 minutes, I think he'll say the whole show. I think he'll say the whole show, and he'll be on his best behavior. Well, I'm not going to say that's going to last past the first episode of the collaboration. I don't think DSP really knows anything about Ralph, which is astounding to me. Again, they had an episode of when the Gutbusters, they showed his funniest clips. Yeah, like Eternal Might said, he watched him with Kino Casino though. I think they had like 2 Ralph-centric shows. The first one had some Ralph clips. Had like a Ralph segment where they showed Ralph's worst moments, and then they had a dedicated Ralph show So to act as though DSP is completely unaware about Ralph. Not to mention the promo cut. Remember the promo cut on the pre-stream? He cut a promo on Ralph on the pre-stream. Like, come on. That whole era, he was cutting promos on COG and Review Tech and Ralph. Like, yes, he's seen Ralph getting beat up in Portugal. Now, does he know the deep fucking lore? 8 years of Sector lore? Fuck no. But to act as though he is completely unaware about who Ethan Ralph is redonkulous. It's rotunto. You're not thinking. You're getting gaslit. This is almost as parasitic of a relationship as it was with Kino. They're feeding into each other specifically because it pisses off other people. And it doesn't really piss off other people. In fact, it provides these people with a month's worth of content. It's going to give Kino a whole content mill through which to feed on. One which will be more profitable than when they collaborated with DSP, positively. It's so... it's dumb. I don't see how either of them see it as dumb. The first show will get some money and attention, and it'll gradually drop off, which is for the best because it's going to be a test run anyway. So it's not like it's not like it's going to be permanent. But like all DSP related projects in the current era, it's got a novelty, and when the novelty wears off, people will run away. DSP doesn't even realize the shade that was thrown at him by Ralph. Yeah, I've seen what Ralph says. I think Ralph right now, one, it's to get back at the Kino Casino. Two, he doesn't really hate Phil at all. Even when he was cutting promos on Phil, it was very forced, almost as forced as his promo on Legal Mindset. Legal Mindset? More like legal dick sucker, or a cocksucker, whichever the fuck it was. It's like a means to an end. I'm not saying he even sees like a kindred spirit in Phil. It's more like he just doesn't give a fuck about him. It's literally means to an end to piss off somebody else. Now, I'm not saying that Ralph could quickly grow to hate Phil, just as everybody else who has ever worked with Phil has come to discover that Phil is just an awful person. But right now, Ralph is playing the card of like, I don't even understand why anybody hates this guy, to be honest. He lied to an audience? Who gives a fuck, bish? You can go to his replies right now. Ever since the DMs have dropped, Ralph has been sweeping for Phil. In fact, he's been the only motherfucker sweeping for Phil, acting as though the king won. Alright, let me scroll up a bit. We're gonna have another positive discussion segment. Why does Ralph look 60, yo? Can you believe Ralph isn't 40 yet? Ralph is not only younger than Phil, he's not even 40 yet. It's okay, Dingus. He won't do anything weird on DSP stream, but he will everywhere else because streamer etiquette. Yeah, so just like I said, like you already know, he wants to, again, it means to an end. So to facilitate that, he will be on his best behavior. Maybe 1% chance he crashes out that night. But he has to spin a narrative, often like a DSP does. The narrative is Kino is totally fucked. In fact, he wants you to know that, in fact, of course, matter of fact, it's fucking PPP. That's the true evil, motherfucker. Anything is more profitable than collabing with DSP, to be honest. True. Enemy of my enemy is my friend. For Ralph, he's looking at it right now as that he'll soon grow to realize that people just hate Phil for reasons beyond Kino shit. He's willing to bring Raphael on. How low is he willing to stoop? Is there any low? Well, I guess he could bring like an actual white supremacist on.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome to Smart Guys. And here is my new co-host we're trying out for this week. Everybody give it up for Nick Fuentes, everybody. Yes! Well, hello, Phil. I am Nick Fuentes here. And I love Catboys. And I'm currently running with Kanye West for 2028.
I can't do a Nick Fuentes impression.
I hate women, and I want to suck cock.
Only matter of time. Phil should call Synthetic Man and co-host the week after. Imagine the gaming talk. Kino wanted to do Phil X Synthetic Man, but it fell through.
But I think they still want to get Synthetic Man on as a solo guest. That should be their next project, in my opinion. The next project should be Synthetic Man for their whack pack. See, no 3 different hosts, 3 different weeks, so that means max viewership all 3 weeks. Ah, okay. I thought the test run meant like a number of episodes before swapping to the next host. So Ralph only gets 1 shot. I know the pic's covering the game. Obviously. I wasn't doing nothing but fighting animals. Is Ralph not a white supremacist? Ralph has self-described himself as not alt-right. And I would actually go as far as to say, in a lot of cases, he is kind of a pretender. Alright, I think that's pretty much the only worthwhile tweets. Let me see. The 3-week test host streams is a way to smoke screen against Xeno Casino stuff. That's Phil's best optics right now. I said it in an AN server on Discord, but he has to diminish, deflect, distract, and demean, and some other D word. But we gotta do all this to take away the heat from the Kino stuff going on right now. This has barely any relation, but Josh is going to do a show tomorrow. And I screen capped this from the farms. I like this post, but I think Josh is going to do a segment. He kind of has to, right? I can't do a Josh impression, but if you've seen my Maddie clips, you know how he does most of his DSP coverage. DSP. So I guess he had this guy, Rich from Review Tech, on, and they went over the DMs with Kino Casino. Plays clip in utter silence. I don't really understand this. Why is Phil being mean to this Rich guy? Anyway, that's the update. You won't get anything out of this, so don't bother watching. These DSP retards don't understand that I don't care. Stop trying to explain what I'm not getting here, and that they won't stop shitting up my forums, shitting up my streams. And you can't just reason them with them. They don't talk about important things, like payment processors. And they don't even use the term phone booking. And they get mad when I don't respect them? Vomit sounds. Ooh, those raw oysters. Yeah, sorry, chat. Let's move on. Look, I only screenshotted it for posterity. What if that ends up being the segment tomorrow? Also, Asmad, the board he hates is the one that's the most active. I think the people who follow him around whenever he posts in a thread a little bit more annoying than Noel himself. Like, you follow the admin from thread to thread, even if it means going into threads you wouldn't otherwise post in? But I shouldn't talk like I post there, because I don't. I only lurk. Alright, actually, since we're still on the Ralph segment, what's the time code for where I am in the video? He did do an RTU lore segment, Kabatic, but that was all the way last year. So he may have forgotten all the info that he learned. Alright, let's take a minor trip to the illustrious channel known as Expandong. Because this is relevant to the request for some Ralph lore. So, you may be asking, well, why did Ethan Ralph pitch a request to Phil to become a co-host? Well, we have a video here. Ethan Ralph drunkenly begs Darkside Phil to co-host Smart Guys following the Kino Casino breakup. We'll watch this and then get back to Synthetic.
Hello, Expand Dog. How you doing, dude?
Hello.
Okay, so PPP, I guess he's cut ties with DSP or whatever, and I don't really, like, I've never had a problem with DSP other than what, you know, they told him to say. I just want to do a wrestling show, and if
he just wants to talk about wrestling.
It's with somebody else, that's fine.
It doesn't even have to be with DSP, though. I would really prefer it to be with DSP, motherfucker.
But I just feel like people should understand that PPP exploited DSP for his own monetary gain. Then he turned on him and played to the detractors for another monetary gain. This is a guy who's all about the money. And, you know, whatever. If that's what you want to be that.
When Ralph says that, think of it as DSP's fair enough.
But he's a fat 800-pound motherfucker who can't walk further than 100 feet without having to sit down. And he's a liar, he's a loser, and he's a disgrace.
Line is base, though, bish.
You know, I respect detractors. You know, if you have your problems with DSP, that's...
Phil? No, wait, not Phil. Ralph wasn't respecting detractors today on his Twitter.
Fine. That doesn't bother me. But
no,
what
Ralph
I'm
is
saying
39.
is PPP is magnitudes more evil than DSP. Like
I don't think anybody cares.
Close. He's a fat Canadian.
You got motherfuckers call him an S-tier detractor.
He wishes he was an American. He's not.
You live in Mexico.
So, like, you know, I understand some people might not get it, right? But I watched both the shows tonight, and I saw DSP having fun, and I saw Steve Cameron, the one-eyed freak,
So this was on the day of PPP on the Truth Seeker show. I forget what DSP was doing on his show at that time, but Ralph seemed to have enjoyed it for all 2 seconds of gameplay he saw.
But I watched both the shows tonight, and I saw DSP having fun, and I saw Steve Cameron, the one-eyed freak, and I saw PPP, the one-legged freak who can't even walk on his own power, acting like a fool. So, like, if that entertains you, that's cool.
Fair enough. That's cool. Whatever. If you enjoy that.
I understand. You know, I've been involved with it all. But PPP is scum. Andy Worski ordered the murder of his child.
This is his fancy way of saying Worski got an abortion. Or his lady did. I don't know. Isn't this responsible? Would you want Worski having a kid to look after? Knowing how Rotunto he is? It's like how people say the most responsible thing DSP ever did was decide not to be a parent. But now we know as a result of the DMs, it's actually because of Kat's medical issues. That apparently may or may not be allegedly true or not.
There is also, you know, pedophiles in their audience who...
That got disavowed as soon as they were found out, unlike Phil, who had to be talked for like 30 minutes to get rid of the one that was in his community.
Have bankrolled their operation.
And then Ralph has some shit going on for some of the people that donate money to him, I think. Ada Wolf? That guy?
So, you know...
I don't know enough, though,
I don't
so
know.
I'll shut up.
Take it for what it's worth. Take it for what it's worth. DSP...
No, he knows nothing about DSP and doesn't care. Because DSP to him is just a guy. People have went to his replies and be like, this is why we hate him, because he does this, and that, and the other. And then his only response is, who cares if he spends money in WWE champions, bitch? Even though when he was cutting promos on DSP a few months ago, that was like the brunt of his attacks on Phil. You wasted money in WWE brawlers or whatever, bitch. Okay, so you were bothered by it then, but you weren't bothered by it now?
You know, I don't have to defend anything because I really don't even know that much.
Thank you. Thank you for admitting it.
About his history, but I do know a lot about PPP. His whole career is based on a lie about me getting him kicked out of his church.
So you know a lot about PPP. You don't know a lot about DSP. But this request to be a co-host on a wrestling show is purely because you just genuinely want to do a wrestling show.
Worski had his child murdered on his own orders. So if you want to talk about DSP and scamming and all this and that, that's fine.
I thought he was gonna say if you're gonna talk about DSP scamming, talk about Abortsky scamming the existence of his child.
That doesn't bother me. But if you want to talk about who's the real evil here, it's PPP and it's Worski. And they made money for Phil. They made money off.
Detractors already had their PvP as evil arc. It was called the beginning of the Kino arc.
Phil, and now they are playing the detractors in order to make more money.
We already had this bit with Craig. But let me rewind.
Money for Phil. They made money off Phil.
That's good.
And now they are playing the detractors in order to make more money. So
the win condition for detractors is Phil does not make money. And even when he does make money, it doesn't matter because he'll just be crying for more money tomorrow. You know, I don't care that they make money off of Phil, as long as Phil doesn't make money. And to me, the money doesn't even matter. I'm speaking like in a hypothetical, like I'm a basic base level detractor. Phil not making money, and win condition fulfilled. The quota's been fulfilled. It's been a great day. But personally, like me being me, I don't really care if he makes the money or not because it all goes to the same place anyway. In this case, all the Kino money. Oh, you made Phil thousands of dollars, bitch. Okay, but it like did not improve his situation whatsoever. He got a bunch of meaningless upgrades that he didn't need anyway, and the stream quality hasn't improved because no matter how many stupid little accessories you get for your stream, it can't improve your personality.
You guys can take that for what it's worth, but it's the absolute truth. So I just want to do a wrestling show, whether it's with DSP
just
or
a wrestling show.
Somebody else. You know, I know a lot about wrestling, a lot more than PPP, who admits he doesn't even watch the shows. So
that's a lie. Remember? Okay, Tevin restreamed most of Smart Guys, most of the episodes. PPP would have his notes prepared physically. I think he had like the notepad out. Phil was the one that was underprepared, and people were debating that like Phil was the one who wasn't actually watching the shows.
And somebody else, you know, I know a lot about wrestling, a lot more than PPP, who admits he doesn't even watch the shows. So
where did he say that?
You know, I'm excited
just making shit
about
up.
What can come, and you know, I just hope that people can see these scumbags for what they are.
They see, they just don't give a fuck.
Claims I posted his passport and
you
all
did.
This shit. That never happened, obviously. I know what happened.
Oh, wait. Okay, he says he knows what happened. I'll tell you what happened. If I recall correctly, what happened is that he posted it anonymously on Cow. So what the fuck is Cow? It used to be a part of 8chan, and then 8chan died because of the Christchurch shit. But it has like a Splinter website. The Splinter website is where people in the sector go to anonymously leak things. It's like plausible deniability. So Ralph is the only person that could have posted Worski's passport. So he went to Cow to share it anonymously. So you technically can't say that Ralph shared it, even though Ralph is the only person that would have had access to it, because Worski didn't have it because he left it at his, I believe he left it at Ralph's house after they split apart. It was either Ralph's house or the apartment they briefly had. That part of the timeline I may be mixing up, but like, what matters is that Ralph had access to the passport.
And all this shit, that never happened, obviously. I know what happened, by the way.
How did it fucking get leaked then? Did fucking Nora post it?
But it wasn't me. And by the way, I don't feel sorry about what happened to him either, because he's a child murdering son of a bitch. So
I had so many comments saying, what did Ralph mean by that? Worski's a child murderer? What did he mean? Huh? Worski murders children? It was the hotel. It could have been the hotel. Again, like the setting doesn't matter. It was probably maybe during Miami. Oh man, the whole Miami shit show. They had to refund all of that because it was so disastrous.
Oh, that's my opinion.
Yes, Ralph and Worski lived together at a point in time. They bought a house together, and they didn't even stay in the house. They stayed at Ralph's house.
Looks a lot bigger up close, doesn't it?
Whoa, I finally
This
made
was
it.
just the habitat unit. The White Whale was one hell of a ship. Until it all came crashing down, at least. That's the West Gate. It's closed off now for security reasons. But we've repurposed a freight elevator that will get us inside.
Ooh, kukui! I'm just chilling, Mr. Pun. Don't rush me.
Riled. We can't leave them roaming here. Not this close to the gate.
You guys like my character? That's my special OC, dude. Donut Steel. Whoa, melee and ranged weapons. Bit late for this tutorial, huh? Secondary cooldown. Okay. R2's at full secondary cooldown will have a greatly increased effect. I see.
And you can take it for what it's worth. I do know that I know more about wrestling than PPP and DSP combined, and this is not an attack on DSP. Like, I actually find him more entertaining because he's like learning about it in real time.
That's such a
I went to
cringe.
WrestleMania 35. I was at MetLife Stadium.
Okay, this is proof that Ralph knows more about wrestling.
I went to WrestleMania 35. I was at MetLife Stadium with 80,000 people there.
Damn. Oh my God.
This is my lifeblood, right? And
right. I actually don't know about the timeline, Tevin.
It's a shame we had to settle near so much wildlife. Luckily, some species aren't so hostile, but they aren't necessarily friendly
Gunt meet
either.
Scout. The Gunt and the guy.
I've come
That
to
should be the
learn
show
that
name.
There's a fine line between self-defense and provoking a fight.
Stand your ground.
We need to walk that line. All right, let's head in. Who knows? Maybe seeing the inside will jog your memory.
Yeah, so you got Xeno 1, and then Xeno 2 is like a different story. And then Xeno 3 tries to bridge 1 and 2 together, along with its own kind of universe. And now, because Xeno X came out after Xeno 1, and then you had Xeno 2 announced after, you know, in hindsight, people look at Xeno X as like a weird kind of spin-off, like I've seen it get described as an offline MMO. But the remake's got new story content that allegedly is supposed to bridge it to the main 3 games. And everyone who's played the Wii U version is like, Dingus, whoa, this is such a glow-up, guys. And I'm like, wow, that's good to hear. All right, let's finish it.
They are scum. They're all about the money, and money's great. Everybody needs...
So they're all about the money, and money is great. Everybody needs money. So what's the problem?
Money to live. That's true. But...
It's just because you hate them. Just be honest.
So disgusting with it. And if you...
You know what's also disgusting? Lying about your wife's cancer. So why are you going to work with that guy? Who cares, bish?
Support that. That's fine. No beef. I don't hold it against you. But what I'm saying is these people are absolute scum.
Thank you, Shy Guy. That's how you know the video's over, because the Shy Guy makes a funny noise. Let's check, you want to check Ralph's Twitter? Fuck it, let's do it. Yes, the Twitter segment. Of the power of the Brave browser. Dingus just watched his own video. Shut up. Look, the Ralph redeemed. We had a Ralph redeem, so I had to. It was the easiest way to give the lore on the situation. What's going on? Oh wait, I'm not logged in. All points bulletin on Geek Dulo and failure. Oh my god. Okay. So I'm scrolling through. Ralph is going to do a Fuck Warski festival this weekend. So he's looking for Geek Dulu and Failure. Geek Dulu and Failure, please respond. Failure. I thought Failure died. Apparently he did not. It was just a casino meme. So past 48 hours, Ralph has been dunking on Warski in the DMs with the DM leaks. Just completely sweeping for Phil. Oh, wait, we have this. This is a new video. We got some hot Ralph and Mail content. I haven't watched this. It'll be a raw. It's so fucking raw, guys. Fuck.
Think about all these pissants out here who think they know everything about this business, who think they could get out here and do what I do, could do what DSP does, could do what Mersh does, could do what even people I don't like do.
Cringe.
They can't fucking do it. Why? Because they're cowards. They sit behind their computer screen like the punk-ass bitches that they are.
Ralph, that's what you're doing right now as you record this.
You see, some of the people who do what I do also take no risk. They only roll with the mob. They only roll with what's popular. They think people have their back, but in reality, they fucking hate them. They hate them for good reason because they play it safe. They never take a risk. There isn't any good guys in this business. There aren't any bad guys. There's just guys and whores. And I remember whores who I used to literally let carry my bags across the great country of America while I was fucking making history with Stop the Steal, covering it from coast to coast. Bitches couldn't get off my dick, swore loyalty to me until the day they fucking died in front of God and everybody. And you know what? They stabbed me in the fucking back. So you know who I'm loyal to? Me, motherfucker. Ethan fucking Ralph. That's who I'm loyal to. I'm loyal to doing new shit that other people wouldn't dare to do. I can't wait to team up with DSP. I envy his hatred. I want what he has. I want the hate that he has. Fuck all these motherfuckers. Fuck those dirty whores who sold me out. And fuck everybody who ever doubted the Ralph of fucking Mail.
You're jealous of Phil? Thank you for that. Let me screen cap some tweets. But that's the latest promo. Jesus, fuck, he was arguing with so many detractors in the reply. Let me link this. And I'll just post an example. So, this is one of the reply threads. So as he goes after the Kino Casino by collabing with Phil, and he calls them PDF files and collabs with Phil, who swept for Derek, he talks here with his good pal Vito, the self-admitted PDF file, and Ralph states, "Why do people even care if DSP spent whatever amount of money on a video game? Obviously, I don't believe the 800-pound PPP anyway, but so as if PPP was the one who broke the store. Nobody knew how much he spent on Champions before pay. But whatever." He continues, "But so what, bish? Scarcity mindset. But he lied about it. None of your business anyway, Lamal. Pocket watching and very homosexual. Detractors, how do we respond? Detractors, how do we respond? We're pocket watching and it's gay. Do we have any response? It is Phil's money once they give it to him. What's the response? He scams disabled people? Ralph would just say that's based. How do we respond? We're cooked. It's done. Maybe Ralph has a point." Vito says, Vito, the self-admitted PDF file, says, "It is a lot of money, supposedly." Ralph says, "Yeah, but, I mean, it's kind of baller in a way." It's actually base that he scams a bunch of dents. This is the same take Kino had when they were sweeping for him. It's always the same take when they sweep for Phil. I've said this before, but I get why people hate me more than I understand the DSP hate. Don't worry, bitch. You'll understand it once you start working for him. Let's see. Bro, even the people that follow Ralph, there are genuine Ralph avails in the replies that are telling him that this is a bad idea, bad take,
I usually agree with what you tweet, Ralph, but this is stupid. Ralph, you're only doing this because of the Xeno Casino. You know nothing about Phil, and you don't really even care about him. This is like a means to an end. Very homosexual to beg to go on his podcast, Piggy. Okay, these are some funny takes. Most DSP detractors are regarded and two-faced hypocrites, so I hope he's not talking about me. Pigs of a sty, fall together, he's not going to have you on, bud. Actually, looks like we're going to do a week of the wrestling show and see how it goes. Does that make you mad? I won't lose sleep over it either way, but it sounds like fun to me. Look forward to seeing it on Xeno Casino, perhaps with Lex on as a guest. Sounds like something a low IQ loser like you would enjoy, I must admit. Have fun with that. Must have hit a nerve. Casey. Did that do anything? Or was it me mentioning Lex? Keep up the work. You of all people know that Casey needs content to survive and thrive. Lose the shades too. They're unbecoming of someone inside a shack all day. Ah yes, the bullshit shack lore. Like I said, low IQ. This is the other person he had a thread with. See, this one I think is worth... Oh my god. Dude, he argued all day with this person. Should I even... I almost have to. Yeah, like, his tactics are the same as Phil's. That's why he loves them. Distract and deflect. Distract, deflect, demean, and diminish. Deny. Alright, so... I do think this thread is informative. Informative style. So I will screen cap it. Because holy shit, he talked forever to this dude. His name is Welcome to Yoshi's Island. Welcome to the internet! Except, welcome to Yoshi's Island. It would kind of just explain a lot of Ralph's mindset going into the collab. Now, I think this guy brings up a lot of points, too. Because keep in mind, like, again, for Ralph, it's all about means to an end to Felt the Xeno Casino. So there's going to be a lot of sweeping for Phil. And a lot of what he says is going to be trying to framing it into, you know, people only think this because PvP said it, even though the detractors don't need PvP to say something for it to be true. Again, if someone says the sky is blue, it's the truth, and the messenger doesn't matter. So we have the initial message from Ralph, and then we have Yoshi's Island. Man begs audience for money to pay his bills, and it's found out that money instead went to fattening up his wife. I like that he uses this because Ralph always calls people's wives fat. So obviously, if we're in character, consistency with Ralph, he should like go against that. Alcohol and a Candy Crush clone? And you expect people not to clown or make fun of him for that? Or point out any of the hypocrisy? Lamau, what the fuck is this take? Every person on Earth is a hypocrite. What a response. And these same people co-sign federal crimes like hacking into bank accounts, etc. Assuming that's real, another assumption. So Ralph is just going to take up the Phil narrative here that the bank leaks are fake, or they're not his bank leaks. There's no morality in that. There's no morality in co-signing. Like, people don't even co-sign it. I don't even know if I can necessarily co-sign that if you want to know the truth about it. Pretty much everyone, like, felt it, the bank leaks eye. Like, no one, like, says, oh, that's so fucking based, and I totally go along with that, and it's so fucking cool to commit federal crimes against Phil. Nobody says that. This is the same shit that Noel does, too. He, like, broad brushes the whole sub-forum over there and says, like, oh, all the DSP detractors in my heckin' sub-forum co-sign federal crimes committed against Phil in the name of Phil because it's funny. Nope, like, no! When the Comcast shit happened, like, everyone but one or two people was like, no, that's fucking Rotunto, go away. Let's see. 99% of the detractors I've seen or interacted with don't co-sign any legal action taken against them. Obviously, they just won't ignore the information that it produces. That's a very good response. I don't co-sign hacking into Phil's bank account. I don't. But I can't ignore the information that resulted as a result from it. Are we not supposed to call out the begging hypocrites who feign distress for money to spend on their vices? Like, what am I supposed to do? Put my head in the sand? Ralph responds, don't co-sign the actions, but use the fruit from the poisonous tree? How consistent?
Again, it's like, you want me to bury my fucking head in the sand? La 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 la. I can't hear you, can't hear you, can't hear you. I don't co-sign it, but I can't ignore it because it's the truth. And call out whatever you want. Just don't expect me to get worked up about it. Especially when pay, and Worski lie more than anyone else online. Again, you're deflecting the Kino Casino. Kino Casino has nothing to do with the event links. Like, what the fuck are you saying? You don't have to follow, you don't have to listen to Lard and Tard in order to come to your own individual judgment that DSP is an asshole. Regardless of the relationship with Kino Casino. It's so fucking redundo. But there's somehow truth tellers now. Well, you know what, Ralph? People call you a fucking liar too. I'm supposed to go with your fucking sweeping? It is what it is, Black Man shrugging. I'll never condone hacking into his accounts, but that doesn't mean he didn't spend 200k on a mobile game or crying to his fans that he was going to lose his home. KC is not some arbitrary truth either. They're confirming what everybody else says about DSP. Thank you. How does Ralph respond? They're the biggest liars online! In the case of PvP, literally the biggest liar on. So he just fucking... he ignored everything that dude said. Okay. Biggest liars online, case of PvP, literally the biggest liar online. If you believe that, cool. The guy they're clowning right now has been documented lying about any and everything pertaining to his life or others for 20 years. I think I'm gonna choose to believe KC over DSP. You mean the guy who clowned on them for at least 75k? Again, they argued that DSP wasted their time, and anytime they did content with DSP, they made less money than they would have if they did just a regular show. So clowning on DSP is them making back the money they would have otherwise earned if the DSP stuff took off. 75k that's already been spent on fruitless upgrades to a setup in the same mobile game that led him to bankruptcy. DSP must really be winning. True. Again, no substantial life improvements have been made to DSP's life as a result of the Kino art. Same thing with the Vest arc, honestly. Yeah, he really looks like he's hurting. Looks richer and better off in every way over the Kino Casino. Nah, that's just fucking cope, brother. Nothing says rich like begging your audience for any type of donation over and over because you couldn't hit your arbitrary $150 goal. Kino, big ups. It's not like the Kino Casino stream last night, 50 times the viewer, 50 times the support. Now, I don't know if those are made up numbers or heart numbers, but great either way. Ralph says, proven botters and pedo whales. I don't know where he saw that. Funny you say that cause, well, pedo whales obviously refers to Metagramascus, but they got rid of them. Now they could say, oh, Metagramascus is still in there fucking donating. I don't know how you would prove that. Like the same people still say that Derek is lurking in DSP's chat, but I haven't seen any user, I haven't seen a suspected user that in their messaging, you know, it's gotta like read like it's Derek. You can't just say that guy is Derek. Like I need some hard proof that it's Metagramascus or that it's Derek. It's Derek! But moving on. Funny you say that because DSP had and has proven botters and pedo whales. Now, I don't think DSP has botted so much as people have botted for DSP to make him look bad. I'm not even a KC fan, but you're making it too easy. You certainly act like a fan. Could have fooled me. He just ignores the point made. Okay, next one. Sorry, it's just too easy to point out how much worse a DSP is compared to pretty much every streamer but Ralph. If you need him for some clout, so be it. Don't expect people to lie about what Phil really is. I think that's really what it comes down to. It's not really just... It's not even just like so much as warning Ralph, as just like, Ralph, it's like we know what you're getting yourself into. Why does he owe two people who are admittedly gonna turn on him the truth? Why would you lie about your loved one being terminally ill or your parent dying just to get out of a stream with people you felt were going to snake you? Normal and well-adjusted people can use the excuse of hanging out with their wife instead of having prior obligations. True. PvP's entire career is built on his admitted lie about me getting them kicked out of church. They repeatedly lie about molestation and everything else imaginable. Worski's lies could fill an encyclopedia. Phil's lies could fill three encyclopedias. Phil doesn't even come close. But in your fucking video that I just watched, you say outright that you don't know anything about Phil. You just want to do a wrestling show. Phil's lies don't even come close. You know nothing about him. And now you're gonna do a show with him? Bro, Phil doesn't even know where your stream is at. Imagine doing a stream with someone and you don't even know what their account is. All of what you're saying does not absolve this man of lying about his loved ones, about them either being sick or dying just to avoid streaming with people. You don't even have to have the just to avoid streaming with people. Just leave it at lying about loved ones, about them either being sick or dying. Like that's fucked up. That's twisted. That's literally what Boogie got canceled for, quote unquote canceled, because he's making money on Lockout Live. But again, the whole outrage over Boogie was just because he lied about his cancer. Lying about your loved one's cancer is like a tier worse. And people are just like, we're just supposed to sweep up Phil doing that? No. I'm keeping the same heat. I'm keeping the same energy with Boogie, with DSP. Absolutely nothing changes, even if everything you're saying is true. True. Who gives a shit about Keto Casino in this situation? You can independently come to your own conclusion that Phil is an asshole, independent of what PPP, worm-tongued PPP is saying in your ear. It's just so pathetic what Ralph is getting at here. Saying Phil can't come close is just ignorance, and Ralph, with no talking points left, just leaves it at, it is ignorance, but it's from you, not me. But I just watched a video where you feign complete and total ignorance over everything and anything DSP related. You say in this very reply chain that I linked, if you go to one of his other replies, he's like, I understand why people hate me more than why people hate DSP. It is literally ignorance from you, Ralph. I don't know how else to put it. Yeah, faked COVID too. Ack. Not even to get out of his wagey job. Not even to get out of his wagey job. Yeah, but there's your Ralph update. He's not Phil's friend. He never was. I would hope the King Snake, the mastermind King Snake, understands that. I have to believe he does to an extent. Like for Phil, surely this has to be a means to an end as well. He knows Ralph isn't his pal. I'm sure Ralph will even say as much in DMs. I don't even understand why people hate you, lol. I just know this will piss off pay. Alright, this is the title drop. 4 hours for Dingus to hit the title drop, lol. I'll maintain Compactic that they go through that show. However many episodes Ralph is on, it's just the 1 week, right? They'll go through that episode without Ralph being kicked off. Ralph will be on his best behavior because it's supposed to prove a point to the casino. It's supposed to felt the casino. So I will say Ralph will show up sober and he'll be on best behavior. He will not drop slurs. He's got no reason to against Phil. He hates the casino so much more than Phil.
Not too shabby, huh? For a giant beached spaceship, anyway. But, like it or not, this place is our home now. We took the name from the city it was modeled after back on Earth.
Don't say it.
We call it New Los Angeles.
Ah, shit. At least it's not San Francisco.
To NLA.
Title drop right here. Let's get it. Oh, look at the poppin'. Oh, that was popping right there. Ah!
Came to join our band of refugees.
Well, you guys notice the cutscenes are in 30 frames? That's so jarring with the 60-frame gameplay, right? Character looks like a My Chemical Romance vocalist. I was trying to make like a DeviantArt OC.
Truth is, we were adrift.
DD Duke said it looked like a fairy tale character. Alright, title drop right here. Come on.
Swallowed in a shroud of light. And our future was uncertain. We had no idea what fate lay in store for us. Only that we had to keep living in order to see it.
Right here. Let's do it. Come on. Okay, Morgana. That's Sothis, idiot. I know, it's all the same actress. Right here. Come on. Hit me with it. There it is. Oh! Yes! Saved your progress, the save screen will open. Prologue. Awakening. So if you're coming from the raid, my character's name is Shun Expan. Very cool. Look, it's a real name. There are people who live in Asian countries, probably named Shun. So it's like, wow. Let's fucking go. Look at this. I maxed out my beginner class just by grinding on enemies.
How about a quick tour of the facilities to refresh your memory? Let's start with your living quarters. Follow me.
I just like how the character doesn't speak in cutscenes, though. Another reason why I hate create a character. Though I feel like, when it comes to like Western RPGs, your created character will speak. It's more of a thing with JRPGs, where you're able to create a character. They're silent.
Today, I once again come to you with news I am truly delighted to share.
I'm a Deku recolor.
We repatriated 10 more White Whale crew members.
Ah, yes, the White Whale.
Pioneers will rejoin our ranks as citizens of NLA, bringing with them skills and know-how that will bolster our ability to survive and indeed flourish here in our new home. This, of course, is only the latest success in our continuing efforts.
The White Whale Tail Jin.
Since when?
For the rescue and
To find the White Whale so they can tip $300.
From political aide to director general in just a few weeks. At this rate, he'll be emperor by next month.
Irina? Gwyn?
Nice work out there, ma'am.
Oh my god. Illusion of choice. Ask who these people are. Show interest. Wonder why they call Elma ma'am. It's ma'am.
The three of us were in the Coalition forces together. Specifically, the Special Operations Heavy Armor Training Unit, aka the Skeleton Crew. I was a colonel and Irina a lieutenant. Gwyn was a more recent recruit.
Get it? Skeleton Crew?
Of course, I keep telling them we don't need those old ranks anymore now that we're here.
You're still colonel to me, ma'am. No reorg will ever change that. And that's not about chain of command either. It's about respect. You've earned it.
I think I recognize his voice too.
Ass kiss goes to...
Whoa, buddy. Nintendo game that says no words?
Well, I'd remind you both the ma'ams aren't necessary if I thought you'd listen.
This one of the survivors, ma'am?
The survivor. I only found a single pod intact at Starfall Basin.
Wait, what? What happened to 10 more crew members?
What?
Come on, seriously. Shosan was never one to let the truth get in the way of a good speech. Still, every last survivor counts.
He lied.
You can call me Irina. I'm with the Interceptors.
Me too.
That's why he makes such
Same
a good
division.
politician.
You can call me Mr. Evans. Or just Gwyn.
All right, ma'am. We should be getting back to work. Until next time, Colonel.
Right.
There they go,
We should be
casually
going too.
sauntering
The
off.
administrative district isn't far. That's where you'll be calling home. For now, anyway.
Dude, say something. It's so autistic. This really is me. Chapter 1. New Los Angeles. Are needles gonna litter the streets like the actual Los Angeles? Alright, I was told this music was very iconic.
Really?
Oh man, you know I'm gonna read all the useless dialogue. You already know.
Hey!
Hey, you're that new guy, aren't you? The new crew member that Elma found. Right? I was wondering what sort of person you'd be. You're a handsome one, that's for sure. Yes, sir. I like the cut of your jib. Well, welcome to New LA. We're happy to have you. I'm sure there's all sorts of stuff you have to do before you get situated, eh? Paperwork and whatnot? Oh, is that part of the game? In any case, you can just hop right into the transport that's idling over there. It'll take you straight to the Administrative District. Oh, thank you for the heads up. I don't think they changed the localization, right? So this is still the same text as in the Wii U version. This was from that 2015, 2016 era of Nintendo where just like everything was a meme localization. Dude, what is this music? Dude, I heard you face a lot of indigents out there. It's like you rolled out of bed and onto a battlefield. Look, I'm no specialist. If I were you, I'd worry that I pushed my body too far. You should head over to the Administrative District for a medical checkup, or at the very least some rest. Oh my god, they're going all in. Why is the 1, 2, 3, 4 in the actual song? I don't know what you intend to do now that you're here, but it can wait until you've taken care of yourself. Wait, should I watch the daily rap to the tune of this?
Good evening, everyone. Philly.
Oh my god, he's already going siege mode. AC Shadows premieres. Smart guys, fun, no drama. The Daily Wrap, March 20th, 2025.
Here and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Thursday, the 20th of March, 2025. So, how did today go? Well, first off, I'm very happy to report today.
How long is this? 9 minutes.
A drama-free day. Two big thumbs up. We're back to having full days
Was
of
he
content
writing a movie?
that have
2 thumbs
absolutely
up.
nothing to do with
Is he Roger
nonsense
Ebert?
drama or anything like that. Today was a good one. Full podcast this morning. I was late. Why? Because I had major technical issues.
Tech issues.
Overnight. There had been
Why
like
is there always
an
tech
app
issues?
update, but also my
Bro, if you look in the DMs, like October 1st, I believe. October 1st, he sends a DM to PvP at like 3 in the morning that says, okay, my technical issues should be all gone.
Network.
I will never have technical issues on my streams ever again.
gone down, which I didn't know. So when I came into the office to start the stream this morning, like everything had disconnected. I couldn't get this to work. I couldn't get
the king is back.
Like nothing would work. I was pushing buttons, nothing would work at all. I'm like, what the hell? So basically I had to like resync everything. My lights were completely unsynced. Like I was like, remarkable how bad it was, how badly it had unsynced. So because of this, it sent me back like a half an hour of running around. I had to restart my router. I had to go into settings and mess with everything. It was really a pain. It really was a pain in the butt. All right. So FYI, it was very annoying. We did have a shorter podcast today, but podcast was positive. We had good fun. We were talking a lot, chilling, talking about some game news about Steve, you know, the Jack Black version of Steve in Minecraft and the upcoming Minecraft movie, and how there's a lot of controversy around the version of this character. All kinds of stuff. It really was a good time, all right? So overall, great podcast, and then we jumped into Assassin's Creed Shadows. After about 2.5 hours of Assassin's Creed Shadows, in summary, I think it's okay. It's not bad.
Like every other
Assassin's
Creed
There's some
game
weird
he's
things
played.
about the game that made me scratch my head why they did that.
30 frame cutscenes, 60 frames
I'm gonna make
gameplay.
a very brief, like 5-minute day one
I couldn't see a
summary
difference.
about it right now. That I'm gonna upload as a highlight after tonight's content is done, so that way people can get my day one impressions. I think people would be interested in day one
Is this like a
impressions on
unique video
Assassin's
or
Creed
a
Shadows after
clip
like
from
2-3
the stream?
hours, okay, but overall, not a bad game, but very different from classic Assassin's Creed. I don't know how much people are gonna like
it's its
this.
own video.
It has a slow start, but we'll
Okay.
talk about it, all right? So, the good news is, on this first stream, not only did we hit the goal, we exceeded the goal.
Oh, wow.
We didn't get 2 goals, but it was good to get some extra to exceed the goal. And overall, I was very pleased with how that went.
Yeah, he
we
wants
were
to milk
back
the
on track.
controversy.
You know, after having kind of a bad day yesterday with the drama and the nonsense, we were able to get back on track today. And obviously that's a good sign that people want gameplay. They want my normal content. They don't want crap, right? So it went well, okay? Tonight was Smart Guys, episode 10. I flew solo again, just like I did last week. Now, as I had said last week, I was wondering how this show would go solo, meaning without having a co-host to join me and talk wrestling, but instead of just being me doing the wrestling commentary, how would the show go? Well, attendance was slightly less than last week, but not tons less. Like, I think we maintained around 200 some viewers on YouTube and still had like 80 plus on Kick. So about the same amount that I had last week, not by too few less. I think like last week was like 250 on YouTube.
Look at him sway as he tries to cope. Is that a new
engagement?
tell?
The chat was engaged. They were talking, they were tagging, talking to me. We had some conversation back and forth.
Yeah, they were talking to you about
Support.
Ralph.
Honestly, not bad. Did we hit the $150 goal? No. But we hit like 120. We were that close. And we did unpack a new pack of Topps cards that came from the new box. We now have 7 left to go. For hitting $100 of support at any particular Smart Guy stream, we unpack one of those. So I'm not disappointed. It went well in that regard. As for the show itself, I enjoyed it. And I mean, I'm getting some feedback. Number one, people are like, will you rate the matches? I don't really want to. I think like a wrestling professional like Dave Meltzer, who watches it all day and has 20 billion matches under his viewing belt, he's one to rate them, not me.
One
I'm not
pack costs $100 and you pay like $5
am I really
for
looking for that.
Less shipping.
In this show, I'd rather just say, hey, was the match good or not? Here's what I thought, and here's what you get out of it, right? Some people are saying music. I'd have to look into that. Reason being, this show is the only real big show on DSP Reacts right now. If I put music in the show, it might get demonetized on me, and I don't want the show to be demonetized because I want people to watch it and make a few bucks on it after the fact. Because some people do watch it after the fact and do actually contribute as well. I've got a few super thanks on these. If the video gets demonetized because of music, then they can't even do a super thanks. They're not allowed to. So I need to be able to monetize the show. So I'd have to look into like music I could use.
Damn,
I don't
that's
know
like the first time he's brought up super thanks in forever
or whatever. I'd have to look into it. Okay, but anyway,
I gotta make it so you can send me money, guys.
People seem to like the show. Now I made an announcement about 3 weeks of co-hosts that are coming up. I don't want to spoil that announcement. I want you to go watch Smart Guys over on the DSP Reacts channel, which is at DSP Reacts on YouTube.
He's doing everything in his power to talk as little about Ralph as possible.
What do you think about
this? Is he afraid
of
engaging Ralph? Is it like a measured? It's a measured response. We're humoring Ralph, but we're also kind of watching out for him and what he might do.
I guess I didn't end the show. I guess I should end it. Oops.
When is Ralph gonna leak these DMs? You know he is. Come on.
I want your thoughts.
Ralph ain't about that.
And if the thought is, I don't like that idea, I want to know why. I'm very interested in everyone's thoughts.
Yeah, I'm afraid of his mouth.
And but I think it's gonna work. I think having a series of shows leading up to WrestleMania,
the Lechero Phil face it kind of just says it all.
Every week. But if you want the full details on that and who the first co-host is and stuff like that, be sure to go watch the show. Okay? So it went well. We covered Raw and SmackDown. I had fun doing it. People seem to enjoy it overall. And hopefully you'll watch on demand if you didn't catch the show live. And we did get good support. I would argue that for 2 hours of me just talking about wrestling, making over $100 is pretty darn good. I'm not going to complain about that. We opened the pack of cards that I bought for the week, so that was
basically
fun.
A night pre-stream.
And next week, having a guest co-host could work well as well. So let's see what happens next week. All right?
We're really acting like the Rafa males are going to bring up the Rafa whales are going to migrate over.
Overall today,
bro, Rafa makes even less than you on stream, Phil.
2 goals. The thing is, we far exceeded the first stream, and we were just under the second, so technically it only counted for 1. So here's the deal. We're at 69 goals out of 70.
Nice.
All right? This week has definitely had some bumps, being that one night I didn't stream, one night was drama. We didn't hit goals. Tomorrow is the final streaming day of the week. If we hit the goal on the first stream early, we can order food and do the British Food DSP Tries It on that stream. That's what
sounds like you want that to happen. Even though I thought we weren't being timed on this.
She wouldn't have to cook when she comes home.
No pressure.
All right.
Non-consecutive goals hit. But guys, we got to do it. We got to do it.
Whether we have to wait till Sunday, Monday, whatever. But I would like to do it as a week-ending event. So if you tomorrow are going to come and tune into either the Level 1 podcast or to Assassin's Creed Shadows, please support that stream. Let's hit that goal as soon as possible. Let's get that food ordered. You can even help me on the podcast
to get some food ordered.
That'd be great to get some ideas and help. And we'll have a great one. All right. Now tomorrow is going to be more
Imagine
Assassin's
begging
Creed
for
Shadows.
British
I'm actually
cuisine.
excited to play more because today we're still kind of in the intro. We are doing some open world exploration.
I'd only forgive that
and
if
we
you
are
were
getting more
COD,
abilities and stuff,
because he
but
has no
it still
standards,
feels very
because he
early,
is British.
okay? So it'll be great to get further in, and tomorrow night is Friday Night Fights. Yes, for the third week in a row, we are doing more throwback gaming. It looks like I'll confirm this, by the way, but it looks like I'm playing Marvel vs. Capcom 2 versus a couple old friends from the back in the day that are very good and probably are going to kick my butt, but I'll do my
Are they
best
going to
to hang
cancel
with them.
again?
So if you like the old school fighting game stuff, I hope that you will join me for it tomorrow. It'll be a great time to join me for it. And hopefully tomorrow we can hit those goals and get that momentum back, because obviously that's the idea, right? We want to get back to the stuff that made me great on the internet, the stuff that you guys know I'm good at, that you like.
Weird.
Than this nonsensical drama that got us into all these trouble and problems to begin with, right? So I hope that you will join me tomorrow for all the fun. Fun podcast, Assassin's Creed Shadows, hitting the goal and doing a very fun DSP tries of British food, and for the late night fun of Friday Night Fights Classic Marvel 2. Enjoy Smart Guys tonight. Enjoy the Assassin's Creed videos from earlier. All good. All right, everyone? Thank you so very much. Have a good night. See you in the morning, and peace out.
Only real takeaway from that is that he seems to not want to talk about Ralph. Oh, just watch the show, bro. Just watch the show. He didn't want to talk about him on the pre-stream either. All right, hit me up with the next cutscene, buddy. And then I'll watch this 6-minute Assassin's Creed video he put out. They call these things dolls in the Japanese version. They got localized as skulls. A lot of people cried about that. It was a Nintendo being Nintendo. Oh my lord. It's the lady from all the marketing. Does she have a license to drive? Or is it old with no real ID?
Damn it!
It's Phil! He's got the hairline! Is this Leanna? Phil, ignore her! She's coming to you! Now, Leanna talked to me first, guys.
Look, I know what exhaust smells like. And it
Oh
was
my god, it's
exhaust in the
Patrick Sites.
cockpit. Just check the ductwork, would you?
Oh, I'm checking.
You can't escape
I just
them.
seriously doubt. Hey, look
Is
at
it
that.
Sates or
The
Sites?
intake exhaust bypass is reversed. Oh man, it's a good thing I caught that.
All I hear is Sothis.
You're the one who cleared me to fly.
Everything okay? It's not like you to flub a flight check, Lynn. Good thing you had a rugged pilot like Doug at the controls.
Oh, hey Elma.
No, you mean
How'd it go
Dark.
out there? And would this be one of the you-know-who's?
Oh, she's so small.
Cool. I'm Lynn Lee Koo, mechanic and top
Lynn
all-around
what,
fixing
who?
gal for Blade.
Find out how— what? No! No! Why is my first question how old she is? No! No! Can I exit the game now? Ah! I must retreat. This really is Leanna and Phil. She approaches me and my first question is how old she is? I'm already taking a seat. I refuse to take another one. I disavow. I no longer self-insert into my own character. This isn't me. I don't relate to this person at all. Who is this? This isn't me. This is Shun Expand. I have nothing to do with this person. Oh my god. Do we look skeptical or look worried? Find out what happened with the exhaust. Well, it's illusion of choice. Doesn't matter anyway. Alright, we'll go with the funny one.
She's 13. And I know, she looks young, and she is young, but trust me, she's one of our top talents.
DD Duke, you said she was 16, DD Duke. That sounds odd. That sounds terrible out of context.
Yeah. Why do you ask?
As long as you're here, why don't I take you on the transport? It's a great way to see the city. I'll give you the grand tour.
That sounds like a great idea.
They uncensored it.
All right, Doug, I think that'll be all for today. You
So
can
they
clean
didn't
up
keep the
here
Wii U
and dock the
localization?
scale.
What?
That's a new line of dialogue
Don't
then.
mind the exhaust. I'll take care of it tomorrow.
Don't mind it. Wait, why am I cleaning up your mess in the first place? Lan!
Nintendo uncensoring things? Base.
Perfect.
Resulting in a younger character, making things even weirder? Not based. Yeah, they said she was 13. But apparently in the Wii U version, she's older? I mean, Nintendo does that. I think Fire Emblem on GBA, Lyn is said to be like 18, but in Japanese, she's 15. I think it makes more sense for her to be 18, because she's pretty tall. Alright, what am I doing? Interactive party composition from many new active members, so you can select allies from the reserve and add them to your active party or swap them around. She's such a small character that I can't even, like... I can't buy that she's, this is not a 16-year-old Nintendo. I don't know what they were thinking all those years ago. They were trying to make it less weird, I guess. It's still weird. I disavow. Alright, what am I doing now? I gotta run to the next thing?
Crap.
How am I supposed to handle this by myself? Oh, don't mind me. Go on ahead to the Blade Barracks. There's a... did I say Barracks? I'm thinking of Obama. Blade Barracks. There's a transport pilot just down his way. Ask him, he'll take it to the administrative district. We blue-collar workers can be just as flashy dressers as those commercial district folk. You might have to brush away a few layers of dust to see what we're wearing, though. Did I was Xenoblade 1 where they made the characters who are 17 now 18? It's just insignificant age-ups like that. I wonder, like, why? That stuff, there's, like, allegations that localizers get paid based on how many changes to the game they made. And it's, like, minor, whatever the fuck, insignificant changes like that make me think, oh, is that one of those instances? You just got paid to make them 1 year older? Because differences like that, like, it's just insignificant. 1 year... Like, okay, making a character 16 instead of 13, that's significant enough, like, you know, puberty and whatnot. But, like, 17 and saying they're 18, like, visually, it's not going to reflect on the character. And then it doesn't even matter because it's not brought up in the story, and, like, their model does not visually change depending on region. You're just, like, saying within the text that they're 1 year older, but it doesn't impact the story or their appearance at all. Making a character 18 over 17 literally saves Gooners online. Okay, I wasn't thinking about it like that. So, what I just said probably sounds awful out of context. You can draw pics of them now. Now, technically, you could still come at them with the Dr. Disrespect and Destiny argument. You're like 30 years old. You shouldn't be looking at that shit at all. Which is true. Although you can finally select the party from the menu instead of chasing them? Is that how it worked originally? But yes, with what I was saying, I was obviously speaking within the context of localizers getting paid more for changing meaningless drivel, and not within the context of looking up literal pornography of them.
Listen to this.
Obviously that would matter.
Oh yeah, I was gonna pull up this other video. DSP's Day 1 impressions of Assassin's Creed Shadows. Alright, we'll watch this. Alright, Mr. Guy. Tell me what I gotta do next.
Not bad, huh? You can see everything from up here.
It beats walking, that's for sure.
The best way to see NLA. I never get tired of this view. It's like a different city every time.
It's certainly come a long way in the last few weeks. There's still so much to be done.
One day at a time.
Speaking of which, we don't really have time for a full pleasure cruise here. Why don't you give us the express tour then? Just the highlights.
Okay, you got
Give us a pre-stream. The history lesson.
New LA is divided into 4 districts.
Which one's the ghetto?
The Industrial District, where Doug and I were conducting the flight test. It has food production, skill development, you know, industries and stuff.
Right.
It's also where the West Gate is located, remember? Expect to pass through there fairly often. The only other gate out of the city is in the Administrative District, but I'm skipping ahead.
Next is the Commercial District. Restaurants, galleries, cafes, clothing, groceries, you name it. It's a veritable shopping paradise.
Oh, this is where you go on your day off,
The
huh?
CD is the closest thing to a downtown we've got. It can actually get pretty crowded sometimes.
Well, by NLA
To be expected when you're the last city.
the best and only
You're the last city in the planet. Or, not even the last one, the only one.
To your right, the Residential District. Housing, housing, and more housing.
Mitsuru was Terra Platt. This is Caitlin Glass.
If you're ever looking for quiet time alone or want to
I know her because
relax
she did Vivi on One Piece.
spot.
Right? The park is my favorite place to just zone out.
Terra Platt also does Edelgard in Fire Emblem.
And last but not least, our destination, the Administrative District, the nerve center at the heart of NLA. Note the distinct dual-level structure.
Oh, do I have my P3 voices
The
wrong?
upper level holds our administrative tower.
Oh, my
and
bad.
Blade HQ and the government. Not to mention Armory Alley as well as the barracks.
I didn't
where
play
we live.
P3, I'm a fake fan. I only watched Goon play it.
The lower level there is a hangar complex for Skell maintenance and repairs. And this concludes our tour. We will be landing shortly.
Thanks, Lynn. We'll save the rest of orientation for once we're back at the barracks.
Speaking of P4, some news came out today that they registered a domain for a website for a remake. Yes! P4 Reload! Anne's gonna be seething because he's currently playing through the original.
Enjoy your stay in the Administrative District, and thank you for flying Linley Airlines.
Right. Let's get you over to the barracks. Then I should file my
I can't
report.
wait, bros. Candy's gonna be
You'll be eager to
gay,
hear the
fur
details
fur.
on how I
You're
found
gonna
it,
get to
I'm
suck
sure.
Yosuke's dingus,
Well
and
then, you better
Naoto
not keep
will
them
actually be trans.
The barracks are pretty close, actually. They're set up just behind the giant blade tower here. That road there wraps around the left side and leads right to it.
We'll pass through Armory Alley, but let's not get sidetracked, okay? We can check it out later.
Hey, these are genuine concerns. I know they changed some stuff with V3, right? And Metaphor had some suspicious lines, despite that was overall a good game. Laranera? What? That's a silly name. Where's Marinara? Alright, DSP and Assassin's Creed. I think P5 has enough spin-offs. But you already knew that.
Good evening, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to the Daily Wrap.
Wrong video. This is the one we just watched. This one.
Hello, everyone. DSP
Hello.
here, and I just wanted to give you my really fast first impressions.
6 minutes is not fast for me, buddy.
Shadows, after having played
Can you go a bit quicker?
For about 2.5, 3 hours today on release day. Everyone's been asking me about my thoughts about this game. Do I think it's going to be good? Well, I finally played it, all right? So, in a nutshell, because I'm not going to go into map.
He gave a quick... Remember Hogwarts Legacy during the YouTube Shorts era? He gave like a quick 1 minute summation of Hogwarts Legacy and how it's a good game despite like the J.K. Rowling trans cacophony. He was able to call the game based in a shorter amount of time that it will take for him to call this game based, question mark, or woke, or whatever narrative he wants to fly with, whichever narrative will rake him in more money. He takes 6 minutes to do it with this game, but he took 1 minute with Hogwarts.
Massive detail, but I just want to summarize. First off, I'm playing it on PS5 Pro, and there is a jarring difference between the cutscenes and the regular game.
God, why is this his primary issue? Is he autistic? I couldn't notice. I didn't notice a thing.
Cutscene in this game
the human eye can't see above 24 frames per second.
Frames, and appears to have actually lower detail than the actual game. I don't know why. It's jarring. I basically mentioned multiple times to my chat. Every time there's a cutscene, it looks like it went back to PS4. And then all of a sudden, you get to the game, and it looks better. There was one area, for some bizarre reason, where the game was rendering at like...
I mean, this game is on last gen, right? Usually, Ubisoft and EA games tend to... Like, their bread and butter wheelhouse games tend to stick on last gen for a while before going fully into next gen. PS5 only? Oh, we're felted. Fuck my point then.
20 frames, but then when I stepped like right down the road from it, it would go to 60.
PS4 sounds like a Twitter take. I checked the comments and it's like, oh, this looks like a PS2 game. This looks like a PS2 game. It's my favorite critique. Oh, it looks like a PS2 game.
Beautiful. And everyone said apparently that's the home hub, and on console they have frame limited it to 30 or less for some bizarre reason. But once you get to the open world, if your console can handle it, then it goes to 60. Outside of that home hub issue and the cutscenes, the game's gorgeous and seems to just hold at a great resolution, frame rate, everything. I don't know why they made those choices. You would want the cutscenes to look better, and they legit look worse than the real game. Go figure.
Ubisoft fucking won,
In the first few hours, you only play as Yasuke for...
Bro, Bill can report on that and say shit like, okay, so this is Ubisoft coping because the game is on... Let's be honest, everyone's playing it on Ubisoft Plus, so everyone is playing it for free, and if you look at the wording, it doesn't say 1 million copies sold. No, it says 1 million players. So Ubisoft, they're fucking liars, they're scumbags, they're lying to the audience, they're lying to gamers, and they're lying to me. And honestly, I've had it up to here with it.
For a whopping 20 minutes or less. It's his intro, and then basically like a flash forward, and then you're done. Then you go right over to the female character, Naoi, I forget how to pronounce her name because we, only played with her for a couple of hours. And you see her backstory. How did she become
ALT heard her name and just like that pronounced it correctly, whereas he's like stumbling over
gameplay
it.
like Assassin's Creed. The only gameplay that's like Assassin's Creed is essentially the sneaking and like assassinations. Okay, it's just you're gonna be going around, sneaking around, trying to stab people in the back with the female character. That is. Yes, you can still go in haystacks and whistle. Yes, you can hide in the grass and whistle to lure them over. All that stuff is still present. Now you have the throwing daggers, kunai. Those will kill people with one quick toss to the head, but they're limited ammo. Looks like there's going to be bow and arrow, but I haven't found it yet. And overall, it's just a mix of doing the assassinations or engaging real combat. Now, combat is either doing light and heavy attack combos, charging your attack to break their guard, or parrying and then counterattacking. There also is a dodge because there's certain attacks
what do you mean pointless video? This is very informative.
And then counterattack. But essentially, it's very basic. It's a couple hits, 2-3 hit combos. Nothing complex, nothing crazy that you haven't seen in another game before. It has a little bit more of an action-centric focus rather than stealth, but there is stealth. The big change I've noticed, in the open world, there's tons of elevation. Now, instead of just running through a city and you're climbing buildings, now there's like mountains and things like that. And you can't really tell when there's going to be elevation because there's a lot of plants. So there's a lot of trees and a lot of growth. Like, I can just run through there. No, it's actually a freaking wall you couldn't see and you can't get up it. Or vice versa, you're trying to go down, all of a sudden it's steep. You're like, oh crap, you're trying to like not fall and
Can we have B-roll while you explain what the fuck you're talking about? You're losing me, Phil. It's in one ear, out the other.
The female character can endlessly dodge and flip. Every dodge she does is a crazy side roll flipping parkour mess. It's insane. Remember in old school Assassin's Creed where like you're a little clunky, so you didn't really want to get into encounters with a bunch of enemies because you were
sure
gonna
would be nice if I had some fucking clips, bro.
Now you just woohoo, woo, woo, whoop, 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 flippity flop all over the place. There was even a part where I was on top of a cliff.
That
wasn't so high. I said, I wonder what happens if I jump off. She literally did a super acrobatic side parkour flip, landed at the bottom of the cliff perfectly on her toes. What is she?
Okay, so he's kind of visualizing it with his fingers there. He's doing his best with what he has available. His body.
Side parkour flip, landed at the bottom of the cliff perfectly on her toes. What is she, like a freaking, an athlete, a professional acrobat? Like, what is going on here? Is she a gymnast? It doesn't make sense, and it makes her feel way more powerful than she should be, being either like a teenager or just a young adult. She's not like a trained seasoned killer. Why is she like the most acrobatic, superb person ever? It's bizarre.
And because she's a ninja?
Reeks of like girl boss, overpower everyone around you kind of stuff. It's very silly in my opinion.
It sure is synthetic. He's a fucking alien.
Yasuke can't do this kind of stuff. He's more like a...
Why does he say Yasuke? It's Yasuke. Just say Yasuke. It's actually more... Well, Dale just calls him Yasuke to be funny. But like, okay, Dale just... He tries to be funny with how he pronounces it. But Bill literally can't pronounce any of the names in this game. It's Yasuke. Just say Yasuke. That's all you gotta say. Hey, did you watch Naruto? Sasuke? Why are you saying Yasuke? It's like if you said Sasuke.
Tank character, where he's going to be slashing, he's going to be breaking guards, but he also has superpowers. Yes, he has a move you could charge up and do like a super slash where he teleports and slashes and the screen goes white and there's a blood splatter. What is that? He doesn't have any, he's not supposed to have like...
Black people don't teleport.
So how does he have the ability to teleport and slash people?
It's a game.
I don't know, but he does. Right?
It's
the intro
a game.
segment, he has that. But the thing is, you play with him so little in the intro. Like, I've only played like 15 minutes as him. So I don't know how that's going to persist as you play as him later in the game.
Phil wishes black people could teleport in real life so you can make them go away.
Right?
But
one thing I'm just going to be honest about, there was a background mission where basically they're teaching you how this girl became a ninja. And when all the ninjas show up to basically fight and save her, it starts playing rock music.
Oh my God.
I'm not kidding. A band starts playing, your drums, guitar. I'm like...
Did they play mumble rap for Yasuke?
Period, right? It's stylized, but it's so out of place. And everyone watching was scratching their head like, what did they just do? Why is that in this game? It's bizarre, right? Imagine if you were playing Assassin's Creed 2 and all of a sudden they started playing
I guarantee it's the same kind of music they use for the trailers. So it's like complaining when a movie trailer for a movie you want to watch has music that's unfitting for the movie, but then it doesn't make it into the final movie because the trailer wasn't... The soundtrack
used for the trailer isn't representative of the final product soundtrack. It's just, in this case, it is representative of the final product soundtrack. There's probably rock music in the trailers for the Lady Ninja, and then in the final game, she's also repped by rock music.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know what they're doing there. So overall, my initial impressions, it doesn't seem like it's a bad game, but if you're looking for Assassin's Creed, this doesn't play anything really like it besides a few assassinations and sneaking here and there. The combat's...
No lie, the music and stuff is really out of place. I don't really disagree with him on that. If it's like a period piece, yeah, rock music would be out of place.
Weird and different. The flipping parkour is bizarre.
It took him that long to come up with an actual critique.
Dips and then jumps are weird on PS5 Pro. I don't know why the cutscenes look so bad. And there's just not a lot of Yasuke in the early game. Maybe there'll be more of a balance in late game, but right now in early game, it's just all the girl, and it's just okay.
It's cringe.
So
no, call it cringe. She's woke.
Video like this. Let me know what you think of it, and I'll see you all tomorrow for more gameplay on my first stream. Okay? Thanks for watching, everyone. See you then.
That's it. Meaningless. What the fuck was that? I didn't learn anything about the game other than rock music and black people don't teleport. What was the point of that? Did anything happen on that stream? I saw up until WPIG called it quits. I'm assuming nothing happened if this was the brunt of his summation of what he got done. Yeah, that could have just been attached to the route. Oh, of course, yeah, and ninja women can't jump around. She's a ninja. That's why she can jump around. He's gonna say, women can't be ninja. Okay, but it's like it's not supposed to be historically accurate. And there were female ninja back then anyway. Need the sound clip of you saying black people don't teleport? I think you clipped it, right? We gotta go back in time. We need to use that for... You know, I play a fighting game against, I don't know, I play Street Fighter 6 against DJ, and DJ's just jumping around the screen. Then we hit the soundboard. Black people don't teleport! All right, thank you, Phil, for the awful observations that you had. Your many awful observations.
Hello.
Oh, wrong one. That's my own video. Where was Synthetic Guy? I lose the link for it? Here it is. I think we were at 132. Jeez, I'm gonna get no sleep tonight. But I gotta finish it tonight.
Overall, it is...
So we were at 132. The absolute state of the derail. How does he sound if I play him on 1.25?
Ended up wasting an hour of my time because I kept trying to steal her instead of just passing a speech check to get her. Again, my fault, not the game's. But yeah, after just passing one check, lo and behold, we finally have our horse back. Now, something I want to point out is they actually changed Pebble's gender in between games. Captain Bernard clearly calls Pebbles a boy.
Against all better judgment, they decided to give you your own horse.
Woke!
The dappled gray beside my stallion is yours. Make sure you take good care of it.
And now everyone calls Pebbles a girl. Now, yes, everyone in my chat was making jokes how they trooned out our horse, but honestly, I don't actually give a fuck about this, but it is an interesting little change between games that I thought was worth pointing out. And so there was only one more companion we needed to get back, that being Mutt, our trusty Mutt. And our journey begins by asking around where someone could have possibly seen a dog roaming around. Eventually, we hear rumors that there is a dog hanging out with a pack of wolves, and we talk to a local shepherd. He gives us his dumbest ram to use as bait. And unfortunately, it can't be that easy. The ram gets killed immediately, which is actually kind of funny. One of the few jokes I laughed at. And the dog is just a cane corso, I guess, which seems to be the most common dog breed in this area. And so we take out the wolf pack, but we're no closer to our goal. The shepherd tells us to ask the gamekeeper if he's seen Mutt. And we get roped into another side quest where we have to rescue this alcoholic from a bunch of wolves. And then we get one of the most painful side quests in the game, which is horrifically unfunny, where we have to carry this drunk around in the woods for about 20 fucking minutes straight. And eventually he tells us we need to rescue some horse that got stolen by bandits. And with the cumin gear that I had acquired earlier, it was fairly easy with a mixture of stealth and one-on-one combat to take out the bandits, rescue the horse. And then the next day, the gamekeeper tells us that Mutt is conveniently just just southwest of the Gypsy camp. So we travel all the way back over there, and finally we find our trusty dog as he's about to be devoured alive by a pack of wolves. We rescue him, and there's the best quest reward in the game by far. We get our dog, and I would love to be able to tell you the differences between the mechanics in the first game and the second, but believe it or not, I never used Mutt in the first game. And I gotta say, I'm kind of glad I didn't if it worked anything like this game. Basically, the only thing Mutt is good for outside of a couple specific side quests is distracting an enemy for about 2 seconds, giving you a chance to get a free hit on him. Unfortunately, friendly fire is turned on in this game. You can hit Mutt, and if you damage him enough, he runs away for a few hours, and he loses some loyalty, and it makes me sad every time. Now, of course, you can raise his loyalty back up by feeding him or petting him, but in one of the weirdest oversights in the game, any food items that you drop have no weight in the physics engine, so if you're even on like a 5-degree incline, the food will just keep rolling and rolling and rolling, and is...
Does he still get good views? This has 128,000 views after 2 days.
As long as it keeps moving, Mutt won't eat the food, and if it rolls for too long, Mutt will forget that you even gave him food in the first place. I know some people are going to say I'm making mountains out of molehills with this, but this is the type of bug or oversight that any basic amount of QA would have caught and tried to fix. And it was incredibly annoying, even though I probably didn't really have to feed Mutt at any point. I could have just told him to go home and then ignore him for the rest of the game. I don't know, I kind of like traveling around with a dog, even if he didn't really help that much. So I think Warhorse really made sure that he wouldn't really help the player much in case that you didn't care to finish this side quest. But it was easily in the top 3 side quests of this game, not that that's really saying much. So that's more or less the sandbox experience in this game. I would talk about exploration, but there's nothing to find, you know, kind of like Witcher 3. The parallels between the Kingdom Come games and Witcher 3 are pretty obvious outside of the core gameplay mechanics.
It's almost like they were inspired by Witcher 3 or something. These are not exploration-based open world sandbox games like Oblivion or Skyrim or Fallout 3. No, these are quest-based open world games. There's no reason to go somewhere unless a quest tells you to go there, with the exception of some random events that you can find out in the world and the occasional little bit of extra treasure you can find, but I never found anything that was worth going out of my way to just waste time exploring the map, which again is very similar to how the first game was structured, and I wouldn't even have a problem with that as long as the side quests were up to snuff, but honestly they're just not. And the thing is too, I'll admit this is completely subjective, that I don't really care for these side quest setups or payoffs or any of the characters involved in them, or even the gameplay really for that matter. You are fine to like any of those things, but something that you can't deny is that you are forced to play through the main story to get to a lot of these side quests, especially since there's 2 maps in this game, and the second region is considerably larger than the first and has like twice as many side quests. So even if you really do enjoy the sandbox experience in this game, you have to play through the horrible story to get to those quests, which is a big part of my problem with this game, because once I had finished the main story, I went back and played like 6 more side quests off stream, and there actually were a couple that I enjoyed, even if, much like the quests I just described in this section, they usually end up being anticlimactic, or there's some subversive twist that ruins the entire quest. I'm specifically thinking of the one where a ghost forces you to stack bones. Goddamn, the busy work never ends, does it? But my point is, unlike Elder Scrolls games, this is not a game where you can just ignore the story and do all the quests. I mean, sure, you can to a point, but if you want to get to the second region of the game, you have to engage with the story, and if you're anything like me, you're gonna hate the story for all the reasons I'm about to get into. So, like I mentioned 30 minutes ago now, you actually have a real choice here how you want to handle the next part of the story. You can either help out the blacksmith or help out the miller. I chose the miller just because I wanted to do some thievery, just to get a little bit of gameplay variety in there. And Miller Crazel is one of the most scumbag characters in this game, and he just completely gets away with it. Now, there actually has been a little bit of misinformation about his quest line, and I can take partial responsibility for that, because before I had streamed this section, I don't think very many people had seen it, and so there was one part that was taken slightly out of context, but trust me, it's not much better in context. What Miller Crazel tells you is that he wants to create a golem, aka a homunculus, a slave race of servants to do all of his bidding for him. And yes, he even says he learned it from the Kabbalah.
Studying the Jewish Cabal.
I knew it! Now, there's actually a hint that this is a lie early on, because when you're carrying some sacks for him, and yes, you have to carry sacks again, that's going on the humiliation counter. You find little tiny metal balls, kind of like musket balls, right? So I thought this quest was going to lead to him making a gun or something, but no.
no, that's not what it is either. So of course he agrees to help you get inside the wedding if you help him with his big project. But first you have to steal back a document that the guards at Troskowitz confiscated from one of his other minions. And this is where we get our stealth tutorial, including pickpocketing and lockpicking. The lockpicking minigame is pretty much the same as the first game, with the only difference being that as you get closer to picking the lock, your little reticle will spin further and further, which makes the harder locks really difficult to do without breaking the lockpick, because your reticle will just spin in a circle, and it's hard to keep your circle in the sweet spot if it's moving on its own. So that's kind of annoying. And the pickpocket minigame, which again, I never used in the first game, even one time, but people tell me it's pretty much the same. Feels like it was designed by fucking aliens. What you have to do is, you have to stare at someone's purse very intently for a certain amount of time without triggering their awareness, and the longer you stare at it, the longer amount of time you have to fiddle through their purse until you find the item you want. You have to reveal the item in a radial menu, and then you have to select it, and then you have to exit the radial menu, all while the timer is going, and then you've stolen the item you were trying to fish for. Well, let me just say, I despise that minigame, but I only ever had to use it 2 or 3 times. And as for the stealth killing, I'd already been fucking it up for like 6 straight hours at this point, which I will say is half my fault, half the game's fault. The part that's the game's fault is that they already gave me so many forced tutorials before this point that I was genuinely shocked that it waited until you completed a main story quest just to teach you how to knock people out or to stab them. The short version is, in the first game, if you choke someone out, it succeeded every time, no matter how high their stats were. But if you tried stabbing somebody, then it compared your stealth with their stealth or something. I don't know the exact stats. Whereas in this game, choking out is no longer a guarantee, and even though your stats still matter, you have to pass a quick time event to guarantee the stealth kill or to choke someone unconscious. And this can come in 2 forms depending on how large the disparity is between the stats. If it's only a small difference, you just have to left click when the swords appear on your screen. But if it's a huge difference, you then have an extremely tiny window to right click after the left click, and if you press it too early, it doesn't count. So this makes it very difficult to stealth kill guards in the early game, unless you just have really fast reflexes or memorize the timing. So I'm going to count this as another downgrade from the first game, because I understand the logic behind it. They didn't want stealth killing to be completely overpowered, but making it quick time events that rely almost purely on the player's reflexes.
All I know about it is that it's apparently
the amount of saves I had to reload during one of the 4 stealth missions because of this shitty mechanic is unbelievable. But I guess to make up for this, you can throw rocks, like I said in the intro, which does trivialize the other aspects of the stealth, so it kind of evens out. Stealth is still a very legitimate way to break this game, as long as you have a stealth outfit prepared. Me, being kind of a lazy, impatient, ADHD-ridden fuck, I never actually min-maxed having a stealth outfit, because outside the 4 stealth missions, I pretty much never used stealth. So anyway, after a couple tries, I break into the guard house. Unfortunately, the captain of the guard is inside, and he's an essential NPC, despite having no name. But I managed to choke him out, steal the document, get back to the miller, and this is where the miller reveals his fake plan of creating a golem, and he says that he's going to need saltpeter to create the golem's heart, and to figure out where to get saltpeter, we need to talk to the local witch that is also on his side. I know Henry never really comes across as a good, honest Christian, especially not the way I played as him, but you'd think he'd start to have some serious objections to engaging in what is clearly turning out to be a satanic ritual of some kind. Now, to the game's credit, I technically lied earlier when I said nobody related to the main quest can be killed. Technically, that's not true. You can kill Krazel, the witch, pretty much anyone related to this part of the main quest, because the blacksmith side exists as a failsafe if you somehow mess up this one. So in fairness, I do have to give the game some credit for just this part of the main quest having a bit of player choice involved. But anyway, the witch tasks you to seek out the local gravedigger because saltpeter can grow on corpses. Now, this is where one of the worst quests in the game takes place. I honestly could not believe how shitty it turned out to be. Long story short, the gravedigger turns you into his bitch for a full day. You have to do all of his chores for him just for him to show you the location of the corpse pit.
You're his soulmate.
And what exactly do these chores involve? Well, first of all, you have to find a deer corpse and bring it to his cart, defend him from a couple angry men harassing him. Oh, and you can't kill them, by the way, or he won't help you anymore, which meant I ended up having to load a save.
It's like Persona 3
then you have
and
to carry
GTA
some farm
3.
animal corpses to his cart and optionally investigate what made them ill in the first place. In the final task, easily the worst by far, he tasks you with poisoning a dog's food just because a neighbor paid him to get rid of the dog because it was mean. Now, thankfully, I was actually able to worm my way out of this one. I just let the dog go free, which actually pissed off some people in my chat, which just shows how fucked up some of you guys are, legitimately. And then the final cherry on top of this quest is that you have to taste the...
I remember when he called his chat brown a few weeks ago.
Saltpeter to make sure
You
it's
guys
legit.
are brown
So
anyway.
Henry puts his
What did he
fucking
mean
mouth
by
on
that?
a corpse. This quest is one giant prolonged humiliation
What does that say about
ritual.
you
It's not just
as an
petting. This is
entertainer?
to shit on Henry and by extension the player. You cannot convince me otherwise. Thank God I was able to kill the Gravedigger at least and get away with it. Now the rest of this side quest is put off on hold because
Yeah, it was while he was spurging about he was spurging out about like Asian games and Gacha Kumar Gunner games and how basically he doesn't give those games a free pass because they're developed by Asians. Like he says they're no better than like okay, the way like AAA woke shit is like the Western thing that's killing gaming. The Gacha Kumar slop, as he calls it, would be the Asian equivalent of what's killing gaming, and that he shouldn't give it a pass because it's Asian. So when people in the chat fought against that, because obviously if you're in that aisle of the internet where you're like against wokeness and DEI and shit, generally I think it's pretty reasonable to say that people who would be like against that would favor games that are developed by, you know, Japanese individuals. So of course a lot of people went after him for that opinion, you know, subjective, yada yada, and he was like, no, well, fuck it, whatever, you guys are brown anyway. You guys aren't even white. Half of you are probably Mexican.
the last thing that the Miller needs is inside.
Look, I get it. Gotcha is gotcha. And it's no different than a loot box. But not every anime, weeb game, whatever the fuck, has gotcha in it.
Frosky Castle, so you have to get further in the main quest.
And it's like, again, like that's the audience you're catering to, like the, again, naturally, if you're against this shit, if you're highly against this shit, like this is the slop content that you consume on YouTube, there's a high likelihood that you will like and prefer games developed by Asians. So that's the audience you're catering to by making this slop content. So why are you confused when they get upset that you're allegedly applying the standards you put on Western games to Asian games? Like, why are you confused that they're seething about that? Of course they're going to prefer Asian games.
Hold, because the last thing that the Miller needs is inside Trotsky Castle, so you have to get further in the main quest first before you can finish this quest line. And so he finally tells you the plan to get into the Sabine wedding, which is basically just find an attractive prostitute for the Master Chamberlain. Sounds easy enough, right? Well, of course it can't be that easy. As we try to convince some local bath wenches, we find out that everyone hates the Master Chamberlain. Doesn't matter that he's rich and got status. He's
yeah, but it says
Medicare
always said, don't attack your fans.
And of course, it's the ugliest looking bath wench who's slept with him before and
don't call them Mexicans.
Never do it again, which is what convinces the other girls not to do it, even though they'd be paid enough money.
Actually, he called the same day he called them lolicons. I forget why. So within the span of a day, he called his audience Mexican lolicons.
To afford a small cottage. Yeah, this is fucking bullshit. I know it's played off for laughs. I don't think it's funny. I think this is legitimate feminist bullshit in the 15th goddamn century. There are women who have slept with way uglier dudes, way more cruel dudes for the money and the status. I don't believe this shit for even a second. So who do we have to turn to instead? We gotta find a gypsy prostitute. And as you already know, the gypsies hated my ass, but thanks to the exploit I explained earlier, I was able to sneak up on her and tell her all about this stuff. And then we get one of the most bizarre lines in the game.
And he was a hermaphrodite. He had things.
What? It's a male Fuda, guys. Oh god. Yeah, that
we all know what Synthetic Man thinks of Fudas. Let's hear that one more time.
Completely
things.
What? Most bizarre lines in the game.
And he was a hermaphrodite. He had things.
What? It's a male Fuda, guys. Oh god.
Maybe this game's not so bad.
And this bitch is so stuck up. Despite living in the fucking dirt, she has this massive ego because apparently she's been a high-class prostitute all over the world, which, if even any of that is true, how the hell did she end up in a gypsy camp with no money being this desperate? I don't know if she's supposed to come across as a liar or she's just that dumb with money because implications, but those implications are too base for this game, so I'm not sure I believe that.
But I'll never understand the Fuda thing. His audience tries to cope about it by saying Fuda's base if you want to know the truth about it, but I think they only say that because he got exposed for being into it. Like, wouldn't they call it how is everything else degenerate but Fuda is based? I think his cope was like it was Ubermensch. It's actually Ubermensch if you want to know the truth about it, to have like a big Fuda dick. No, I think you're coping, brother. If he didn't have that as a fetish, his audience would have called that degenerate.
Regardless, we end up having to get some perfume and a nice dress, and that was its own fucking adventure that I fucked up because, once again, I was just so fed up with this game, but truly, it was my fault. I'm not going to go into it because this video is going to end up being the longest video I've ever made regardless. But I finally get all the materials. I'm ready for the wedding. I even have to find some nice clothes for Henry, too, which I had to go back and steal on top of the dress. And what happens now that we're over 10 hours into the game?
Well, it's mainly his audience that calls it as big. Like, whenever you argue with his fans and you bring that up, usually they will reply with Fuda is based though. Now I have to look at there's a guy who clips his live streams because he always enlists them. And I gotta look for the one where he was defending it.
Wedding breaks immediately.
To remember, recall what his exact argument was.
What? What?
But the video I remember watching about it, he was clearly embarrassed about that it had gotten found out, that it was exposed.
What? And no, you can't surrender. I tried.
No, he did go after Dead Space for the gender-neutral bathrooms. That video, because like that remake it wasn't woke enough for him to go as hard on it as in this game. So I think he was pretty mixed on it in the end. He certainly couldn't LARP as though it was super woke, but the existence of the gender-neutral bathrooms gave him a tangent with which to go off on.
If I wasn't a YouTuber, I would have dropped this game right then. In fact, if I was like some other reviewers I know, I would have just started the review right there and not given a fuck about the backlash, because there's no way in hell that the game is worth playing after this point. And I know some people are going to say this is my fault somehow, but I even loaded earlier saves and double-checked. I was not wanted in Samine. I wasn't even wanted in Troskowitz anymore. I got flogged again to prove it. No, the only explanation for this is that somehow me being wanted in the Gypsy camp broke this quest. Now, there was actually an easy solution here that I didn't think of at the time because I was so angry. But all I had to do was wait out 3 days, and then my bounty would have disappeared on its own. But again, I was so fucking fed up. And as it turns out, there's a failsafe in the wedding quest anyway. All I had to do is run away for about 15 seconds, and then there's a scene that triggers if the wedding goes wrong, where both you and Hans are arrested. Now, because I didn't even know Hans was there, this scene kind of came out of left field for me. But even though I didn't personally get to experience the Samine wedding, I think for the sake of being as thorough as possible, I should still tell you what happens. And I can't think of a better way of doing so than letting my buddy Kane's Games explain it to you. You guys should all go check out his review on this game. It's actually pretty funny. And there's one specific event that happens during the wedding that I'm sure all of you would like to hear.
But at this wedding, there is a woman named Dubravka, and she is a positively ghoulish looking woman. And if you talk to her mom, she basically asks you to dance with her because apparently she's retarded from the waist down. And if you decide to dance with this battered wench, she wants to sleep with you. All fine and dandy, right? Well, guess what? If you decide to sleep with her willingly, she then proceeds to insult your performance as Henry stands there like a moron going, oh no, I really enjoyed it, I don't know about you. And then she proceeds to insult him to his face. And if you decide to instead reject her and drink with her instead, she drugs you and then rapes you. Yeah, you heard that right. Henry gets molested in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. And you know what the absolute cherry on top to this bullshit is? If you talk to her afterwards, you are not even allowed to confront her about it. And instead, you are given the option to apologize. Apologize for getting raped.
Nigga, what the fuck is this bullshit?
Yeah, could you fucking imagine if the roles were reversed? Meanwhile, I've heard almost nobody talk about this. Or instead of apologizing, you're allowed to say, I'm glad it was with you. What the fuck were
we
these
need the option to see that the woman
smoking when they
This is kind of incelly, right?
wrote this?
Do we not want to fuck women?
But after Henry gets Bill Cosby'd, you wind up running into Hans, and after a misunderstanding breaks out, you and Hans get into a big fight, causing them to then get arrested and taken to Trotsky Castle.
Okay, so back to the normal review. And so at this point, we get a short interlude where the game switches over to Godwin again, and we get to see what sent him over to Trotsky in the first place, as Sir Radzig and Sir Hanush task him with going after Henry and Hans. Now, something that is very hard to get used to in this game is that...
Alright, shut up, Stedapan. We got gameplay.
And here we are, the Blade Barracks. Consider yourself our guest until we finish getting you registered. Feel free to come and go as you please.
Oh, ask about registration. Frown and say nothing. I've been frowning and saying nothing the whole game because my character can't talk.
I think I can answer that one.
Who's this clown?
You must be the latest rescue.
Secretary Nagi.
Whoa, whoa, be careful with that. Careful how you say
As
that.
always, I see.
What can I say? Pep is my middle name.
No, it's not. It's Lou.
I ran into Doug Barrett on the way here, and he didn't seem quite so upbeat. Anything about today's flight I should know?
No, nothing to worry about.
Good. Be sure it stays that way. More importantly, Elma, you found another one. Excellent work out there.
Just doing
And
my
another
job,
one.
Mr. Secretary.
Now, as for officially registering our new citizen here,
Why don't we talk inside? There's a lot of ground to cover. It could take some time.
ah yes, of course. Forgive me. You must be
Ah,
weary
yes.
from the stasis and your journey back to us. Please, after you.
I'll put on some tea.
Sounds like Laura Bailey. It's Cassandra Lee Morris. She's Morgana from Persona, and Sothis from Fire Emblem. And countless other favorite characters. Laura Bailey don't do anime games anymore. She's too good for that. She'd rather be in the AAA slop.
Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Kentaro Nagi. You may remember
What, do you want a
me as
medal for
Captain
that?
of the White Whale, but now I serve as Secretary of Defense here for New LA. The provisional government
So
has
you got
charged
demoted.
me with keeping the peace, so all military and police matters fall under my jurisdiction.
He's also my superior officer. And he'd be an excellent person to talk to when you're ready to start looking for work.
What about a job right here with Blade?
Can I be a full-time business-style streamer?
Let's give it a little more time. At least until he knows enough to be able to make an informed decision.
Can I
seems
say
to be
no
suffering
and then
from
just
some
like
form
spend
of
the whole
memory
game
loss.
fucking around?
Memory
I don't think I got a choice here.
From the stasis?
He could barely remember his name, and nothing at all about what happened to Earth or the White Whale.
I see.
How
Though,
convenient.
come to
Give me
think
the
of it,
exposition, brother.
The entire lot of us have only been on this planet for what, 2 months? It shouldn't take very long to get caught up.
My thoughts exactly.
Well then, where should we begin?
Ah yes, the Lord.
It started at the end, 2 years ago.
Thousands
The
and
end
thousands of years
Earth.
ago.
The casualty of a battle between 2 hyper-advanced alien civilizations. Their technology and weapons were beyond our comprehension. We were like infants, naked,
We were
powerless.
felted.
The Earth was reduced to ash and blown away.
I still wonder if I hadn't been there. If maybe all of this could have somehow been avoided.
You stop a single war between 2 highly advanced alien
Without you,
civilizations?
there had been no Project Exodus, and no escape for any of us. Did it go perfectly? No.
No.
We are here, and we are alive. We survived. So yes, Project Exodus. Once we learned the Earth might be threatened, we needed a plan to preserve all her various life forms. That plan
Noah's Ark.
was the Earth Life Colonization Project, otherwise known as Project Exodus.
Those of us who escaped on the White Whale spent over 2 years wandering in space. 2 hard years.
Oh, it really was
But
like
we clung
Wall-E.
to our mission, find a habitable planet and settle there. We had no idea how long it would take. Or that the decision would eventually be made for us.
The xenoforms found us again, and, well, it wasn't a happy reunion. Earth wasn't enough. They wanted humanity destroyed.
Wow,
For
rude.
better and for worse,
We were close to planet Mira when we lost control of the White Whale. Inertia and gravity took it from there.
The ship had taken way too much damage to survive entering the atmosphere intact. We had no choice. We channeled all the power we had left to soft land the habitat. Once the dust cleared, we set to work transforming it into its current state. Searching for survivors, establishing Blade, installing the provisional government. Basically, making it a sustainable city.
That answers one question. How about another?
Blade is an acronym. Builders of a legacy.
It's a short abbreviation.
Quite fitting, I think. It's a relatively new organization. Up there in space, we had plenty of provisions, and a crew trained to handle the limited amount of situations we might encounter in our travels. But of course, all that changed after we lost most of our ship and came crashing down here on Mira. We needed food, water, search and rescue teams.
Oh, just hit the tips goal.
Police.
Hit the amount of goals and you'll get food real quick.
It was too much for the provisional government to manage on its own, so Blade was born. The idea was to have one central organization with different disciplines to fill these various roles. Its core was pulled from the Coalition military, so it's mostly former soldiers. But fighting isn't our most important duty. Right now, we have a single top priority that supersedes all others. The search for and recovery of the Lifehold.
Take a look at this.
Is that a dog? Is that your Baldo? What is that?
White Whale was designed to carry an exceedingly large number of passengers, all of them held in stasis. All housed in a structure called the Lifehold. This is a complete schematic of that facility. Only essential personnel were conscious and active for the journey from Earth. The flight crew, maintenance engineers, and of course, some military so we could defend ourselves if necessary.
A lot of good that
but
did.
The vast majority were in the Lifehold. Are in the Lifehold. With any luck, they're all still there, in stasis, waiting to be rescued. But there's a problem. We now know the Lifehold broke apart along with the rest of the ship when we came down on Mira. What we don't know is exactly where all the pieces landed. Not very comforting, I know.
More like the survivors will be in pieces.
Now is locating the missing units.
Ah, yes. Where can I sign up?
Ah, yes. All citizens of NLA are required to register their name, age, and occupation. We also ask you report any personal assets and take a short survey regarding your current state of health.
Oy vey, my personal assets.
Purely as a precaution. I'm sure you understand. As the caretakers of humanity's survival, we all have certain responsibilities.
And hey, it's not all bad. Registering gets you access to all kinds of public services.
Yeah, like paying taxes.
In any case, I'm sure this is all a lot to digest. You'll be wanting some time. Ms. Koo, even I'm tired of hearing myself speak. Why don't you take our guest out for some air? Perhaps a tour of the administrative district.
Yes, sir. Come on, we'll keep this briefing brief.
Whoa, story mission. 5,000 whatever? Just for doing it? Let's fucking go, bud. Oh, nice chill music for this area. I can vibe to this. I can bop. Strange how the game pretends like I have a choice in whether or not I want to work for these guys. The game would not continue if I said no. What's this? Is this the online mode? No. How am I ever gonna play with Mr. Pun now?
You know, it's not every day we're authorized to let a civilian tour the administrative district.
Yeah. Nagi must really, really want him to join Blade.
Oh, that means he's gonna be the antagonist. Don't trust that
The AD
bitch.
is a bit different from the other districts. It's got everything a Blade would need, all in one place, without any extra fluff.
What was that? What was with that bass?
Skill. Even the way that they walk is so cool.
Sugoi!
Oh, yeah, work it, baby.
What the? Ah, yes. Geek out. Oh yeah, I'm geeking out right now, brother.
Aren't they just the coolest? Just everything about them. The lasers, the force fields, the bipedal and vehicular transformations. You ever have that dream where you're inside one and it's just transforming over and over and over?
No.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
I don't want to talk to you anymore,
I don't
lady.
normally show this to people, but I've been working on some Skell fanfiction.
What?
Hold on, I'll just pull it up here 1 sec.
I don't want to read anything you've written.
Right. Sorry.
Originally, Skells were developed as a defensive measure to counter potential alien threats. It wasn't enough to save Earth, though. We were outnumbered and outgunned.
Aliens versus giant robots? I give it about 1,000
Just
cool
look around
points.
you. New LA has gone from basically nothing to this in just 2 short months. We could never have come so far so fast without Skell technology. I'd love to get you into one to see for yourself, but it's not that simple.
Well, yeah,
Yeah, I'm
duh.
told I
For
gotta
one
play the
thing,
game for
only
50
Blades are
hours
allowed to
first.
pilot Skells. And even then, you need a license.
These aren't toys we're talking about. They're complex machines with powerful weapons. And they're a precious resource. We only have so many of them to go around. So yes, as you might imagine, the certification process is a fairly rigorous one.
I'm sure you're thinking, where do I sign up for the test? But it's not that simple. They choose you, not the other way around. You can't just walk in the front door and volunteer.
There is some criteria. The details are largely hidden, but basically, HQ only allows the cream of the crop to take the test. Blades who go above and beyond in their duties and for the people of New LA in general.
Oh, great.
So what do you say?
I gotta do some glazing. I gotta glaze them. I gotta do 8 months of glazing before I get a chance to take the test.
Speaking of work, that reminds me. Why don't we check out the mission control board first? That's where we take on our assignments.
Good call. Let's head on over.
What the fuck am I listening to right now? It reminds me of that one Spyro song, the one that plays when you play as the Yeti.
What's wrong?
So this is mission control. We don't have a dispatch system yet, so Blades usually choose their own assignments. Everyone comes here and selects from the missions available on the board.
And it's not just official Blade tasks. Anyone with a request is free to post here. Businesses, citizens, whoever.
Yeah, it's basically how anything gets done in New LA, so the board is constantly updating. Just about every blade will stop by
music
here
to
at some
bite
point
your
in their
nails to.
shift.
It's like our second home. You'll always find a number of blades around here, blowing off steam or browsing mission control for their next assignment.
Whenever I get freed up, I'll stop here first thing to check for any missions I might be suited for.
Likewise. And if the assignment seems too tough to handle solo, that's what the scout console is for. We should show you that next.
You guys are console
Hey, who's
gamers?
giving this tour anyway?
Lame.
We also have the scout console.
Where's the scout
if the
PC?
assignment seems too tough to handle solo. And Elma just said that, didn't she?
Hey.
Ta-da! The Blade Scout Console. When the going gets tough, the tough go to the Scout Console. You know, to get tougher.
If you do end up joining us, you'll quickly realize just how important this little kiosk is. A lot of the mission control assignments are too much for any one blade to handle. They tend to call for multiple members with specialized knowledge or unique skills. This console lets you search for and recruit other blades to fill those roles for just such an occasion.
You can't spell blade without team. Sort of. Anyway, awesome, right? So, you
Right.
ready to join up?
Hang on, Lynn. Take it easy, would you?
What? I'm just saying you'd have to be some kind of an idiot not to want to join Blade.
Or a
Or maybe a
moron.
crazy person.
Or a schizo.
Oh, and here I thought you might be pressuring our guest.
Apology accepted. Now, how about a little shopping? And I'm not talking about the stuff over in the commercial district. I'm talking about Armory Alley.
Dude, she's giving me the whole pre-stream, huh? Yeah, I saw these earlier, but it didn't let me interact with
What
them.
we call Armory Alley.
Blades can requisition equipment from any of the vendors here.
I won't lie. Most Blade members face danger on a daily basis. Having the latest gear isn't about impressing your friends. It's a matter of survival.
True enough. And that goes not only for your personal armor and weapons, what we call ground gear, but for skell equipment as well.
You can even buy whole skells. Can you imagine owning your own skell? Huh? Oh, right, the tour. I think all that's left is the heart of Blade itself. Blade Tower.
Hey!
So yeah, Blade Tower. When we come here, it's usually to stop by Blade HQ. The higher-ups, like Secretary Nagi and Commander Vandam, will spend most of their day here.
I recognize that name from the later
government leaders,
games.
too. They're based in the tower. Guys like our new Director General Maurice Chassan, for example.
Whoa, the
Blades
motion
sometimes report to the
blur.
leadership here after we finish key assignments. You'll want to remember this place.
And that about does it for our tour. So, what do you think? Pretty amazing setup, right? You can't wait to join Blade, right?
Okay, Lynn, seriously, that's enough. We're not here to make a sales pitch. We just want you to have all the facts so you can make an informed decision to join us, or not. Now that you've seen where and how we work, hopefully it made a good impression, but your decision will be just that, your decision. In any case, let's head back to the barracks. Secretary Nagi will be waiting.
Oh my god. Mission complete. Holy shit. Ah, yes, you can always check the gameplay tips. I read literally all of them before I even got here. Alright, big ups me. Let's see, it's almost 4 in the morning. I'll go for a little bit longer, meaning we actually won't finish the Kingdom Come video tonight. Look, it's a 4-hour video, man. I'm sorry, Mr. Pun, but like I told you, I got that funky work shift tomorrow. That's gonna end, it's gonna end late. It's a late shift, you guys. It's gonna conflict with the casino. No, it's gonna be a late restream. I'm gonna be behind. Don't worry. By the time I boot up, I'll have a big ass plate of wings and a tall glass of Coke, and I'll be ready to rewind like an hour into the past. Should be exciting either way. Yeah, let me seems like we're roughly at the halfway point, actually.
Godwin no longer sounds like a generic monotone American and now has a strong Scottish accent.
It seems Sir Hanush is employing children as investigators. But ask as you wish, boy. I hope this nasty business will be cleared up quickly.
Secret mission? Sir Rudzik, I hope you're not trying to drag me into some state espionage game of yours. Somehow, over the years, I fell out of the habit of being inconspicuous.
The new actor is definitely better than the old one, but there's something about the combination of his new accent and the fact that he's a glorified comic relief character, which makes his segments even more annoying than they had to be. But after this short explanation, we cut to Henry and Hans in the dungeon of Trotsky Castle, and we learn that Hans is in here for poaching, which is a crime punishable by death. So despite the fact that our Henry has killed at least a dozen innocent people, and I definitely also poached, and I stole plenty of shit, we are let go, just having to do some manual labor for a while, but Hans is gonna die in 12 hours. So in this part of the game, we have to figure out a way to get Captain Thomas out of his delirium so that he can finally verify who we are and move on with the goddamn plot. So on paper, this is one of the most interesting quests in the game. I think, though, in execution, it's kind of obnoxious. Basically, what you have to do is get access to where Captain Thomas is, and you have a couple different ways of doing so. The easiest way is to do a couple manual labor jobs, which includes carrying sacks for the third fucking time, and it's the furthest you gotta carry them yet, which gives you access to a little bit of the castle. And if you pass a speech check with the Chamberlain, you can get even further in. Unfortunately, I did not, which means that from that point forward, you have to do some stealth to sneak into the chapel and talk to his sister, who suggests you make some kind of potion. Because the doctor isn't at the castle, it's up to you to do this. And so it took me quite a while because I didn't exactly have good sneak skills at this point, and you're not really given any sneak equipment either. But eventually I make my way into their little alchemy room. We discover that Catherine is there for some reason, which is a little hint that she's a spy.
What in God's name are you doing here?
Oh, what's up, bitch?
I was about to ask you the same question.
I work here, genius.
Well, you better start working on my cock. And we end up making a potion and we give it to Captain Thomas. And you have to do all of this in the in-game 12-hour timer, which is something like 2 hours, but it's plenty of time, trust me. The problem isn't the timer. The real issue is that if you don't have any speech skills and you don't have any stealth skills, then you're gonna have a bad time. Ultimately, it's not that difficult if you just throw rocks and do some stealth knockouts or kills. And don't worry, anybody you kill here has no consequences later, at least it didn't for me. So it's not like you're soft-locked or anything, but it's the first of multiple examples in the story where you're pigeonholed into a specific playstyle for basically no real reason. In a better RPG, there would have been a way to earn your way into the chapel with just your combat skills, because not everybody's going to want to do stealth or care about upping your speech-related stats. But in the grand scheme of things, this is a minor complaint because it gets a lot worse later in the game. So after you manage to help Captain Thomas, you bring him out into the courtyard just as Hans is about to be executed, and the Master Chamberlain completely ignores Captain Thomas and tries to kill Hans anyway. So it was all for nothing. Even though you get a game over screen if you don't do the quest, it was all a fucking waste of time. Thankfully, just like a shitty movie, Von Berghoff arrives at the very last second and tells the Chamberlain not to kill Hans, and he hears us out. We tell him what we came here for, and Von Berghoff promises that he will consider Margrave Yobst's offer if we help him take care of the mercenary problem. Now again, to actually complement an aspect of this game, I think this is where the story gets interesting. Now that we've actually accomplished the goal we came here for and interesting things are happening, I was suddenly engaged in the game again. It's sad that it took almost 20 hours in to get to that point. Now, before I continued with the story, I decided to finish off Miller Krazel's quest because I didn't know when I'd get it.
Honey, we're home.
Yes.
Don't say that to an old man.
Who wants wants a fresh cup of tea?
Thank you, Ms. Gu, but I can't stay long. I just wanted to pass along a request from your commanding officer.
Commander Vandam? Does it have anything to do with our new arrival?
Correct.
Wish I could have raided
He stopped
first.
by while you were out on your tour. He said he'll come back.
I gotta be up
but
early.
that I shouldn't wait to ask you.
Here we go. I bet I can guess.
You probably can. He wants to fast-track our new friend here for blade duty with a training assignment. What in the hell are we waiting for? As he put it.
What are we waiting for, you guys?
The commander does have a way with words.
Hey, fast track. That's what I always say.
Makes even my pitch sound smooth.
I explained about the memory
Go back to
issues,
making your
but he
tea.
didn't see it as a problem. And to be honest, given our current need for blade recruits, I can't say I entirely disagree.
You
Hey, it's
got
not me you
amnesia?
need to
Fuck
convince.
that.
Blade service is voluntary, remember?
Of course, and I would never force or coerce anyone. Well, friend, what do you say? Can we count on you to do your part?
I don't think I have a choice, you guys.
I knew you'd make the right choice. Welcome to the organization.
So I gotta,
Elmer, he
I
can
gotta
start on
sign
your team.
something?
You'll begin training immediately.
Yes, Mr. Secretary. With pleasure.
All right. Welcome to the Cool Kids Club.
Just staring off lifelessly into space because I'm not allowed to
Now
talk.
then, let's discuss that training assignment. We've decided to start you out on a probe installation, just to get your feet wet.
I guess we should back up a bit. Here in New LA, we're using a specialized computer system called Frontier Nav to help us deploy a sensor grid across Mira. A network of data probes that allows us to monitor conditions and collect all kinds of information about the planet.
True, Rencheck.
Expanding that grid and filling
Expand?
in the blind spots. is
I've
one
got
of
my
the
green
latest
card right
highest
now.
Priorities. Here, take a look at this. What you're seeing on screen is a terrain map that includes New LA and the surrounding landmass. As you can see, we've divided the area into a series of hexagonal blocks.
Oh, just like one of those
We call
board
these blocks
games.
Segments. Together,
Segments.
They form our grid. We determined
Our
this was the
segments
most
form a
efficient
pre-stream.
path, given the limited range of our probes. Based on it, we know exactly where we need the probes to go. Now we just have to install them.
The sooner the better, as far as I'm concerned. The Frontier Nav probes can also detect the general locations of living things in the vicinity, which comes in handy if we need to track down a blade or another citizen.
Yes, quite handy indeed. So for this first exercise, you'll be heading here, to that white segment. Go there, install the data probe, and then come back home.
Got it. East of the city.
In that case,
East?
we can
I
take
thought
the
you
east
said
gate out of the
west.
administrative district, right? We should be there in no time.
I'll leave the details on the data probe installation procedure to you, Elma.
Of course, Mr. Secretary. All right, you two, shall we?
Yeah. Training or not, let's go install the hell out of that probe.
Whoa. Story mission, chapter 2? Chapter 2, The New Frontier. Damn, already in chapter 2? This is kind of weird for progress in Xenoblade games. I beat 2 chapters in one stream, the prologue and the first chapter. Every other Xenoblade game is like fucking 20 hours between chapters. I don't know how to feel about this progress here. Was told the main plot for this game is pretty short compared to the other games, and that the end game is more so you just doing the missions as a blade. The grind, bash your head against the wall grinding. That's my kind of gameplay. I love bashing my head against the wall.
Another opportunity, and long story short, the guy who had the book.
Man, am I glad we pulled an assignment to the east of the city this time. It'd be a long walk all the way back over to the west gate.
Hold on. Are we even sure the East Gate will be open? Last I heard, it was still on lockdown from all the high-level indigent activity.
It was, but they just lowered the threat level earlier today. The gates are officially open for business. One of our teams must have gone out there and kicked some furry indigent butt, huh?
Do I want to boast or speculate? Is Rydrake still here? Okay, look. If Rydrake was playing, he would select boast. I'm the one.
Seriously? That was you? Cool.
I don't think so. Those Grexes we took down were fairly routine. Definitely not something they'd lock both gates over, at least.
Then I take my cool back. But wait a sec. You guys fought Grexes? The two of you? Hey, that's still pretty cool. They've been hassling a lot of teams lately, especially how they hunt in packs and all.
Let's not get too excited. Confidence can be good. Overconfidence can be fatal, especially when you're new.
Yeah, you're right.
But enough talk. We've got our mission to deal with. Let's head out.
Roger. That probe isn't gonna install itself. Let's get to the East Gate, shall we?
You gonna move or just look at it? Alright, lady, what do we got? Main menu, map, and segments. Pretty cool. You already maxed out the starter class. Don't forget to change your class. I think I did. Oh, I did. Yeah, I should probably do that. Oh, I thought I had to unlock this later in the game. Damn, what do I want to go with?
Look, dropped it down the to that point. Now, before I continued with the story, I decided to finish off Miller Krazel's quest because I didn't know when I'd get another opportunity. And long story short, the guy who had the book dropped it down the shitter. I'm not even joking. And as he went to go get it, he died of, like, food poisoning on the way there. And so we find the book and his corpse by a pile of shit outside of the castle. Yes, I'm adding this to the humiliation counter. Now that we've completed all the Miller's tasks, he finally reveals the truth to us. He was building explosive powder. I was genuinely confused what the hell the point of this entire quest line was. Gunpowder already exists. You literally get handed a gun just a couple hours after this, yet Krazel pretends this is like a massive leap forward for mankind and it's gonna change the world. The only reasonable conclusion that I could take away from this quest is that the plot twist was you were the golem the whole fucking time. I mean, sure, he pays you, but other than that, you get nothing out of this quest. You were a glorified fucking errand boy. He gives you this whole sob story about getting kicked out of university, and then he gets obsessed with alchemy. He's just a fucking Reddit atheist scientist way ahead of his time. Whatever, back to the main quest. Here, we finally get the first romance option with Hans, and it's a mandatory dialogue, by the way. Just to remind you, like I said in the intro, someone lied to you. It's not hidden, not the least bit, man. There's literally a fucking heart on the dialogue option, and the worst part is, the thing you say doesn't even sound gay.
Happens to the best of us. But you can rely on me. Always. We had a disagreement, that's all. Who doesn't sometimes? You're the closest.
That's not even gay, by the way. That's why I think there's women writers.
I really appreciate it. I'm glad
he didn't even say anything gay. So our first task for von Berghoff is to go to Nebakov, which is like a small fortress, and ask for the local lord's garrison to help kill the mercs. Now, of course, the twist when you arrive is that the mercenaries have already taken over this place, and it's their base that they're operating from. And they're not exactly very subtle about there being something very wrong about this place. The player can easily figure it out. And this is also where we finally get to sleep with a woman, Clara, who is one of the only two female characters I actually liked in this game. Even though she's trying to deceive you to help out the mercs, she's still a sweet woman. She's basically like a nurse, and she genuinely likes Henry, and it's an easy lay. How can I complain? And we also find out by interrogating one of the local quote-unquote guards here that nobody agrees on how they obtained so many horses. Of course, they stole them from the men who used to be here. And so you return to von Berghoff, report that obviously some suspicious shit is going down, and he informs you that he actually managed to capture one of the mercenaries, and so he tasks Henry and Hans with torturing torturing the information out of him. And I gotta hand it to this game, you legitimately can torture this man. And don't worry, I took the opportunity to do so.
Oh, based?
Ooh, yeah. Yeah! Now, of course, if you have high enough speech skills, you don't have to torture him, but I wanted to, so I did, and I came very close to killing him. The only consequences for torturing him is you lose some reputation with Hans, and my god, I just realized I didn't even get into the reputation system, which basically became a meme on my streams that I was losing reputation every 5 fucking seconds. The short version is there's local reputation and there's individual reputation, and individual reputation is virtually meaningless unless you lose reputation with like a merchant or one of the romanceable characters in the game. Local reputation is a lot more important, as I explained much earlier. But individual reputation is basically Warhorse's equivalent of Telltale Games. Kenny will remember that. As in, it does absolutely nothing except just annoy the shit out of me. And even though I did lose reputation with Hans a number of times throughout the game, I still was able to do his romance by the end. But I have to admit, I absolutely enjoyed the torture scene. It was legitimately something unique I could take away from this game. And during the torture, you find out that Samine was in on it, or at least the groom was from the wedding. And so, learning this information, you ride off with some guy named Hashek to basically punish the people of Samine for their crimes against Berghoff. And this is one of the very few moments in the game that actually affects the ending. If you choose to butcher the innocent people here, your parents will be upset at you during the ending. I found this out the hard way. Me, I just wanted to have fun, and I had no idea and no reason to believe that there even is an evil ending in this game. Well, spoiler, there is. And so, after killing everyone and burning the estate to the ground, you return to von Berghoff and he throws a party. Now, there's actually a secret gay romance during this part. If you talked to Black Bartosz earlier, you have an option to sleep with him here. And unlike the Hans one, this is not at the end of the game. And no, there are no consequences for sleeping with a man in the 15th century. You know, just had to make that clear. The only interesting thing that happens during this party is that you spy Catherine again, and as I've already said multiple times, she is a spy, which is the foreshadowing for the ambush that happens directly after this. Because yes, as you ride off with the Master Chamberlain to take back Nebukov, you get ambushed on the road by the bandits, and they end up killing almost everybody. Even though by this point in the game, I was considerably more powerful than any of the enemies here, and I just carved them to pieces. By the time we get to the end of this short segment, there's a cutscene where basically everybody's dead except Henry and Hans, of course. And we finally see that the leader of these mercenaries is Captain Zizka, and I'm not a history buff, so I had no idea who this was. Basically, he's a famous Czech military leader who fought during the Hussite Wars, but during this time period, he was a bandit or mercenary. Now again, I'm not going to pretend that I super care about historical accuracy, but he was supposed to have already lost his eye during childhood, and so you may be wondering, how does he lose his eye in this game, since it's obviously going to be a plot point? Well, what ends up happening is that Henry challenges Zizka to an honorable duel. Zizka accepts. I instantly whooped his ass in 2 hits, and Henry slices his eye. Now, believe it or not, this is a fake out. The actual way he loses his eye is way worse than this. But even though we defeat him, he still captures Henry and Hans, because he can't afford to let us go. And so now we finally get to play as Godwin again, and man, from this point forward, every single time we do, it sucks. It starts off with Godwin explaining to some random peasant how he got kicked out of his parish, and in some of the laziest writing I think I've ever seen in a video game, this fucking random-ass peasant not only knows who Henry and Hans are, but explains everything that happened from the moment the wedding went to shit until now. Was this shit on medieval cable or something? How the hell does he know all this? But anyway, after some more padding, Godwin shows up on the scene of the crime where Henry and Hans got captured, and we discover Eric, who was Istvan Toth's butt buddy from the first game. I honestly didn't even recognize him. Godwin proves himself by defeating some bandits dressed up as Berghoff's soldiers, and then he's taken to Nebukov and tries to parley with Zizka. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out, so Godwin ends up taking him hostage, and then suddenly there's a mutiny amongst Zizka's own men. As we find out, Istvan Toth is here, which is obvious since Eric's here, and one of the twists is that Istvan Toth was playing double agent the whole time and was actually a spy for von Berghoff. And because Henry outed him, he gets thrown in the jail cell. And finally, this game starts to feel like a real sequel. We're actually starting to move toward tying up the loose ends from the last game, and it's a genuinely good scene. I don't have any complaints.
Are you afraid?
I'm gonna get you.
No one's yet built the gallows I'll swing from, boy.
I don't think Henry's planning to hang you. It's more likely to rip your gut open.
With this cock.
I'll have to help him.
Yeah, no, we glad to help. Let's double pound him. Let's go. But before Henry can get his revenge, Eric is the one who starts the mutiny so that Toth has time to escape. And now our heroes sit down to have a real conversation with Zizka and realize they've been fighting on the same side this entire time. It turns out Zizka has been working for Margrave Jobst's brother and has been trying to undermine von Bergov's forces because Bergov never planned to betray Sigismund. He had been using Henry and Hans to do his dirty work. And there's also a pretty interesting dialogue response if you ask him about Catherine.
Do you know Catherine?
Who?
The girl from by the pond, for whose sake you killed your own man.
No. You killed your own man to protect a woman you don't know. Looks like
Based gay Hans over here.
anything of the sort since,
So the gang plans to just retreat to Rattay since their mission essentially failed, and hopefully they can come up with a new plan. As you can expect, that never comes to fruition. And so Godwin offers to help clean up Zizka's eye, and apparently is going to make a full recovery. And after this, for no reason at all, we're given more bitch work where we have to bury some corpses. Dude, just why? This game, we're over 20 hours in at this point, I think, and we're still made to do pointless, slow-ass activities, man. I don't know how the hell games keep getting away with this shit. Is it because so many boomers are playing games now? Because millennials are aging, a bunch of them are over 40, and so they don't want exciting games. They want to get their money's worth, whatever that means. I would much rather play, you know, a 6-hour old-school survival horror game than a fucking 50-hour slow-ass boring piece of shit, but I guess that's just me. But I've held up this review enough. After humiliating ourselves once again, we are then rewarded by being given a firearm. And normally I would think, oh wow, that's actually really cool. Getting to use crossbows was already kind of cool, and it had a unique trade-off. It takes longer to load, but it does more damage. And handguns naturally take even longer to load and do even more damage. It's essentially a one-shot, but you'll never have time to fire it more than once in combat. Now I wish that was the only trade-off. The other trade-off is that you can't aim this thing for shit. If you thought aiming a bow was hard in the first game, it's actually impossible to aim the hand cannon in this game. It just fires in a random direction. I have legitimately stood directly in front of an enemy and it somehow missed at point-blank range. And of course, there's a cheeky joke in the dialogue about this.
This weapon has no future. It's too noisy, and above all, inaccurate.
Now, before we move on to the actually good part of the game, there is a short little reprieve here where you get a little bit of friendly dialogue with Hans about the state of their journey so far, and you have an opportunity to do an optional side quest for Clara to sleep with her again, which of course I did. Now again, I feel like I do have to be as fair as possible, as I can anyway. I legitimately believe the next two missions are great. They're easily as good as the best missions from the first game. Starting off, we have our first siege defense. Because, of course, we were never going to get to escape to Rattay. No, Bergov shows up with the Prague militia led by Markvart von Aulitz, the other main villain from the first game. The guy who led to the death of Henry's parents. And so, after a hostile exchange, to say the least...
Lord von Bergov! Sir Markvart! Lord Nebach! And you! You treacherous shit! Kiss our asses!
God. Is this retribution for my sins?
We now have to defend against a whole army attacking a tiny fortress, and this is actually a pretty cool part. It starts off with you having to push over ladders with pole arms, then you have to drop boulders on people's heads. But of course, they do start to manage getting in, so you've got to get hand-to-hand with some of these guys, but ultimately, you get overwhelmed, you hole up in the tower, and of course, the enemy shows up with a cannon. And they blast a hole directly into the top floor of the fortress, and everyone gets captured. And I can't help but think that this next scene looks exactly like the intro to Skyrim. And a really important plot detail here that I almost forgot is that Hans is taken separately with von Bergov to be used as a hostage to make sure that Sir Hanush doesn't retaliate. This, of course, leads to a torture scene from the other way around. And I do have to complain about this part, because at every single opportunity, I resisted telling them any information, which ends up...
They dead or sleeping? I'm about to be dead and or sleeping.
What the hell happened here?
I think we know what did that. So if the apes are all level 80, that thing's like level 99.
Could have killed all these simius. Unless what?
This is bad.
What's bad? I don't follow you.
That's Senicula. It's a tyrant.
Huh? But it looks just like any other Senicula.
Think about it. Your typical
Think about
Simius is
it.
way higher up on the food chain than your typical Senicula, right? Usually we'd find one Simius standing over 3 or 4 Senicula corpses. But here, the tables have been turned. And I don't see a single trace of any other indigents in the area. There's only one explanation. That Senicula is a tyrant.
Let me check the Blade Report database. If there's a tyrant this close to the city, someone must have run across it. Bingo. There was a Senicula tyrant sighted not too long ago, but it was a couple of segments further out.
It could have followed the blade that spotted it back towards New LA, or come here to feed, or who knows what.
That's crazy. I can't believe there's a tyrant right on our doorstep and HQ isn't doing a thing about it.
Well, don't forget why they sent us here in the first place. Frontier Nav's range is still limited.
It's literally outside the city, though.
They must have lost it when it went off the grid.
Ah, yes. Suggest killing the tyrant. Or ask what a tyrant is.
Whoa, whoa, whoa there, rookie. We're talking about a tyrant here. Do you even understand what that means?
We should probably explain.
Just get our giant robot and shoot the fuck out of it.
Term for any indigenous life form that falls outside of our usual threat ranking system. In other words, they're too powerful for us to even measure how dangerous they would be to take on.
And too powerful doesn't always just mean physically strong. If a creature has even a single especially nasty trait, it's classified as a tyrant.
Even some of Blade's very best teams have come back with serious injuries after running into a tyrant in the field. If they come back at all.
Suggest that the three of you can handle it. Say, you can't just leave it so close to New LA.
As long as you understand the risks involved. Lynn?
Count me in. The same goes for everyone in New LA, but if we're gonna settle here on this planet, we're gonna have to get used to dealing with tyrants now and then. Besides, if I need to, I can always run away while it's busy chewing on one of you guys.
Grim.
Fair enough. But don't push it, okay? Either of you. If we can take it down, great, but if not, even just luring it away would be a moral victory. As long as we buy enough time to install the probe, we can use Frontier Nav to track it, or any other tyrant that comes this close to the city from now on. Just make sure you're ready before we attack. This will be tougher than anything else we've faced.
Engaging the tyrant is no small task. It's important to equip your best before charging it, so double check all weapons and gear, alright? Oh, and make sure your art's already leveled up, okay? This is the first step to becoming a combat master. Oh boy, I'll probably do swimmingly. I could upgrade shit if I want to. Let me think about it.
Ends up hurting you in the part after this because you have a torture debuff which severely lowers your health and stats. And ultimately it was all for nothing because fucking Godwin gives up the information willingly even though no one touched him. And the worst part is later in the game it treats it as if this is somehow Henry's fault. And actually the real worst part is we get a fucking girl boss segment because all that build up with Catherine, including Zhishka lying to cover her ass, leads up to her assassinating a guard, a fucking 35-year-old single mother or before, spoiler, she's not a mother anymore, assassinates a fucking guard. This is supposed to be historically authentic 15th century Bohemia, and we have a MILF assassin. People were saying this shit wasn't woke, even up until this part of the game, by the way. That is how absolutely brain-rotted and brainwashed our society has become. But I'm not going to waste even more time ranting about this. So Catherine saves the day, and now Henry has to go on a stealth mission and kill Istvan Toth. We finally get our goddamn revenge, and oh boy is it sweet. This is easily the highlight of the game. We finally make our way up to his tower. We get our big showdown. We have a chance to ask him about Eric, and he admits that he adopted him as a war orphan where his band of mercs killed Eric's parents, and he groomed him into his fucking butt buddy, essentially. This was our LGBT representation, I assume, before Embracer Group got involved. And I'm not gonna lie, I actually lost the first duel against him in the fair fight because the torture debuff was so significant I couldn't even use a basic sword anymore without a penalty. But in my second attempt, I took him out, and you fucking push him out the window and you get your father's sword. There we go, a satisfying conclusion to the first game's narrative. And I'm not exaggerating when I say it is all downhill from here. That was the peak of this game. It never reaches that point again. In fact, the writing just goes further and further down into the abyss until it's just an absolute joke. And this is just the halfway point of the game. And I know as soon as I said that, all of you guys looked at the timeline of this video. Don't worry, I promise you this video will not be 4 hours long. So now we have to escape the castle, and we're given one of the worst forced stealth missions I think I've done in a long time. Basically, you have to sneak around the woods at night while something like 50 guards are looking for you with torches, and you've got to sneak for something like several hundred yards. Even though we retrieved our gear after defeating Toth, I had to drop almost half of it because the torture debuff reduced my maximum inventory load. And even then, like I mentioned earlier, I never owned a true dedicated stealth outfit in this game. Some people told me it took them over 2 hours. I think I ended up taking 40 minutes, something like that, because I had to load save after load save after load save because of the terrible double quick time event assassination system. And I'm sure there's gonna be somebody out there who debates the idea that this is a forced stealth mission, because like I said, at this point in the game, you're pretty strong, but because I allowed myself to be tortured so thoroughly, I probably couldn't even win a 1v1 at this point. My stats were so low. Now, of course, there is a path where you basically only have to knock out / kill one guy, but it's not exactly obvious when you're playing this for the first time. You have to remember, your only real tool is throwing a rock. There are no other stealth-related mechanics except maybe shooting an arrow near somebody's body. So yeah, this quest is a complete pain in the ass and absolutely unnecessary, and I really ended up despising it. But eventually you succeed rescuing one of Catherine's allies along the way, and at the meetup point, the gang decides to travel to Sukdal, a castle near Kuttenberg, because as we found out from a letter we took from von Berghoff's castle, King Sigismund is going to rally his troops in Kuttenberg so that he can finally squash the resistance. And coincidentally, our major allies in the resistance are also around Kuttenberg. So finally we head to the second region of the game. Now, to give you a very brief conclusion to this segment of the game, although I was very critical of a lot of elements of the sandbox in the Trotsky region, it is certainly better than the second map. There's a few interesting quests, it's fairly densely packed, and although I had a pretty rough start and the first 3 hours of the game are just incredibly boring and awful, at least once I was unleashed on the sandbox, I could still have some fun with the game. And as I said, the climax of the first act is legitimately pretty interesting and enjoyable, and there's some good plot twists. The problem is the second half of the game clearly feels rushed. There's probably twice as many side quests as the first half of the game, but so many of them just feel like, go here and steal this, go here and kill these bandits, go here and speech check this guy until he does what I want. And the premise for the quests aren't even interesting either. I'm not going to spend the next half an hour to give a million examples, but I will give a few later. But this is definitely where the game was starting to lose me permanently. It didn't help that, you know, I'd already been soft locked multiple times at this point. There's quite a few major glitches, even though reviewers said this game had no glitches. And the second half of the game really doesn't have anything new to show you. In fact, the only way that it really shows off progression is by having enemy gear be significantly more powerful. But as soon as you get access to some of their armor and weapons for yourself, which is fairly easy because Radzig's sword is really strong, then you're pretty much set for the rest of the game. There's actually no point in even doing these side quests because almost all of them just reward you with money. And I know this is going to sound like hyperbole, but it's legitimately true. Most of the side quests in the second half of the game do not reward even as much groschen as the total value of the equipment of one soldier. Not necessarily the case with bandits, of course, but basically any enemy that is wielding plate armor has at least one piece.
Awesome! Nice work, Lynn. You fought well. You did too. Now let's get down to business and install that data probe. If we stay here for long, there's no telling what other playmates might show up. This beam of light indicates a frontier nav site. It marks the ideal spot to bury the probe.
Okay, the probe should be ready for insertion. I'll just boot it up.
Thanks, Lynn.
We're inserting
The top half
probes?
of the
Now, wait a
cylinder
minute.
contains the probe itself. The bottom half is a laser. It dissolves the soil so the probe can burrow to the proper depth. We tried just planting them on the surface at first, but we kept running into problems with the local wildlife damaging the goods. Burying them is going to save us all a lot of time and headaches in the long run. We all set?
Yes, ma'am. Whenever you're ready.
Why don't you do the honors? You can launch it right from your comm device. Give it a try.
Let's fucking go, bud.
Good. Now we just need to give it a minute to reach the target depth.
And installation complete. We are now online with a solid connection to Frontier Nav.
Excellent. See? At the end of the day, there's really not much to it. The hardest part was calculating the ideal probe locations. We need them spread out evenly to maximize data collection.
Yep, planting probes is easy. And the more we plant, the more likely we are to find missing crew. So anytime you see a probe site, there's no excuse not to plant that sucker.
That'll do it for your training. Let's head back to the barracks and report to Secretary Nagi.
Basically telling me about Ubisoft towers. Whoa there, bud. Alright, Dingus, how's day one of Xeno month looking? This looks like a great game to grind enemies in while I listen to DSP rant about how he's not making enough money playing Assassin's Creed Ninja Lady game.
Worth 1,000
So
or
pretty good.
more groschen. So the total worth of his gear could be up to like 5,000 or more.
It's like
For
an offline
comparison,
MMO,
there
dude.
were multiple quests I did after I beat the game that only gave me like 150. The economy is basically completely broken for the second half of the game. Loot doesn't even matter anymore. You're basically only doing quests to see if they're interesting, and most of them are not. And another problem is that the main gameplay loop doesn't change at all either in the second half. You just fight stronger enemies with better armor. The only thing they can do that most of the enemies in the first half couldn't is now any enemy with a sword can master strike you, which is absolutely a pain in the ass, especially because the AI is smart enough to now change its attack direction right before
Yeah, I don't have to
attacking,
say
so that you
GG
can't
to
just wait for a master strike
other
every
idiots for
time,
their
which is
drops.
incredibly frustrating
I
in
can just
practice.
go my
I
own
spent
way,
probably half of all the
as I
combats in
say.
the second half just trying to bait the enemy into attacking early so that I could just master strike them and then combo them to death. It is a truly terrible combat system in practice, and honestly, even just looking at the footage, you could probably tell that it's not good. And like I've already said said multiple times in this review, there is virtually no challenge in the game from this point forward. You can win basically every single fight as long as you're willing to cheese the hell out of the Master Strike mechanic. And the funny thing is, I didn't even realize how right I was until I just completed one of the admittedly better side quests in the second half of the game, which is directly connected to one of the random events while traveling, where you essentially...
Alright, where are we on the video? 220? Well, that's a very good stopping point. Okay, so... an hour and some change left, basically. We got more than halfway through it. I wanted to finish it tonight, but it's just not happening. I got derailed. No. It's fine.
Commander Vandam.
Well, now, look what the cat dragged in.
Sorry we missed you last time. We could have come to meet you at HQ, you know.
Indeed. I suggested as much. Twice.
And we know how much I enjoy being told what to do. Anyway, I hear you tangled with a tyrant, way out of your league, on a training mission, no less.
It wasn't really that out of my league. I was 3 levels over him. Big ups. $1 gazillion for doing that one. We're just standing around for it.
Commander, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit here today?
Well, I can't just ask Nagi to do everything for me. I'd be out of a job.
Hey, I delivered you the new recruit, didn't I?
Yeah, you won the bet. Don't worry about it, all right? I'll settle up with you
All
later.
right.
You know I'm good for it.
The bet?
I'm sure I'm needed elsewhere. If you'll all excuse me, Commander.
Well, that wasn't obvious at all.
Huh. Look at you two. I swear you're like 2 children excited about a new toy.
Look who's talking. I don't recall ever seeing you file a request to personally train a rescue before.
Is that so odd?
It is before we'd even asked him to become a blade, little Miss Stick in the Rear.
Usually I ask
I'd
if
like
I
to
don't
stick
get your
something in
slang
her rear.
expressions, but something tells me to just let that one go.
Enough about that. Where are your manners, anyway? I still haven't been introduced to our new recruit here.
I'm the guy,
Vandam is
me.
Blade's top officer.
In a past life, I was chief engineer on the White Whale. Same idea, basically. Someone has a problem, I fix it. You follow? Huh. Not much for conversation, are you?
So you still haven't told us why you're here. From the look of things, I'm guessing this isn't a social call.
You don't think?
No. So let's cut the crap and get down to business.
Ha! Sounds like you're learning my expressions just fine, Elma. Anyway, first we need Chatty Cathy here to choose a division and pull an assignment. Whoa there, Itchy Trigger. I know you're just chafing at the bit to run out there and grab the world by its tail, but you need to choose a division first. Once that's all hashed out, we can get into detail about what your first assignment's gonna be.
Pretty much everyone in New LA works for Blade, in one of several different fields. Helping to explore Mira, or to maintain order in the city, or, well, you remember Nagi's speech, right? There are 8 different fields in all, and each one has its own branch within Blade.
It's like the 8 different gyms of the
They're
region.
called divisions.
Ack.
Naturally, you'll want to choose one that best suits your personality and your talents.
Let's start with the Pathfinders. Pathfinder's #1 responsibility is planting data probes, like you did on your training mission. It may not be the sexiest job, but important? You bet your ass it's important. We've only been on Mira 2 months. We don't know jack about this place. The more probes we install, the faster we can get our bearings here and give ourselves a fighting chance.
We've already detailed how important it is we expand the Frontier Nav network ASAP. So, for the time being, I'll just remind you of the highlights. It helps us keep Blade safe. It helps us keep the city safe. And most important of all, it's the key to locating the missing parts of the Lifehold and recovering the rest of the human race.
Okay, next up, Interceptors. You met Akalov and Evans, right? Irina and Gwen? This is their division. Interceptors have one main duty. Protect New LA and everyone in it from the wildlife here on Mira. Right now, this is probably our busiest division. Interceptors ride shotgun for the research eggheads. They escort VIPs around, and they help any other idiots who get caught out there with their pants down.
Next are the Harriers. Remember Doug Barrett, the Skell pilot conducting the test flight with Lynn?
You mean
part of the
Darksea?
Harriers. If you think of the Interceptors as defense, Harriers would be New LA's offense. They specialize in preemptive strikes on clear and obvious threats. But only on clear and obvious threats. They're not meant to go out and just blast any indigene that moves.
And you got your Reclaimers. These guys are in charge of finding the other pieces of the White Whale. Among other things, that is. Including anything of ours left behind after a battle. Skell debris, weapons, personal effects. It can get a bit morbid, frankly, but it's gotta be done. Until we're up and running here on Mira and have this place completely figured out, everything we brought from Earth needs to be treated like it's irreplaceable. Also, the search for the Lifehold. That's mostly on the Reclaimers.
Next, Curators. Curators are the first to scout ahead to unexplored territory, bringing back whatever samples they can get their hands on. Fruits, bugs, sticks and stones, you name it. It's not all picking berries, though. Being a curator also means being the first to encounter unknown indigens.
Next? All right, prospectors. Prospectors do, well, prospecting. They poke around, looking for minerals, resources, and whatnot. Things we need for everyday life here. We packed all the essentials we could on the White Whale, but that won't last forever. We need to be able to replenish our water and fuel if we want to survive. And sooner or later, we're gonna have to figure out how to replace things from scratch. From the socket on a Skell's knee joint, right down to the frying pan in Lynn's kitchen. Without these guys busting their butts, we'd have no future to speak of.
Next up, Outfitters. All of our ground gear and Skell weaponry is developed in conjunction with private arms manufacturers, or AMs. Outfitters are Blade's way of supporting these AMs. They'll seek out anything that might inspire new weapon ideas, and even assist with testing new prototypes.
Finally, the Mediators. These are the folks who keep everything hunky-dory with John and Joan Q public. Any problems a civvy has, they come to Mediators. Fight with your neighbor? Mediators. Lost cat? Mediators.
Jasper.
It's not a division for everyone. You need to be a jack of all trades, and a people person.
He was perfect for Phil.
Someone with my
Got no idea why he's in that other
probably
division.
Not the best mediator. But if you got what it takes, it's a clutch role, keeping things cool on the home front.
All right, so I think that's all 8 divisions.
It took you long enough.
Any idea which one you'd like to join?
No idea.
Don't fret about it too much. Whichever you choose, you still have a lot of freedom in how you operate. Mediators can still get out there and mix it up, hunt indigens, whatever. And if a Harrier wants to take a break and settle an argument, that's their prerogative too. To be honest, even though it's sort of frowned upon, you can actually change your division whenever you like. So there's really no reason to stress about this. All right, you ready to choose?
Oh, man.
Yeah, and? We're on pins and needles here.
Oh, my God. Just got home from work. You're still up again? Not for much longer. I think I'll just pick my division, then call it quits. Oh, shit, it's almost 5 a.m. Oh, no. Okay, I gotta pick this quick then. Okay. Time to go mid and rack up a boatload of police body cam footage. That's how we get the Ricada footage out there. Well, they said I could change shit at any time. What's the based one? Shut up, Juzzy. It's actually, no, well, okay. I have to be up in the morning, Juzzy, but for a different reason. My shift starts later today. Because of that, I'm gonna get out later. And the Kino Casino restream will be late. But I'm sure every other detractor on this god green earth will be watching it. Probably with better commentary than me. So Mediator, Outfitters, Prospectus. Boy, howdy. Ah, yes, the curators for curated content. Well, I gotta go curator then, right? You know what? We love curated content over here.
Then it's settled?
All right. Thank God that's over. By the power invested in me, yada yada, you're officially a Blade.
Yes!
Congrats.
It only took 6 hours. The entire
I
stream.
know you're gonna do great.
Let's fucking go, bud. This is like my main criticism. The dude doesn't talk. Why?
Nelson's team has gone missing. Last contact we had, they were installing a data probe out in eastern Primordia. Then, nothing.
Nelson. Pathfinders, right?
Are we talking indigents here or what?
Your guess is as good as mine, but they did have a skell with them. You'd think they could hold their own, or at least run away.
Yeah, look at him. Sure as shit isn't feeling it.
We'll head to their last known location and go from there.
Report whatever you find ASAP.
Of course. Let's move out.
Roger that.
Roger, roger. Chapter 3. Let's fucking go, bud. Chapter 3. Builders of a Legacy. You're officially a Blade now. Congrats. Becoming one of us grants you access to a variety of services, including the shop terminal, the AM terminal, mission control, and more. Some services are still off limits at the moment, but I'll get to you on those later. Ah yes, ever wish you could sit back straight to a place where you visited? Well, that's why we have fast travel. Allows you to instant return to significant landmarks as well as any frontier nav sites the data probes install. Just access the map to use it. Ah yes, arms manufacturers support us from the sidelines, developing new weaponry and gear. By utilizing their services, we can support them too. Head to the AM Terminal Armory Gallery to working with AMs to make new gear. Oh my god, it keeps going! Okay, missions, da-da-da-da. 20 missions all at once, mamma mia.
I think even my cooking got better.
Alright, big up, Spud. We made it all the way to Chapter 3. I'm telling you, Chapters in Xenoblade usually don't go by that quickly. This one's a special Xenoblade game. It ain't like the other ones. But after playing 2 and 3, with their chatty cafe protagonists, it's very awkward to go to this one back in rewind time. Have a protagonist who doesn't want to talk at all. It's the absolute state of a creative character, I suppose. Overall, pretty good so far. But I'm not even in the robot yet, dude. So what all I got to say isn't exactly relevant until I get in the fucking robots, Shinji. But it's 4:47 a.m. I really got to hit. I gotta hit the hay, especially if I want to wake up on time and have the energy I need to go about my day. So I can go about my day and then have some energy to spare when I gotta boot back up. More Xenoblade to come later today. But thank you, everybody, for showing up and chilling for the premiere style stream. And we'll read off the stuff and then probably go raid 7. Really good music, too. Composers like Sawano. They're always known for composing good tracks. Alright, Pablo? Pablo, hello? The fuck, you just got here? Yeah, right. Wrong! Games and Yelling Canadians live. That should be the stream title.
It's nice to
Thanks for stopping by. What an evening. But we'll finish the Synthetic Man video at a point in time. We're like 2 hours and 20 minutes in. I'm shocked we even got that far. I wanted to finish it, but it wasn't meant to be. So we'll wrap it up. I don't know. Depends on how long tomorrow's stream goes. Maybe we can finish it tomorrow, as in later today. But thank you, everyone. Big ups to the Dingas, Dongas, and Swollen __ones who made it to the end of the stream. Such as Mr. Pun, Goki, Juzzy51, and Rent Check, and SCP, and Triple D Ook, and Rydrig, Kapathic, Eternal Might, Bambi Whip, and Tevin, Deloria, Golem, Ear Joe, everybody else who fell asleep in Pancake Mix. Oh yeah, I should save. No, I'm pretty sure I just saved. You know what they say. You play a JRPG, you gotta save multiple times just to be super duper, ultra mega triple sure that your progress was saved. It costs no time whatsoever. It doesn't cost you a dime either. Thank you to, what do we got? Albany Tevin, rate with a party of 147. GPM, rate with a party of 6. Ann Lee, rate with a party of 23. 70, the 5 Bachir. William the Alchemist, rate with a party of 8. Followed by the re-up tier 1 for 13 months. And Mr. Flappy with the follow. Whoa. That's what we like to see. See, Tevin is watching an old pre-stream, so we're going to send you there. You can go anywhere you want. You can fall asleep anywhere you want to. Hey, Dublanc. Hello, Aqua. As in, goodbye, Aqua. As in, good night, Aqua. But bye-bye, adios, and me time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we'll see you next time. I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day. Hopefully I can inspire buds like you there, bud, to see themselves, their viewers, and their viewers in their mirrors each and every single day.
Yeah, if you're still here after the raid, you're getting 80 down. What's the raid message? There it is. Bye-bye. Take it easy.